Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku possessed Speedster Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a world where the impossible is an everyday occurrence, you'd think that everyone would be used to it. 80% of the world's population is the impossible, for Pete's sake. So why is it that a kid who can run at the speed of sound kicks up such a fuss? So what said kid got this ability by being struck by lightning? Other people have way crazier stories. I'm getting ahead of myself. At the moment, there is a green-haired 13-year-old currently donning a beat-up hoodie before exiting his room and heading towards the front door at 4:45 p.m. to go somewhere that would probably have him monitored by the HPSC. Izuku, honey, don't stay out too long, it's going to get dark soon. Inko Midoriya calls from the kitchen as she hears her son go to put on his shoes by the door. Even if he wasn't quirkless, he'd still be different from his peers. While they went to the arcade and movies, Izuku would rather spend his time conducting science experiments and analyzing. She supposes he gets that from his father. Yes, ma. The boy replies as he finishes tying up his laces. I'll try and be as quick as I can. You know I can't help but to worry. I know. Izuku sighs fondly as he straightens up and places a comforting hand on her shoulder, which she gratefully holds. I promise I'll be safe. Dinner will be waiting when you get back. Thanks, he says, giving her a grateful smile before opening the door to leave. Love you, ma. And just like that, he's gone. Love you too, my Izu. Inko whispers as she watches her son Speed walk down the building hallway. As soon as he reaches street level, Izuku breaks out in a dash. He can't fight the grin that tugs at his lips as his feet hit the pavement as fast as his legs would take them. Over the years, he couldn't help but to enjoy running. With the amount of time he's had to, how could he not? In a way, Kaken and the others helped him find something he loves as much as science, and that makes him feel even just a little bit safe. And besides, what's better than using something such as that to take him to his sanctuary? The place in question is an abandoned mall that he and a couple other individuals found, and have been using for a couple years now after Inko banned experiments because he almost set the apartment on fire with an unstable solution. He finally reaches his destination and rushes through the secret entrance. Upon scanning the area, taking the sight in with a small grin, he notices that for once, the space is unoccupied. Usually, there'd be at least 2 other people around at this time. Shrugging, Izuku heads to his lab, an area located on the 3rd floor underneath a sky roof that used to be an ice cream shop. After opening the modified roof, taking out his equipment, and starting up some music, Izuku readily gets to work. Hours quickly pass by and the air shifts, not that Izuku pays attention. He doesn't even notice the chemicals rising out of their test tubes or the thunder that sounds a bit too close. What he does notice is the flash of light coming closer before everything goes black. Izuku wakes up with the biggest headache he's ever had in his life. Ugh. What happened? He groans as he tries to sit up and cracks open an eye to survey his surroundings. From what he can tell, he's in a well-lit room with a couple medical equipment placed near his bed and supplies in a 5-shelf display case. Ah, you're awake. The voice of an unfamiliar, rather plain-looking man exclaims in English as he rushes into the room. The sudden intrusion startles Izuku enough that it causes the boy's fading headache to sharpen for a fraction of a second, drawing a sharp hiss from the boy. Oh, sorry, the man sputters, holding his arms out like he's trying to calm a scared animal. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. But then again, who wouldn't be startled by a random stranger after waking up from a coma in an unfamiliar room? Sorry, did you just say, coma? Izuku croaks. Yeah. The man says bashfully before briefly pursing his lips. My name is Dr. Reiji Harrison and you, Izuku Midoriya, have been in a coma for 6 months. Wadash. The official report is that you were struck by lightning from a random storm. And I'm guessing that that's not the whole truth. It's better to give you the whole story first, so please be patient with me. Izuku nodded his assent and Dr. Harrison sits down on a medical stool next to Izuku's bed before beginning. My colleague and I were in the Musadafu region for an important project. We were going to finally finish building a particle accelerator. Izuku's eyebrows fly up at this. A particle accelerator during this time and age was nearly unheard of. Most scientific advancements or projects were mainly done for the sake of quirks in one way or another. We would have built it here, in the States, but he seemed homesick and I also wanted to see my parents, to show them that there was more to life than quirks and heroes. God, I'm such an idiot. Izuku's eyebrows furrow as he fights the urge to argue with him, to tell him that those were valid reasons and that he was just trying to make a difference in his own, albeit petty, way, but he chooses instead to listen to the anecdote. Just before we were going to try and run it for the first time, I noticed that a couple things were off, so I tried to stop the kickoff to fix the mistakes. Dr. Harrison takes a pause and heaves a big breath as a flash of anger flits across his face. He disabled the computers and attacked me while screaming about his greatest creation. By the time I was able to subdue him and shut the particle accelerator off, it was too late. A storm had formed from the black matter produced from the collision, and the lightning bolt struck you. Izuku feels another headache begin to form as he takes in this information. So, the teenager says as he gathers his thoughts. Basically, your colleague wanted to play God and make a storm? And me being in a coma is a result of that. It was both of our faults. I should have been more vigilant. Izuku frowns in doubt. As someone who's been fed over by an individual that he placed his trust in, he's learned that there are just some things one can't help. You know, Dr. Harrison says as he leans just a bit closer with a grimace on his face. When I went to look through his belongings for some kind of clue as to why he'd do this, I saw your name and information, along with a bunch of other things. He was obsessed with your father, you see. Izuku's eyes widen a fraction at this information. They had worked on a couple projects here and there before. When your father passed, he was Dr. Harrison inhales sharply, tilts his head to the side, and looks down before looking back up at Izuku. He took that obsession and shifted it to you. In his papers, he would ramble about legacies and anyways, he wanted the storm to do something to affect you in some way. So the reason why I'm here, wherever here is because. Oh, this is my lab, well part of it. I wanted to see whether or not he was successful. I hoped he wasn't, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I should give you some time. I'll be back with lunch. The doctor gently pats Izuku's knee as he takes his leave and the boy does not hesitate to press his wrist to his eyes. His thoughts fly through his head at breakneck speeds, even more than they usually do, and all he can really discern from them is why. Why would someone get so obsessed that they're willing to go this far? Why risk their reputation? Izuku can't be the only one affected by the storm, right? So why mess with so many lives? Why didn't he just stay home? Izuku huffs a sigh and lifts his head towards the ceiling. He really should have stayed home. And oh, God, his mom. He doesn't know if she's gonna kill him, or hold him until he dies of suffocation. Oh God. He groans as he rubs his face. This is a mess, I know. But we'll figure it out. Okay? Dr. Harrison says in a soothing voice as he reappears with a tray of food and a tablet under his arm. Izuku's attention zeroes in on the food being given to him and he instantly digs in the second the tray rests on his lap. I called your mother, she's missed you and will be arriving in a couple days. Dr. Harrison continues as Izuku scarfs down his soup. I've also taken a peek at your vitals, your muscular regeneration seems to be healing and improving at an accelerated rate, amongst other things. Izuku places the tray down and tries to shift closer to Dr. Harrison, but he miscalculated and accidentally elbowed the half-empty glass. Pinpricks dance through his body and time seems to slow down as he watches the cup topple over. Wait a minute. Izuku looks around to find his surroundings under the same effect as flickers of yellow lightning danced across his vision, the doctor looking almost frozen with a weird look in his eye. Oh shit, is that supposed to be kindness? As the graphics on his tablet seem to lag. Izuku turns back towards the tray and carefully rights the cup, causing its contents to turn over with the movement. And just like that, everything returns to normal, with Izuku staring intensely at the glass and Dr. Harrison giving him a wide-eyed look. So super speed. Dr. Harrison breathes. Super speed. Izuku agrees. I had an inkling. Dr. Harrison confesses. But I wasn't 100% sure. This is good. Now we have a clearer picture of the next steps to take, right? Izuku nods his assent, still somewhat freaked out. We can wait till tomorrow to start. For now, I can give you a tour. The scientist phrases the last part, not wanting to force his guest into anything that he'd be uncomfortable with. Enough was already being forced on him. Okay. Due to the size of the facility, Izuku's questions, and the fact that the boy kept accidentally running into walls at certain intervals, the tour takes a few hours and ends with Dr. Harrison leaving Izuku to explore while he goes to order some supplies as the duo had agreed for Izuku to start training the next day. Izuku settles for hanging out in Dr. Harrison's expansive library, where he manages to read the entirety of the available published documents in a matter of seconds. Okay, he mutters, blinking in shock as the information settles. Okay. He looks around to see what else he could busy himself with when his stomach gurgles. Well, it had been hours since he's eaten. His speed once again unconsciously kicks in and the boy finds himself soon staring at the kitchen fridge before shuffling through the cabinets and assembling himself a mini feast. Wait, he said perplexed, looking at just the amount of food he procured. That's Good. Dr. Harrison interjects as he walks through the doorway. Sorry. It's just, I took a look at your vitals again, and it seems like your metabolism has sped up significantly, which is to be expected, of course, and so your body has chosen to subconsciously communicate that. Are you like me? Izuku asks with a scrunched nose and tilted head. Can you go fast? He clarifies when the scientist pulls a confused face. Ah. Dr. Harrison acknowledged. No. I was just nearby. Oh. Yeah. Plus, I'm quirkless. He revealed as if he was simply telling Izuku his shoe size. Wait, seriously? Izuku exclaims, leaning forward in his seat. You're not joking? You're not going to say CK, right? Who would joke about being quirkless? The man asked, completely puzzled. You'd be surprised. Why sure, or crap. What's the world come to? You know I've heard worse, right? Mostly directed towards me. You do realize that that's not good, right? Dr. Harrison rebuts while frowning. Right. Izuku responds unconvincingly. The man's eyes narrow in suspicion and his eyebrows furrow as he slowly brings a finger up to point at Izuku. Deciding to save that talk for later, the man decides to venture to find himself some food. Mind if I join you? The man asks, gesturing to the empty seat across Izuku while cradling his bowl of cereal. Izuku waves to the aforementioned seat and resumes eating as the older man joins him. The duo are content to sit together in a comfortable silence for some time before growing bored and engaging in conversation. That night, as soon as Izuku's head hits the pillow, he is instantly transported to a head space like the one when he first activated his speed. Now that he could really feel it, it felt rather nice. Peaceful. Exactly how it would feel when he ran, like it was just him and an old friend and nothing else mattered. Izuku wakes up the next day more well-rested than he's been in years and more than ready for the day. That being said, he does admit that he misses his phone, which had his music and his mom's number. But, hopefully, she'll bring it when she visits. The thought makes Izuku pause as he tugs one of the fire-resistant sweatshirts provided for him over his head. Anyone else would have been upset at missing school, right? They would have been more upset at the fact that their life has been impeded, that they have been taken away from their friends and family. Don't get him wrong, he said. No one likes being a guinea pig, especially because of a strange obsession with one's family and an ornate desire to make some masterpiece of Frankensteinian proportions. Just thinking about what's happened to him fills him with rage and disgust in proportions that Bakugo wishes he could stir in him. But aside from that, there's not much Izuku can find to be upset about. He hated school and genuinely hopes that whatever training the doc has set up for him takes multiple years, just so that he can spend his free time in that amazing library. There are several books and papers he wants to read again. He had no real friends and the people who'd share the abandoned mall with him were more like associates. The only person he'd actually miss would be his mom. Plus, putting aside how he got this ability in the first place, and why, Izuku could not deny how much of a kick-butt opportunity this was. First off, he can run faster than a blink of an eye. Secondly, a brilliant scientist is helping him and spending time with him. Third, he's in a facility that he would honestly fight someone to visit, much less train in. Seriously, this place is kinda like a utopia for him. There was no way in hell he'd let anything ruin this. Realizing that he had spent a weird amount of time staring off into space, Izuku shakes himself off and dashes towards the room that Dr. Harrison said would be for training when he gave the tour. The doc tests his reflexes first, alongside his vitals, before delving into speed. As it turns out, he can travel at 650 miles per hour at the moment, his heart beats at an accelerated rate, and it seems, some type of temporal shield surrounds him when his speed activates, preventing whiplash. So, what do you want to do now? Dr. Harrison asks as soon as the tests finish. What do you mean? Well, do you want to learn how to manage this dash? The scientist continues, gesturing to Izuku. If you want to keep it, that is dash. I do. Izuku interjects all too quickly. I do. Sure, the way I got it SCKED, but it feels like something's clicked, something that I didn't even know was out of place. A gentle look overtakes the older man's face as he observes the young speedster. So, I'm guessing you want to do option 3. He concludes after clearing his throat. Train to reach your utmost potential, which, from what I can tell, is incalculable. The resulting grin is almost too bright. It's gonna be a pretty long road and I'll have to hash some things out with your mom. The elder warns. Sounds pretty good to me. The boy responds as his grin sharpens. Izuku carefully cradles the boxes in his arms as if they were precious cargo as he crosses state lines, which they were. Seeing as the quirk laws and food in the States were vastly different from Japan, these were two things he was going to miss immensely, running at breakneck speeds wherever he wanted, and getting New York pizza straight from its source. A large grin tugs at his lips as Izuku closes his eyes for a brief moment to savor the feeling of cutting through the air, of the way his feet would hit the pavement with each stride, before he snaps his eyes open just as a certain, all too familiar, feeling begins to overtake him. After all, the last time he heeded it, even just a little, he broke the sound barrier, and there's way too many cars to get away with doing that at the moment. Izuku finally reaches his destination in front of a still-packing Dr. Harrison with his cargo. Got lunch? Izuku crows with a bright smile, to which Dr. Harrison answers in kind. Did you happen to pick up pineapple and anchovy? Yeah, Ray, Izuku responds with distaste dripping from his voice, I got the cursed pizza. It's not cursed, you just have basic tastes. Okay, boomer. The elder gasps dramatically at this before ruffling the greenette's hair. Punk. He says fondly, receiving a bright grin in response before the young speedster dashes to the kitchen to dig in. Another thing he was going to miss was this. Call him selfish, but he liked it being just him and Ray. Don't get him wrong, he missed his mom, but he could never talk with her the way he did Ray. It reminded him of his dad and how they'd talk deep into the night and joke around, which he knows he shouldn't think about when thinking about Ray, but it just fits. And he's excited to go to UA, again, don't get him wrong, but he just knows that the bonds he might form will most likely never be as strong as with Ray, which makes him all the happier that the scientist is coming with him. The man had struck a deal with Nedzu about a year ago, when the quirked animal had contacted them regarding Izuku's attendance at UA, for him to oversee Izuku's training at the school and modify his schedule in exchange for him to co-teach the heroics class as an in-house trainer. Of course, he saw it as a small price to pay to keep his promise to Izuku. Not that the promise was the only reason why he wanted to stay by the young speedster's side, after all, they did spend 2 years together, training, eating, venting, learning. He would be lying if he said he didn't see the young speedster as a son. Additionally, Ray decided to use the particle accelerator site as a place for after-school training and for them to conduct any experiments that may pop up in their minds. Which is why they were packing up just about the whole facility. Izuku leaves the accursed pizza sitting on the kitchen counter before dashing off to finish packing, finishing in a matter of minutes before racing back out for some authentic Tennessee ribs and a slushie on the way back. Oh, so you're just straight up binging. Izuku takes a long sip of his slushie while staring into Reggie's eyes. You do know that we'll have a food fabricator at the PA site, right? And there's actually a good amount of American-style restaurants in Japan. But it's not the same. The vibes don't line up. Okay, but you'll live. Oh, Izuku laments dramatically while draping himself on the older man, woe is me. Doth anyone understand my plight? Chuckling, Ray gently ruffles the boy's hair before jostling his head. Come on, your highness, we're going to miss our flight. By the time the duo arrived to baggage claim, the energy buzzing underneath Izuku's skin had formed into a storm that would have driven him mad if he didn't have practice with this kind of thing. Instead, the boy just feels vaguely cranky as they meander along. The second Izuku turns around after retrieving his luggage, his mother seemingly appears out of thin air and crushes him in a hug. Oh, my Izu, she exclaims, ending the hug to adoringly cup his face while looking up at him with stars in her eyes. Look at you. You've grown so much. Hi Mom. I missed you, too. He responds softly while giving her one of his patent megawatt smiles. And Reiji-san, the elder Greenette says as she turns her attention to the scientist, I hope the flight was okay for you. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy to be here, Inko-san. Well, come on. She says as she shepherds the male duo out of the airport and to the car. Okay, the guest room is set up for you, Reiji-san. She states as she drives. It should have more than enough room for your things and don't be hesitant to ask for anything, okay? Thank you, Inko-san. The labs at the site should be ready soon. Bold of you to assume that I would let you sleep there. Inko disputes in a flat tone of voice. It's a lab, Reiji-san, it shouldn't be normal for you to stay over there after hours. Just agree with her. Izuku leans forward to mutter in his ear. Ah, thank you for your generosity, Inko-san. The woman lets out a pleased hum as they continue on the road. Hi, welcome home. She says as she enters the apartment with the two in tow. The second Izuku crosses the threshold, he is off like a bat out of hell, leaving his shoes by the door before bolting off to his room with his luggage. Oh. Well, that is still going to take some getting used to. Inko declares before ushering Reiji to the guest bedroom. Come on, let's get you unpacked. Since Inko had been involved in Izuku's development, she knew exactly what dinner would entail, at least, she thought she knew. Izu, slow down, the food is not going to disappear on you. Inko fusses as she watches her son scarf down yet another bowl of katsudon. You didn't skip out on breakfast, did you? Never. Izuku gasps as he finishes his current serving before going for yet another one. He's just always like this. Reiji reassures with a comforting grin. I mean, we know he's supposed to eat large quantities of food, but even I didn't think he'd form a black hole for a stomach. Izuku pauses in his eating to stick his tongue out at Reiji. The elder Midoriya snickers at this while Reiji flicks a grain of rice at him, earning an offended squawk from the boy. The resulting smile that graces Inko's face is enough to make the two pause and marvel at its brightness. Mom dash. I'm just really happy you're home. The both of you. Mom dash, Izuku mutters again with red cheeks before smiling softly at her. We're happy to be here. Now, don't forget, you two have a meeting first thing in the morning, so you have to go to bed straight away. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mom. The next morning, the inhabitants of the Midoriya apartment wake to Izuku's music blasting full volume as the boy readies himself for the day while casually using his speed, not that they actually minded, as Inko found herself slightly dancing as she cooked breakfast and Reiji tapped his foot while buttoning up his shirt before doing his tie. The duo leave promptly, with Izuku wearing one of the ugliest shirts Reiji's ever seen and staving off his urge to just take off with his music, this time played through noise-canceling headphones, and Reiji anticipating just how their meeting would go. Well, that and keeping a lookout for Izuku, even though the kid had plenty of self-control, there was the occasional moment where the boy would vibrate or tap his foot while using his speed without paying attention and he didn't want them to get stopped by some pro-hero or something. A tired-looking man greets them at UA's front gate, introducing himself as Aizawa Shoyuta as he escorted them to the principal's office. Ah, thank you Aizawa-kun. Don't go just yet, please. Nedzu says with a chipper voice. Welcome, Harrison-san and Midoriya-kun. Please, sit down. Would any of you like some tea? Yes, please. Izuku replies while Reiji and Aizawa politely decline. We are convening today to discuss the specifics of Midoriya-kun's schedule for the upcoming school year. Aizawa-kun, you are here because you are going to be Midoriya-kun's homeroom teacher and are privy to the information being exchanged in this meeting. Nedzu begins as he slides a cup of black tea towards Izuku and pours some for himself before clapping his paws in finality at the end of his sentence. Now, shall we begin? If it's all right with you, I would like to train Izuku after lunch as he is already fluent in English and has a degree in physics, which you already know. Besides, that is when he has the most energy. Sounds perfectly fine to me. What are his other degrees in? Aizawa interjects, looking between the two other adults. You said he has a degree, implying that he has more than one. Aizu. Biochemistry, mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, psychology, and architecture. Izuku lists off absent-mindedly, taking a pause from his tea. Maybe I'll go back for one more, but Thinagain thought would be overkill wouldn't tight after all Nuna really like now Italan dash. Reiji places his hand on Izuku's head, snapping the boy's attention into focus. Sorry. It's quite alright. If anything, the few words that I was able to decipher gave a wonderful inkling into your thought process which, in turn could help me figure out just how to make this beneficial for you. Nedzu reassures him. Now, then, Harrison-san, would you be doing any academic exercises with Midoriya-kun during your time with him? Or will his training be strictly physical? Oh, physical. Any and every academic advancement that Izuku pursues can be done with you. Excellent. So, to sum it up, the only class Midoriya will actually be attending with his peers is Aizawa deduces. Heroics. Nedzu confirms with a cheer. Don't you think he should take more classes with his peers? You know, form bonds, be a kid. I'll have homeroom and lunch with them. Izuku states indifferently. That's not much time to properly interact with your classmates. Aizawa argues in a slightly disturbed tone. Izuku blankly stares at him. You know, Aizawa-san is right. Reiji says to Izuku's dismay. You need to interact with people your own age, kiddo. I concur. Nedzu chimes in. How about this, Tuesdays and Thursdays will be with me and the rest of the week will be with his peers. Izuku tentatively raises his hand. Yes, Midoriya-kun. Do I have to pay attention to the class, or can I use the time as a study hall? I don't see why not. Nedzu agrees. Now that that's settled, I have prepared a quick test for you, Midoriya-kun, for me to see what I can use to construct a lesson plan. Meanwhile, I am sure Aizawa-kun has a few questions for you, Harrison-san. Nedzu guides the young man to a desk in the corner while the other two men talk about the logistics of Izuku's attendance and Reiji's involvement. 1 hour and 45 minutes later finds the duo leaving Nedzu's office and the school. Had fun, kiddo? Reiji asks as they walk to the train station. Yupperoonie. The test was fun and beating Nedzu in chess was even more so. Izuku chirps in response. That was one of the most terrifying sentences I've ever heard, kiddo. Reiji says in a cold sweat. Thanks. Music once again fills the Midoriya residence as its occupants get ready for the day, one of whom by using his speed. Izuku, don't forget your handkerchief. And snacks. And train card. Check, check, and check, Mom. All ready for the day. He responds as he sits at the table, scarfs a couple of servings down, cleans after himself, and heads for the door. And watch out for the sweets. Ah, Mom. He protests as Reiji fixes his tie. I mean it, Izuku. You already have a lot of energy, I don't want you to get hopped up on sugar and go into overdrive. She says as she rushes over to the two males and makes Izuku lean down so she could fuss with the top of his head. Thankfully, he had gotten a haircut the day before, leaving the only curls needing to be tamed at the top of his head. You know she has a point. Reiji points out as he goes to put on his coat and shoes while Inko gives up on her mission. Yes, Mom. Izuku sighs dejectedly as he kneels down to lace up his polka dot Converse. We're off. Love you. Izuku places a kiss on her cheek before following Reiji and shutting the door behind him. Love you too. Inko whispers fondly to the closed door. As soon as Reiji and Izuku enter the monumental school, they head their separate ways, Reiji to the staff lounge and Izuku to the 1A classroom. After some searching, Izuku finds his destination and slides open the downright massive door to the sight of what he could only describe as the love child of RoboCop and one of those blue people from that Daft Punk video arguing with, yelling at, one of his his least appreciated person. Somehow, he garners the two's attention and soon finds himself with a face full of Roboteen. Ah, hello there. My name is Ida Tenya. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. The Roboteen exclaims. Deku, you DMN nerd, what the hell do you think you're doing here? The ashen blonde screeches as he shoves Ida aside to rush Izuku. Time slows down as Bakugo hand draws closer. As Izuku takes a step backwards, he notices two presences behind him and turns around to spot a brown-haired girl and Aizawa in a, what the hell is that? Shaking his head clear, Izuku elects to find an available seat and watch the ground intensely before what is obviously the teacher comes in. Good to know at least one of you has awareness, although I don't exactly approve of the use of quirk, I can excuse it in this situation. The man speaks dully. It took the rest of you 8 seconds to be quiet. You kids aren't rational enough. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta. He finishes, unzipping his, oh it's a sleeping bag. He then stands up, revealing a plain black jumpsuit underneath with a white scarf wrapped around his neck. Put these on and head out to the field. Aizawa pulls out a gym uniform and tosses it to the brown-haired girl, who was still standing by the door. Then he stacks the rest. On the front podium. Locker rooms are labeled. Let's go. Even without using his speed, Izuku was the first out onto the field where Aizawa and Reiji were waiting. Right, Izuku, Aizawa-san and I were just talking. You're not going to be going full speed during these next tests. Okay? The scientist explains upon spotting the young speedster before taking his tablet from its place tucked underneath his arm and tapping at it. Got it. Also, what tests? Izuku asks conversationally. Who's that? Another kid interjects as the rest of their classmates begin to join them on the field. This is Harrison Reiji. He will be this class's physical trainer and co-heroics teacher. Said man looks up and gives a lazy salute at the explanation. Anyway, we're here to do a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa reveals as the rest of the class finally arrives. A quirk apprehension test? But sir, what about the entrance ceremony? And orientation? The brown-haired girl asks. A future hero doesn't have time for events like those. I have 3 years to make you into pros. UA prides itself on unrestricted school traditions, and the teaching styles are the same. That means I get to teach you however I see fit. What about Harrison-sensei? What about me? Reiji questions as he pauses from his work to gaze at them with a quirked eyebrow. Moving on, you all have been doing physical fitness tests since you were in junior high. Those averages are without quirks, which is completely illogical for a hero school. Aizawa pulls the focus to the matter at hand. Guy really likes logic, huh? Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw without your quirk? 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa orders as he tosses a metal-infused softball to him. You can do whatever you want as long as it's within the circle. Give it all you got. Then, well, wait for it. Die? Bakugo roars as he launches the ball into the air with an extensive blast. Yup. Know your own maximum first. Aizawa continues as the ball finally lands on the other side of the field. That is the most logical way to form the foundation of a hero. Reiji gently elbows him and hands over a screen which Aizawa displays to the class. 705 meters? The class, with the exception of Izuku and a kid with peppermint hair, exclaims. What's this? It looks fun. A amoxicillin pink girl with horns cheers. Izuku can feel his consciousness nearly ascend to another plane of existence as soon as he sees Aizawa's face morph into a scowl. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa remarks gravelly as Reiji purses his lips and buries his face in his tablet. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? An unsettling grin spreads across their homeroom teacher's face, sending a chill up Izuku's spine. All right? He continues with said grin. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Ha! The majority of the class exclaims while Izuku saw this coming from a mile away. For a bunch of hero hopefuls, they don't have much awareness. Last place will be expelled? The brunette says. But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Izuku openly winces at that and speaks before he can stop himself. Life isn't fair. He says with an awkward chuckle. I mean, there's people who don't care about whose lives they ruin, natural disasters, villains, crime, accidents. To expect anything to be fair despite these is a bit wild, don't you think? Midoriya is correct. If you wanted to go talk with your friends at WICD's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Welcome to the UA Hero course. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. A cloud of determination blankets the class as their teacher's words settle in. First came the 50-meter dash. Robotine was paired off against an actual human frog and completed the test in 3.04 seconds, which was, admittedly, impressive while the frog got 5. Though Izuku couldn't shake off a disgruntled feeling that bloomed in his gut as he watched how his peer saw his speed. Oh, he and Aizu are going to have so many problems with each other. Reiji mutters next to Aizawa. Why? Aren't their quirks similar to one another? Yeah. But they view it in different ways. How so? Izuku feels. For him, running, his speed is more than just a quirk or tool. He describes it as feeling a pull, and every time he follows it, it's like he experiences more of himself and his surroundings, or something like that. Meanwhile, Ida is the opposite. The 50-meter dash tests continue and finally, Izuku gets pitted against Bakugo. The instant the little robot tells them to go, time slows down once again and Izuku gets up from his runner's position to calmly jog to the end line with his telltale lightning trailing behind him. 0.16 seconds. The little robot reads out to the astonishment of everyone except Izuku, Aizawa, and Reiji. Then came the grip test. As he watched everyone crowd the multi-armed peer who had gotten 540 kilograms, Izuku stealthily vibrates his hand and phases it through the meter, breaking it. Izuku easily clears the standing long jump, having had jumped farther before, the repeated side steps, beating the little grapist who had used his hairball to accomplish the task, the ball throw, vibrating in place to generate enough energy for a lightning throw and screeching YEET, as he sends the ball flying. He got 769 meters? The class, except an embittered Bakugo, cries. Nice. Reiji snickers before clearing his throat and typing the data into his tablet. That's it, you DMN Deku, how are you doing this? Bakugo roars as he charges the blank-faced Viridian speedster, his palms sparking. Who do you think you are, BSTRD? Answer me. Just before Bakugo could reach his target, the cloths of Aizawa's capture scarf cocoon him in a vice grip as his hair floats and his eyes flash red. Something tells me you're going to make me use my quirk a lot throughout this year. Wait a minute. Someone blurts. You are Eraserhead, aren't you? An underground hero who mainly works at night and who can erase the quirks of whoever he looks at. Is that the kid? Reiji mutters next to Izuku as everyone's attention was on their homeroom teacher. Yup. Izuku replies, bored, eliciting a low grunt from the scientist. We're wasting time. Aizawa grumbles, letting Bakugo loose and continuing on. Whoever's next, get ready. Not wanting to be near the hothead any longer, Izuku zips off to where Aizawa headed. Are you all right? The brunette questions as soon as Izuku is close enough. Oh, yeah. He replies nonchalantly. Thanks for asking, sorry, I didn't get your name. Oh. It's Uraraka Achiko. Nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku, but you can call me anything except Deku. You too. Is Midori-kun okay? It's perfect. The greenette purrs. The next 3 tests quickly pass by with little fanfare and they soon gather in a group. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. The person with the lowest score will be expelled. Reiji points a clicker towards the air and presses its button, causing a holographic display to pop up. Izuku's name sits comfortably in third place, right below some person named Todoroki Shudo. In last place was the tiny grapist known as Mineta Minoru, who had also been ogling the sheet out of their female classmates and making everyone, even the stony-faced Peppermint, uncomfortable. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. So that means I have a second chance to stay and watch Yaoyorozu's glorious figure? The grape cuts in, causing the aforementioned girl, and nearly everyone else, to shiver in disgust. Reiji simply turns to Aizawa and quirks an eyebrow, drawing a sigh out of the man. While I was lying about the expulsion, with an extremely unsettling grin, Reiji soundlessly walks up to the grape and picks him up by the back of his gym uniform. The behavior displayed is unacceptable, and it would therefore be illogical to keep someone who thinks it's okay to harass their female classmates in a hero course. Midoriya. Aizawa nods towards the school in a silent order. Reiji hands the load to Izuku and the young speedster takes off to complete his task of dropping the grape in Nedzu's office before going back to the field in a matter of seconds. Now then, we're done here. Get your curriculum and such in the classroom. Except for Midoriya. Wait, sir, didn't Midoriya do just fine? Why would he need to stay behind? Uraraka protests, wide-eyed. Relax. We are just redoing a test or two, on account for the fact that Midoriya had been holding back the whole time and I need to gather accurate data for him. Holding back? The rest of the class thinks in unison. Bakugo grits his teeth at the thought. Sensei, Ida shouts with his hand in the air, if Midoriya really had been holding back as you say, shouldn't his score be lower? Well, according to the fact that we told him to, it should be fine, don't you think? Reiji answers in a bored tone. Ah, I see. Ida mutters, dejected. This is unnecessary. You just wanted to see how fast he can go for yourself. Reiji mutters next to Aizawa as he fishes out a pair of goggles. It is a logical thing to do. Aizawa replies as Reiji rolls his eyes and tosses the goggles to Izuku. Suddenly, a thunderclap shakes the ground and Uraraka is nearly thrown off her feet as Izuku takes off, neon yellow lightning trailing behind him as he goes to redo the distance run. As usual, everything else seems to melt away as Izuku lets himself run and feel the ground beneath his feet, feel the air rushing through his hair, feel the electricity flowing through his veins, and the tug in his very being, unaware of the large grin that had overtaken his face and the beginning whirlwind. All right, Speed Demon. Reiji's voice crackles in his ear thanks to the microphone embedded in the goggles. Izuku snaps out of the trance and slides to a crouched stop in front of them, even using an arm to help, and huffs out a breath while still grinning like a madman. Any tension that he may have carried, bleeds out of his shoulders upon seeing Reiji's thumbs up and Aizawa's bewildered look. All right, Midoriya. Good job. Aizawa declares after clearing his throat as he shakes off his slight awe. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourselves. Hi, Sensei. The greenette chirps, ignoring his classmates' astonished looks and heading towards the locker room. He quickly changes and, under Ida's strict supervision, walks back to the classroom, tuning everyone else out as he focuses on the papers in front of him. After speed-reading the provided handouts, Izuku proceeds to pack up and head towards Nedzu's office without a word to anyone else. So did you expel him? Or did you just dump him in another class? Izuku asks as soon as walks through the door. It was decided to put him in general studies and have him undergo a SXL harassment and behavioral workshop. If he fails to attend, or if it seems like nothing has changed with him, it has been agreed to expel him then. Nedzu answers as he pours tea in a teacup and slides it towards Izuku, who eagerly picks it up and takes a sip. Should you really be telling this to another student? Aizawa questions. There's no harm done. Nedzu says airily as he pulls the chessboard closer to him and Izuku and sets the pieces up. Now, then, shall we start? Please. Izuku answers with a sharp grin of his own and Aizawa eagerly takes his leave. So how was your first day? Inko anxiously asks as they eat, or in Izuku's case, plows through dinner that night. I must fret. It was great. Reiji tiredly translates. Got rid of a kid that kept harassing his female classmates. Seriously, the thing he said when he found out he was safe after the tests made me almost punt him across the field. Oh dear. Did he get expelled? Nope. Izuku answers while he swallows his food. They just transferred him to general studies and signed him up for a behavioral workshop. I see. Inko says, sounding a bit too crestfallen. But if he doesn't go, or doesn't change, then he'll be expelled. Oh, good. She chirps, her mood instantaneously picking up. I also may have made an acquaintance. Really? Oh, Aizu, wait, they're your age, right? Yes, Mom. Izuku confirms, slightly affronted. Aizu. Inko cries, tears gathering in her eyes. My Aizu. I'm so happy for you. Gee thanks, Ma. I just want you to finally have friends your own age. It hurt so much to see you be deprived of that when you were younger, to the point where you just closed in on yourself. And yes, you have Reiji, but we both know a parental figure, or a teacher isn't the same as a friend, no matter how close or easygoing the relationship is. Parental. Figure, Reiji repeats, shocked and with a light blush dusting his cheeks. Oh, come on, dear, you're not fooling anyone. I will admit, it's nice to see him have a father figure who cares so much about him again. Does this mean I can finally call you Pops without it being awkward? Izuku proposes with a sheet-eating grin. Not during class. Okay. I don't want to be swarmed with questions, or, in Bakugu's case, accusations anyways. I wonder what happened to him to make him behave this way. Inko ponders as she stands to collect everyone's plates, only to be beat to it by Izuku. A superiority complex thanks to always being told he's the best by everyone around him, and an inferiority complex thanks to underlying issues with having to always live up to everyone's expectations, knowing that if he doesn't, if he lets his humanity show even a little, he'll be viewed as I was, which is weak. And let's be honest, being viewed as anything but strong in this country is basically a death sentence. The speedster surmises as he washes the dishes and takes out dessert along with the appropriate plate and utensils. Geez, kid. Am I wrong? The adults purse their lips while adopting considering expressions before blowing their cheeks out and serving themselves dessert. Though they didn't verbally agree, Izuku knew he was right. How many cups have you had so far? Reiji questions warily the next morning, clearly referring to the steaming mug of coffee nestled in Izuku's hands. I don't know what you're talking about. The young speedster retorts, lightly glaring. Reiji tilts his head at his son. And tries to take the mug away, only for the hellion to quickly chug the liquid while maintaining eye contact. You agreed to this. The greenette states in a quick voice once he finishes with an imperceptible tension in his shoulders. I did. And I have no regrets. What is this? Fatherly tenderness? In my Christian household? He quips as he places his mug in the sink, the tension bleeding out as he does so. Oh, go get ready. Reiji sighs dramatically as he ruffles his son's hair. Sure thing, Pops. Gremlin. The man mutters fondly before fixing a cup of his own and beginning breakfast. Unbeknownst to them, the lady of the house, who had woken up thanks to the smell of freshly brewed coffee, had overheard everything from behind her door, and was currently clutching her hand to her chest with a happy, albeit watery, smile on her face. So, you're gonna be co-teaching us today, huh? Izuku says as they walk, or in the greenette's case, skip, to the train station. Yup. Do you know who the other teacher is? The greenette asks as a small Cheshire grin grows on his freckled face. By your tone of voice, I'm guessing it's someone who's gonna make me want to catapult myself into the sun. Izuku's grin grows larger. Oh God. Who is it? Just rip the band-aid off. No, I don't think I will. Izuku replies a little too gleefully. Damn it. Reiji whines. How do you even know who it is? Nedzu told me yesterday after a couple rounds of chess. And by told, I mean I guessed and he confirmed it. Of course that's what happened. Reiji sighs. God, I've never been more tired in my entire life. He thinks as he watches his son skip off. Come on, old man, we're gonna miss our train. There was a new kid introduced during homeroom, not that Izuku didn't know that it would happen beforehand. Purple, yet more chill than the last one, eye bags for days, and a jawline that personally offended Izuku. His name was Shinso Hitoshi and, for the first time in a long time, Izuku wanted to actively befriend someone. Mind if I sit here? Izuku asks as he approaches Shinsu's table during lunch with a tray stacked comically high with food. Sure. Thanks. My name's Midoriya Izuku, you can call me anything other than Deku, and let me just say, welcome to 1A. The greenette beams at his target before digging in. Thanks, the purplet responds with a perplexed look on his face as he watches Izuku eat. Hey, Midori-kun, where have you been? I didn't see you for the past couple classes. Uraraka asks as she approaches their table with her tray. Before the verdant speedster could reply, a certain Robotine bulldozes into their conversation as he joins them without asking. Midoriya, it is unbecoming of a UA student to skip classes. When you wear that uniform, it is a reflection of the school as a whole. It's already bad enough that you use your quirk haphazardly, must you really disgrace this school even further? First off, isn't it rude to eavesdrop? Izuku responds as lightly as he can. Secondly, you don't get to tell me how to use my speed. You didn't give it to me, and you sure as hell can't take it away. Finally, you really shouldn't assume things about people you don't know. The D- at the end of the sentence went unsaid, no matter how much Izuku wished for it to leave his mouth. Instead, the boy decides to stuff his mouth with more food. Anyways, Izuku begins in a lighter tone as soon as he swallows what was in his mouth. I actually have a different schedule than you guys. Up till this next class, I'm with Nedzu. Wait, seriously? Izuku confirms with a full mouth as he digs around in his pockets and hands Shinso his schedule. Ida and Uraraka rush to read it over his shoulders. I see. Ida grits out. Although, must you really eat like that? Izuku washes down his food with his soda and gives Ida a blank stare. Ah, come on, can't we all be friends? Uraraka pleads. Fine. Only because you're the first friend, who's my age, that I've had in a while. Izuku informs Uraraka before gesturing to Shinso. And I also really want to be friends with Shinso. Thank you. Wait, what? Uraraka splutters as what Izuku said catches up to her. Why? Shinso asks at the same time. It's your vibes. Izuku answers. My quirk is brainwashing. Shinso discloses as if to make a point that Izuku was just all talk. That he was just like just about everyone else in their society. Sweet. Can do a lot of good with that. You're not joking. Shinso observes, dazed. Of course not. Midori-kun is right. Imagine how many hostage situations you can solve. Uraraka answers for the eating greenette, joining in on the conversation. Or talking someone down from a suicide attempt. Or stopping a rampaging villain. In short, your quirk is perfect for heroics, Shinsu-kun. Ida concludes for them. Maybe he's not as much of a D as I thought. Izuku thinks as he studies the blue-haired teen. Lunch passes with not that much fanfare and the next thing they know, they are sitting at their desks, eagerly waiting for heroics class to begin. I am here. A voice booms from outside the door, coming through the door like a normal person with your CO teacher. The one, the only, All Might announces as he quite literally bursts through the door. My guy. Chill, Izuku sweat drops. He's not the only one as he catches Jairu, Suji, and Koda wincing from the noise. Reiji follows behind All Might, looking like his entire soul has been sucked out of his body, as the hero marches into the room while wearing a costume from his Silver Age. We are going to be teaching you hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of becoming a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject? Let's get right into it. You all will be inspecting the costumes that have been submitted for this class to see what works and what needs to be changed. Reiji grounds out with a finality that made it seem like he had just finished arguing about it, which he most likely did. As soon as he finishes talking, Reiji brandishes a remote and clicks it, causing racks holding metal cases with numbers printed on the side to smoothly slide out of the wall while All Might points in their direction. After you change, we will gather in ground beta to test them out. Yes, senseis. The class response before they go and grab their assigned cases. Izuku's eyes light up the instant they catch sight of the contents of his case and he can't stop himself from using his speed to set the included letter written by Reiji aside and don the gear. I'm gonna marry whoever helped make this, I swear, even if it's the last thing I do on this earth. Izuku mutters excitedly as he runs his hands over his torso and arms. The costume was a forest green bodysuit made with a durable yet breathable material, had silver accents that formed jagged stripes reminiscent of lightning bolts on the sides, and a neckline that formed into a chin strap. The ensemble was complete with black boots made out of shock-absorbing materials with silver decals like the ones on his suit and a pair of black round aviator goggles that he wore comfortably on his forehead. It's just a costume. Shinso deadpans. Jealousy isn't a good look for you. Who said I'm jealous? Okay. Alright then. I'll remember this when yours comes in. Izuku warns jokingly, to which Shinso rolls his eyes. They finish suiting up and the young speedster struts out to ground beta with his peers, feeling like 10 million yen. His mood, however, quickly sours when he sees his female classmates. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on. You are heroes. Some of them pose, inspired by their teacher's words, but all Izuku can do is look bewildered at what he's seeing. About half of his female peers look somewhat uncomfortable in some shape or form, or are exposed, and it seems like the others haven't even noticed or they just don't care. That's great, everyone. You all look so cool. All Might booms, causing Reiji to finally look up at him as if to ask if he'd lost his mind. Is something the matter, Harrison-kun? The aforementioned man massages his temples while letting out a throaty grunt. Yayorozu? Reiji begins, looking up at his student with barely restrained anger. Who signed off on your costume? A support company that is partnered with the school. I am not surprised by this design since my quirk requires exposed skin, especially where I have the most fat. You know there's materials that can be used that can self-repair or can even be made out of your DNA, so you can easily use your quirk and be well protected, right? No, I did not. The girl confesses with a slight blush. Reiji gives Izuku a look as if to say, "What the hell?" to which the boy shakes his head in shared disbelief. Did no one seriously tell you? Hagakure as well, Reiji questions, noting that the invisible girl was really only wearing a pair of gloves and boots. And, Uraraka, I can't help but to notice that you look uncomfortable and that they gave you heels. I wanted a space-themed suit, but since I didn't write what I wanted exactly, it ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. The brunette admits. Okay, you know what? How many girls are completely satisfied with their costumes? Only Azui, Ashido, and Jairu raised their hands. Boys? While all of them, except for Shinso, raised their hands, Reiji counted at least 3 costumes he thought could be improved. For FS sake. He sighs tiredly before steeling himself. At least we have part 1 figured out. So next, I'd say to fan out? Test how your costumes feel with your quirks. What do you think, All Might? I think it's a wonderful course of action. All right, so I guess you oversee one half and I take the other? Reiji asks as he fishes out his phone from his pocket while handing his tablet over to the hero so that they could monitor the class from the devices. Sounds good to me. How does he manage to yell all the time? Izuku mutters to Shinso as they walk off. Beats me. Shinso, Hitoshi, right? Reiji calls as he approaches them. You just transferred so you don't have a costume, correct? Did you submit your specification form already? Or do you still have to do that? I started working on it a little, but there are some things that I'm not sure about that I want to decide on before I turn it in. Okay, well, why don't you tell me what you have so far, and we can figure out the rest together. Reiji proposes with a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. While Shinso and Reiji branch off, and Uraraka tests her gear while noting what other changes she wants to make, Izuku decides to test his out with one of his more intricate abilities, phasing. Unaware of the ruby and navy blue eyes watching him, Izuku pulls his goggles down over his eyes, jogs to a clear spot and takes off. Just as every other time he runs, he surrenders. This time, however, instead of following the pull, he focuses on his body, how his cells, and the cells of the suit, vibrate, and charges full speed into the impending building before sliding to a stop on the other side right in front of Kirishima. Whoa, Midoriya, how'd you do that? That was so manly. Oh, thanks? I just vibrated myself to match the same frequency as the particles in the air while I ran. Seriously? You can seriously do that? Mina exclaims as she rushes over. Yeah. All right everyone, back to work. Come on. Reiji orders as he approaches the little group, leaving Shinso to his own devices for a bit. So, how's the suit working out for ya? He asks once everyone's dispersed. If this suit told me to kill someone, I would do it without hesitation. The speedster responds with faux sincerity. Midoriya. Ida exclaims from somewhere behind them after having eavesdropped on their conversation. It is unbecoming of a hero to talk that way. It is our job to be pillars of morality, and if yours is that loose, then you have no business becoming one. I'm sorry, are you a teacher here? Do you have any control of who gets accepted or expelled in this school? Are you a god? Izuku coolly questions as a sullen and sour look passes over Ida's face. No? Then keep your mouth shut. Oh, and by the way, it was clearly a joke. He throws over his shoulder before taking off to test his suit some more, as well as distract himself from the tight feeling that had bloomed in his gut and the slight vibrating of his hand. Hey, kiddo, why don't we take a detour today? Reiji suggests upon seeing his son's uncharacteristic downcast face while they leave the school grounds once classes had ended for the day. Sure. Why? I just figured we could use some Pop's Hellion time. Reiji explains as he drapes his arm across Izuku's shoulders. We haven't been able to hang out that much since we got here. Okay. Reggie confirms before ruffling the brunette's hair. Okay. So where are we going? I have no idea. The resulting snort makes the brief second of looking like a dork worth it. What in the DMN hell? Reiji mutters as he watches the swarm of press convene in front of the school gates from his desk in the administration office. Vultures. Oh, geez, Aizawa. Reiji starts before catching his breath and composing himself. Shouldn't you be down there telling them off, or something? However they decide to waste their time is not my problem. Even if they're harassing students? Reiji questions blankly, sparing a quick glance outside. Aizawa follows his associate's line of sight and catches the spectacle of an overzealous reporter physically stopping a student from walking past them and shoving a microphone into his face. Damn it. The dark-haired hero mutters as he rushes out of the room. If Reiji cracked up at his coworker's misfortune, well, that's no one's business but his own. And maybe Yamada, who had joined him at some point. Hey, Midori-kun. Uraraka greets as she enters the classroom and approaches Izuku's desk. How about those reporters, huh? Yeah, they looked really annoying. Looked? Uraraka repeats incredulously. Didn't they talk to you? Nah, got here before they showed up. Midoriya. How unexpectedly assiduous of you. I am pleased to hear that you are taking your responsibilities as a student seriously. Ida joins in. Thanks, Izuku drawls before looking over at Shinso and making an indiscernible face that the purple-haired boy is miraculously able to decipher and reciprocate. Be nice. Uraraka admonishes under her breath after gently elbowing Izuku's shoulder. I am. He murmurs as he rubs the sore spot. By her pout, it is clear that she doesn't agree. Sit down in your seats. Aizawa orders as homeroom begins. Harrison-san notified me of yesterday's affairs, and so if any of those whose costumes need to be revitalized have not done so already, you are to go to the development studio where Harrison-san and Maijima-san will be the ones in charge of fixing, or remaking, your costumes. That aside, sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you decide on a class representative. Izuku could almost laugh at the unremarkableness of the demand while the rest of the class sighs in relief, before descending into chaos. I want to be class rep. Pick me. Me too. I want to do it, too. This job is made for M-. I'll be the leader. Let me do it. Me. Silence, please. Ida shouts, attempting to calm everyone down. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Your hand is raised the highest. The class exclaims in shock. Why did you suggest that? Kaminari questions once everyone had calmed down a little. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust or anything? Azui adds on. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves, don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be considered the most suitable person? Ida defends. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over. Thank you very much. Izuku doesn't have to think long to write the name of his nominee down on his piece of paper. From what he'd observed, Yaoyorozu fit the role of class rep perfectly. Besides, heaven knew she could use the confidence boost. With all the papers turned in and tallied, Yaoyorozu wins with 3 votes, and Ida is chosen as her deputy, having 2. What the who voted for them? Bakugo barks as the two go to stand at the podium. Well, it's better than voting for you. Shiro retorts. What did you say? Izuku presses his lips tightly together to keep from giggling at the exchange. Nevertheless, a small snort escapes, which he covers up by clearing his throat. Thank you for your votes. We shall endeavor to serve to the best of our ability. I still can't believe that your schedule is like that. Shinso says as they exit the classroom for lunch. I can't believe that you carry around a laminated card that lets you get away with not paying attention in class. Uraraka joins in. I pay attention. Just not to what you guys are learning. Izuku responds in an attempt to justify himself. And also, have you met Ida? Why wouldn't I have my F-off card? Midori-kun, Uraraka pouts as she grabs a tray of food. Hey, I didn't say anything mean. Izuku objects to Uraraka's silent reproach. Did I, Shinso? Shinso shakes his head, agreeing with the green speedster. At least he's immersing himself into his role of vice class rep, the purplet adds with a small smirk. Honestly. Uraraka pouts as she sets her tray down and takes a seat. Ida finally joins them just as they begin eating after having discussed some things with Yaoyorozu at her table. This rice is delicious. Uraraka sighs as she eats enthusiastically, though, not as much as Izuku usually would. Speaking of the green speedster. God, I wish I had a burger. Izuku sulks as he pokes around his bowl of ramen. You alright there, Midoriya? Shinso asks, noticing his friend's mood. HM? Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Izuku reassures the purplet before turning his attention to the blue-haired teen across from him. Congrats on the position, by the way, Ida. Oh, thank you Midoriya. I am most grateful for your support. Hey, Ida-kun, I've been wondering. Are you a rich boy? Wow, she just went right out and asked it. Izuku and Shinso think as they watch the two's interaction. Rich, Ida pouts. I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want to be called that. He admitted it. The look that had blossomed on Uraraka's face is one that resonates deeply in Izuku and Shinsu's beings, the look of a broke beach. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. Shinso let out an impressed whistle while Uraraka exclaims in amazement. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? He's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency, right? Izuku infers. I'm guessing he's your older brother, too. You are correct. Telling us straight out, huh? Shinso notes blankly. That's amazing. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. Ida avowed with a gentle smile on his face at the thought of his personal hero. You know, this might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida. Shinso points out. I honestly didn't think he'd be capable of it. The green speedster thinks to himself as he buries himself in his food as usual. What, really? I smile. X to doubt. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm blares throughout the school, startling the cafeteria's occupants. Izuku simply looks up from his food, more annoyed than anything. There has been a level 3 security breach, a voice announces over the intercoms. What? Someone shouts. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. What's level 3 security? Ida asks a passing upperclassman. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too. The student explains before rushing off. The hallways were nothing short of pandemonium, with people shoving each other left and right and falling over each other. It was like that scene in one of those old pre-Quirk zombie movies where the zombies were trying to climb a giant wall. Who in the world trespassed? Ida exclaims as he and Izuku are pushed into a window. The greenette is the first to notice the press on the other side of the glass, trying to haggle their way inside. Fucking vultures. I wondered what it was, but it's just the media. Ida observes before trying to calm everyone else down, only to get pushed into the window again. Ida. Midori-kun. Uraraka's strangled voice cries out from somewhere in the crowd. From what they can see, she's not that far from them, at least not yet. Meanwhile Shinso is nowhere to be found and the crowd is slowly carrying her away like a riptide. Uraraka. The boys cry out in alarm. Suddenly, an idea pops into Izuku's head. Ida, he calls to the other speedster, grab Uraraka's hand. She can make you float? What? What are you talking about, Midoriya? Just trust me. The blueonette begrudgingly relays Izuku's suggestion to the struggling girl and, with a bit of effort, the two's hands meet, causing Ida to gently float above the stampeding crowd. He quickly uses his engines to tumble through the air towards the wall holding the exit sign and rams into his destination in a pose that made Izuku snicker and gained everyone else's attention. Everyone, everything's fine. It is just the media. He announces while holding on to a pipe above his head for dear life. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. The police are here. A student by the windows observes once everyone's calmed down. Oh good. First, I would like to extend a job well done to our class vice representative. Yaoyorozu announces when they return to class before turning to face her deputy. It is thanks to you that everyone was able to calm down and for order to be restored. Her statement is met with cheers from the majority of the class as a small grin blooms on Ida's face. Secondly, we need to select class officers. Izuku finds that, for once, he doesn't mind the look Ida sends in his direction. Outside, Nedzu, recovery girl, 13, and Reiji stare at the remains of the barrier that had kept the press out that morning and that had also inexplicably turned into dust. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Nedzu speculates. Someone instigated this. Reiji moves closer to inspect what used to be pure metal, now reduced to nothing. Did someone evil slip in, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? A foreboding feeling creeps into the scientist's bones and he considers the principal's words and what he's seeing. Izuku wakes up that morning to warning bells ringing all throughout his body. Hey there, kiddo. You alright? Sure. Izuku answers unconvincingly. Just need my coffee. Reiji purses his lips in doubt, but lets his son come to him. Izuku had always let his thoughts be known sooner or later. Actually, the young speedster begins tentatively, breaking the brief silence. Do you feel weird? Weird how? Like something's coming. A storm. Well, Reiji drawls, carefully considering his next words as he places his hand on the boy's shoulder. No matter what happens, focus only on doing what you can. Okay? Yeah. Izuku concedes, visibly relaxing. Reiji gently ruffles his son's hair and opens the door to catch the sight of the number 1 hero overhead even though school would be starting in a couple hours. Not to mention, last time he checked, Class 1A was to go on a field trip that the hero was supposed to help oversee. The teen shares his dad's look of unbelief and exasperation, even without knowing the complete cause, as they watch the man gallivant around as if he doesn't have a job to be at, and like there isn't an abundance of heroes walking around. Despite his dad's words, Izuku still manages to get so lost in own head about the feeling in his gut, that he barely notices homeroom starting. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. Aizawa announces. The class shifts at this, the same obvious question burning in their minds. Excuse me. What'll we be doing? Zero asks, taking 1 for the team. The seasoned hero dramatically brandishes a white card with the word rescue printed on in bright blue, blockish letters. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Excitement jolts through the class, which Izuku honestly should have seen coming, as they've proved to have the temperaments of hyperactive puppies. Or, at least, most of them. Izuku thinks to himself as he scours over the still forms of Todoroki, Shoji, Shinso, and Kuda. Hey, I'm not done. Aizawa cuts in irritably. You can also decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Some of you still need to revamp your costume and we don't want your abilities to be limited. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all, start getting ready. The tired hero concludes before taking his leave. As usual, Izuku is the first one out without even using his speed, and doesn't hesitate to gravitate to his waiting teacher's side. Hey, Aizawa-sensei? Yes, problem child? I think something's gonna happen. I don't know what, but all I know is that it's coming. I see. The perpetually tired hero responds with his eyes narrowed in though. Well, thanks for the heads up, problem child, I'll keep on my toes. As soon as Aizawa finishes talking, Shinso joins them, suited up in a jet black jumpsuit with a metallic face mask, a utility belt secured around his waist, and black steel-toed boots. Whoa, Shinso, holy sheet! Izuku exclaims, taking in the sight of the purplet. You look like a sleeker version of Aizawa-sensei. What? No I don't. The brainwasher retorts with a faint blush dusting his cheeks. Instead of arguing, Izuku simply tilts his head towards his friend with a tight-lipped grin. Shut up! The ensuing chuckle fits the green speedster a bit too well and relaxes the brainwasher a bit too much. Finally, the rest of the class arrive and Ida wastes no time in trying to wrangle them into some sort of seating chart, not that it was needed in the end, as the bus layouts made it possible to sit wherever they pleased. I say whatever comes to mind. Azui Tsuyu croaks across from him. Midoriya. Yes, Azui? Izuku answers, pausing the thumb war he had engaged in with Shinso. Call me Tsu. Sure. What's up, Tsu? You're pretty advanced for a first year. Yeah, dude, you're, like, crazy fast. Kirishima joins in. It's super manly. Oh, thanks. I've been training ever since I woke up from the lightning strike. Lightning strike? Yeah. I got struck by lightning while conducting a science experiment a couple years ago. When I woke up I was like this. He explains, punctuating the end of his sentence by holding up his hand and vibrating it. That's kinda crazy. Kaminari exclaims, it's almost like the universe decided to fix its mistake of not giving you a quirk. Not really, Izuku drawls with a quirked eyebrow, choosing to ignore that last part of Kaminari's comment. Scientist actually formed the storm by fing up an otherwise perfectly good particle accelerator and anticipated the lightning hitting so that he'd make me into his weird masterpiece. And you still use it? One of the deepest voices that Izuku's ever heard, besides Shinsu's, interjects. Surprisingly enough, the voice belongs to the resident frosty peppermint known as Todoroki who had, apparently been listening from the back. Oh, don't get me wrong, I will most likely hate the guy until the day I die. He stalked me for an indiscernible amount of time, ruined his partner's work, ruined an unspecified amount of people's lives, and wasted the potential of a fucking particle accelerator all to make me into some kind of Frankensteinian experiment just because of my genes. But I could never hate my quirk, never. A soft look overtakes Izuku's eyes as he remembers the first time he used his speed, back when he had almost spilled that glass of water, and how it really felt, how it still feels. Ever since it first started up, it felt like something had clicked, like I was always meant to have it, no matter how much I actually liked being quirkless. And now, the look in Izuku's eyes becomes steely, now I'd rather die than to either not use it or to have it taken away. Todoroki glances away with a pensive look on his face, marking the end of his involvement in the conversation. Whoa, that's kinda intense, dude. It is what it is. Izuku blinks as his tone becomes nonchalant. Well, hey, at least you have a cool, flashy quirk. All I can do is harden my skin and it doesn't even look like much. Hey, don't sell yourself so short. Izuku exclaims. Your quirk is actually pretty cool. And combined with your personality? You'd definitely be a crazy popular hero. Aoyama and Mina join in after their ears perk up at the words, popular, and hero, which somehow leads to one of the best burns on Bakugo that Izuku had ever witnessed. We're here. Aizawa's drawling voice cuts through the noise of Shiro, Kaminari, and Izuku's laughter. They promptly exit the bus, which had stopped in front of a massive facility that sported a glass dome for a roof. As they walk closer, they notice that there's only one other person there waiting for them in front of the sliding doors, it being the rescue hero, 13. The uneasy feeling in Izuku's gut grows as he watches his teacher and 13 talk. "You okay?" Shinso quietly asks while elbowing his friend's side. Yeah, sure." Izuku replies unconvincingly. The brainwasher simply gives him an unimpressed look and the speedster caves. "It's just that, something feels really wrong." "Did you tell Aizawa?" "Yeah. But my nerves are still going off the fritz." "Well," Shinso sighs, trying to think of the right words to calm his holy crap friend. "It's not like worrying is going to help solve anything." "Yeah." Izuku agrees, still somewhat distracted. The two teachers lead the aspiring heroes into the facility, which had different sections for different types of disasters split off from the center, from flooding, to fires, to landslides, it had it all. Like a no-nonsense version of Universal Studios Japan. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. 13 states with open arms. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. The class's faces go blank at the name while Izuku faintly wonders if the school had had to deal with a copyright claim for that one. "Let's see, before we begin, let me say one thing or two, or three. Izuku and Shinso sweat drop. Or 4.5.6.7. The rest of the class joins the two boys in their exasperation. "Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, Black Hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right?" Uraraka excitedly remarks. "Yes, but it is a power that can kill easily." The hero goes on in a solemn tone, causing the teenagers to straighten at the serious route the conversation had taken. "Some of you also have quirks like that, right? In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others." Izuku's eyes flicker to Bakugu. "I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening." The hero finishes with a bow as the class applauds. "All right then," first Aizawa drawls as he moves towards the stairs. He is interrupted by the lights going out and Izuku's gut instantly drops. Upon seeing the black mist form in front of the fountain, Izuku doesn't hesitate to grab a hold of Ida and vibrate them. Through the door. "What do you think you're doing?" "Listen, Ida, I'm pretty sure that those are actual villains in there on account of Aizawa's body language, so you run to the school and let them know what's going on, and I'll get as many of our peers out as I can." "Okay. Why don't you run to the school? It would be faster, wouldn't it? First off, we don't know what would happen while I rounded up the teachers." Izuku explains while choosing to ignore Ida's bitter tone. "Every second counts. Besides, not to be AD- or anything, but I'm pretty sure you can't run on water or vibrate yourself and others at the same frequency as air. I'm sure you could do it all." "Okay, we really don't have time for this." Izuku snaps impatiently. Ida opens his mouth to retort but Izuku shuts him down. "Listen, despite what you may believe, we aren't in competition with one another. We're simply two people with relatively similar quirks. That's it. And secondly, you are the deputy class representative of Class 1A and right now, your classmates and teachers are depending on you. So quit acting like an idiot whose head is stuck too far up your own butt and run, Ida, run." With that, Izuku pushes his goggles down over his eyes and rockets back inside to enact his part of his plan, not even waiting to see if the other speedster had taken his words to heart and had done what he was told. Ida knows that he's been acting irrational ever since he began to interact with the green speedster. Maybe it was because of how lax he seemed with the rules. Or maybe it was because despite that, he was still smarter, better, faster than Ida, and more like two. Even now, Ida knew he was right, so he finally swallows his frustration and animosity and runs faster than he's ever run before. Not only for the people depending on him, but because he'd grown tired of being left behind in the dust. Meanwhile, Izuku had disabled the teleporter with a lightning strike and was currently evacuating his peers and 13 while Aizawa had decided to take on a group of villains at the base while a crusty-looking guy with are those actually hands all over his body, what the F-? Watches with his pet made out of nightmares. "No! You cheating hacker!" The handyman shrieks as he scratches his neck with the ferocity of someone who'd stepped in poison ivy. Actually, I'd prefer to think that I'm a mini-boss. Izuku quips as he punches a villain who was trying to sneak up on Aizawa away. Nomu. Get them. Nope. He retorts as he grabs his teacher and zips away before the beast even reaches them. The small crater made by the abomination's fists where they were just moments ago makes the boy sigh in relief and thank every deity out there that he had super speed. Problem child, you should be with the others. And leave you here? With that thing? Are you crazy? I am a trained hero. Not to mention your teacher. Okay, well, let's get to safety first, sensei, then yell at me later. Problem child. The two zip off seconds before the Nomu reaches them and Izuku can't help but to send a couple bolts to its exposed brain, frying it and rendering it inoperative, as they make their way back up by the door while the handyman has a full-on tantrum. No. My NOMU. It was supposed to defeat All Might, not get nerfed by some stupid glitch. Izuku can't help the snicker that escapes from his lips as he watches the wannabe villain stomp around like a child. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you stupid hacker. You glitch. The sentient dust bowl screeches as he erratically races to where the speedster stands. Aizawa instinctively pushes Izuku behind him. Just as the overgrown child reaches halfway up the stairs, the doors burst open with Ida and All Might leading a squad of the UA staff. Just before they reach him, a cloud of black and purple erupts underneath his feet and, despite his speed, All Might misses them by mere seconds. So, I think I hate field trips now. Izuku says conversationally to try and lighten the mood. Problem child. Aizawa breathes while rubbing his eyes. The ensuing grin really does fit him too well. So what are we going to do today? Reiji questions Izuku as they make their way to the train station. Be studious. The speedster dutifully responds. And? Not cause trouble or chaos. Reiji narrows his eyes and clears his throat as if to tell Izuku to go on. And not fight or PSS off individuals that can kill us with a touch. I swear you give me gray hairs every day. Reiji mutters as they board their train. Hey, some people like the salt and pepper look. I personally think it works great for you. Gremlin. A shadow looms over Izuku as he hunches over his second favorite book. You know, for a super genius, or whatever, you're a real dumbass. Shinso drawls as he leans on the speedster's desk. So I've heard. Izuku replies brightly as he closes his book and straightens up. Bet your folks weren't too happy with you. Hee, yup. No running or experiments for me for another week, sad face. How you know what? I don't even want to know. The key is to not give a shit about the laws of linguistics or reality. Of course. The purplet sighs, rubbing his eyes before letting out a huge yawn. You know, if you want, I could probably invent a coffee that would keep you up for eternity. That would be the nicest thing you could ever do for me. Not saving your life? The two share a look before cracking up. Nice to know someone can laugh after we were attacked by villains. A certain brunette notes as she joins the two boys. Uraraka. Hey. How is my favorite homicidal astronaut? Izuku chirps with an almost too wide grin. Wouldn't that be 13? Shinso questions. Meh. Izuku shrugs. Do you have a problem with 13? No. Do you? 'Cause if you do Uraraka starts, slowly getting fired up as she talks. See? Izuku gestures to her with yet another grin. Homicidal. Ah. Fair enough. Shinso assents. Good morning Midoriya. Shinso. Ida stiffly greets as he walks in. Hey. Mornin' Ida. Look at you, being all civil. Uraraka coos, pinching Izuku's cheeks before turning to greet the blue-haired speedster. Good morning, Ida-kun. Good morning, Uraraka. Ready for another day of learning? Before she could answer, the door slams open to reveal an especially tired Aizawa-sensei. All standing students immediately rush to their seats as their teacher saunters in, scanning through the crowd as he does so. His eyes meet a certain greenette's and his scowl deepens, along with his impressive eye bags. The answering grin will haunt the man's dreams for days to come. Aizawa shifts his eyes away and clears his throat before addressing his now silent class. Morning. You all did he pauses to glare once more at the verdant speedster, fairly well during our little field trip from hell. However, the fight is not over yet. The class stiffens in their seats. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. That's a super normal school event. The class exclaims, their nerves turning into excitement. Just like puppies. Izuku thinks fondly as he watches his peers get fired up. He himself would not be participating, but instead hanging out in the announcer's booth as an assignment for Nedzu. Not that he's complaining, of course. The odds of him getting bored and or frustrated while taking part in the festivities were extremely high and he'd rather not have his vibes killed in front of him. Besides, he is still grounded. Wait a minute. Kaminari interjects. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Look at you Kaminari, using the brain cell and everything. Yeah, what if they attack us again or something? Someone else chimes in. Apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Aizawa stealthily acknowledges the face Izuku makes with a slight nod before continuing. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. As if sensing it, Izuku turns to find Shinso sporting a face similar to his own. Their eyes meet and they numbly shake their heads before Izuku faces forward again. But that's a good reason, isn't it? It's just a festival of sports. Ojiro questions. Dude, have you never seen the UA Sports Festival? Of course I have. But that's not what I meant. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. RIP Izuku mentally pours one out for the pre-Quirk event. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching. For scouting purposes. Yaoyorozu calmly throws in. Yeah. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb. Burn sad face. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. 1 chance a year. The air shifts and becomes more intense at the pro hero's words. A total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you don't understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Yes sir. Homeroom is dismissed. The bell signaling the beginning of lunch rings and Izuku closes his books before tiredly rubbing his eyes. He had been studying criminology nonstop for the past few hours and wanted to ascend to another plane of existence just so that his brain could shut off for a bit. Meanwhile, his classmates were as excitable as ever. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited. Kirishima exclaims. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro. Siro joins him. It was worth coming to UA. You okay there? Shinso mutters next to him. Yup. Just read too much too fast. So what is it today? Criminology. Have a final exam coming up. Izuku discloses while looking around. Everyone's so into this. You're not? Izuku shrugs in response. Frankly, he's never really been one for showboating, no matter how it looks on the outside. Especially if it involves participating in what can be only described as gladiatorial. Midoriya. We have enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up. Ida interjects, ending his sentence with a weird dance that makes Izuku softly snicker. It's at times like this that he actually doesn't mind Ida. Ida, you have a unique way of getting fired up. It's weird. Ooh, burn. Midoriya, do you not really feel the same? Ida carries on. Midori-kun, Shinsu-kun, Ida-kun. Uraraka interrupts with an uncharacteristic intensity. Her face looks as if she's about to punch someone in the throat. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Uraraka, your face. It's... Izuku sweat drops. What's the matter? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means. Ashido inputs. Somehow, the brunette's face becomes even more intense as she strikes a pose with a fist raised in the air. Everyone, I'm gonna do my best. Izuku and the others quickly agree, still thrown at the scene in front of them. Satisfied, Uraraka turns to the others in the classroom. I'm gonna do my best. Why yeah. They respond cautiously. Her personality's all over the place. Shinso mutters next to Izuku who quickly nods his accordance. So, Uraraka. Izuku begins as they walk to the cafeteria. Yes? Why did you decide to come to UA and become a pro hero? Huh? Because, money. For money? Izuku exclaims with the delight of a housewife that had just received a juicy piece of gossip. You want to become a hero for money? To boil it down simply, yes, sorry it's such an unwholesome reason. It's embarrassing. Why? How is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Simp? Hitoshi asks, leaning closer to the greenette as he does so. Simp. Izuku confirms under his breath. Anyways, it is unexpected. He says in his normal voice. My family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. This isn't really something to tell other people, though. Construction. The three boys repeat with their hands on their chins. Wait, Izuku declares, with your quirk, if you get it licensed, it'd bring costs way down. You could do the work of at least 30 people, depending on your weight limit. That's what I told Dad when I was little. But, she goes on to tell them of the memory and Izuku could feel his heart squeeze. Honestly, if his mother wouldn't kill him, he'd definitely sell an organ or two for her. I'll definitely become a hero and make money and let my parents take it easy. Bravo. Uraraka, bravo. Uraraka. Izuku says with utmost sincerity while placing a hand on her shoulder. I would do anything for you. Simp Jr. Dude, whatever. Izuku retorts, lightly slapping Shinsu's chest with the back of his hand as he does so. Young Midoriya. I have been looking everywhere for you. All Might exclaims as he suddenly pops out from a corner like a drag dealer. What? Why? Lunch. Wanna eat together? He's like a maiden. Uraraka guffaws, as if it's not the current #1 hero in Japan that she's laughing at. Izuku honestly wishes he could be like her when he grows up. How about it? Izuku and Shinso share a silent conversation while Ida tries to handle Uraraka. After about a minute, Izuku gives his assent and joins the discount Thor. So, sir. Why did you need to see me? Honestly, Izuku had never really cared for All Might. Maybe it's because he practically worshipped his biological dad growing up and the man didn't care for the seasoned hero himself. Something about the blonde being too loud, too flashy, and only using his brain cells to keep up that hairstyle of his. Hisashi Midoriya never wasted a moment stressing just how important using one's brain was to his impressionable son, and Izuku carried that sentiment with him almost every day. Besides, Izuku disapproved of the hero's role in their current society. It was bad enough that people relied on quirks for every little thing, and now there was this guy running around, putting everything on his shoulders. What does he think will happen when he retires? Or, more likely, dies? Honestly, I have been watching you for a while. A quirkless teen who had been struck by lightning and who had not only survived, but gained overwhelming speed because of it. Tell me, what was going through your head that night when it happened? All Might questions calmly. Honestly, I didn't really think at all. It just happened so suddenly. Izuku answers, kind of thrown. And when you woke up? Holy crap. The greenette replies with a soft grin. That, and Mom's gonna kill me. This brings out a chuckle from the man. But, at the same time, it felt right. I mean, don't get me wrong, I actually loved being quirkless. Not having anything predestined for me or anything like that. Being able to depend on my mind and talents. But this is like one of those things that just ties things together. You know? Actually, Yagi Tashinori didn't. Ever since he received his power, he'd seen it as a duty to uphold and eventually pass on. One for All barely felt like his, but his teachers and those before her. But not his. Nevertheless, he smiles and nods at the young man in front of him. Well, your speed is impressive, young man. As was your actions during the USJ. Yeah, well, I saw my classmates and teachers in trouble, and I have this speed for a reason, so I might as well use it, right? Ah, so you just reacted. I mean, of course I thought first, weighed the pros and cons of my actions. It's why I brought Ida out first, so he could run and get help. But after that, everything was instinct. I just really didn't want anyone to get hurt. And they didn't, save for some scratches here and there. The hero reassures. Tell me, young man, why do you want to be a hero? What drives you? Well, a part of me had always wanted to help people in some way, mainly through science. Even when I got my speed, I just assumed that I'd just stay on that path. And I'm still on it. But, the more I trained and ran, the more I thought about using it for more than just a lab. And then Nedzu showed up and, well, that was it for me. Now, I want to physically save people too. All Might opens his mouth to say something but is quickly interrupted by the door opening. Ah, Midoriya-kun. There you are. The squeaky voice of Principal Nedzu chatters as the chimera scuttles in. I have been looking for my favorite chess partner everywhere. There's a dangerous glint in his eyes that makes All Might break out in a cold sweat. Aren't I your only chess partner? Izuku asks in an amused tone, oblivious to the shifted mood in the air. Which is why you are my favorite. Nedzu responds without taking his eyes off of All Might and putting emphasis on the word favorite. Meanwhile, as All Might and Izuku were talking, Izuku's friends were having a discussion of their own in the lunch line. What do you think All Might wants with Midori-kun? Well, he did step up during the USJ. Maybe it has something to do with that? Shinso offers. Honestly, he would be lying if he said that he didn't admire the greenette if only just a little bit. But then again, what wasn't there to admire? Yes, Midoriya-kun is quite strong. Perhaps he had taken a liking to him. Ida chimes in. While he does feel less hostile towards the other speedster, the feeling of jealousy is still very much there. Unknown to the trio, a certain Todoroki Shudo happened to overhear their conversation. The Greenette's words from the bus had already been circulating in his mind ever since he first heard them. Now this new information had begun the process again. At the end of the day, a certain Discount Thor finds himself staring at an ominous note on his desk. He gently picks it up, as if it would explode if he didn't, and heads towards his summons. Like a dead man to the gallows. "Ah, Nedzu-san. You wanted to see me?" All Might inquires as he peeks from behind the Chimera's office door. The blonde already had a bit of an idea of what this could be about, but he still held on to the hope that he could be wrong. "Yes, come on in, Yagi-kun. You see, I am quite curious about your earlier conversation with Midoriya-kun." "Oh. Well, I had just wanted to ask him a few things." "You weren't going to ask him about becoming your successor, were you?" Nedzu asks with a hint of steel in his voice. "I didn't think it would be a problem. And it wouldn't be for any other student. Just not him. He's a clever boy. If anyone could do one for all justice, I believe it would be him. Yes, it is true that he would be an excellent holder of one for all. However, he is currently on a different path. One that I'd rather not have him be diverted from." The Chimera pours himself a cup of tea and settles in his chair. "Besides, the odds of him actually accepting your proposal are astronomically, laughably low. Why not ask Togata-kun? I'm sure he too would be a good fit. Or, if you still want to explore your options, you are more than welcome to interview any other student that catches your attention. Just not young Midoriya. Just not Midoriya-kun." Nedzu confirms before taking a sip of his tea and watching as All Might takes his leave. He is still an animal, after all. And animals can be quite territorial. "Hey, Shinso, not to freak you out or anything, but how do you always get here so early?" Izuku asks as he positions his hands to make a goal post and the purplet fiddles with the paper football. "Oh, my parents are teachers here." He discloses nonchalantly before taking his shot. Izuku leans forward, squinting, before straightening back up after a few seconds. "Aizawa, huh? Dude. Come on, it's so obvious when you think about it. You've been reading too many of those criminology textbooks. Hey, what else am I gonna do? We could hang out sometime, if you want." Izuku's already large eyes widen as stars appear in them. "My grounding ends at 3 p.m. on the day of the sports festival and I have Just Dance. The one with Rasputin. And a bunch of other video games. Plus, my mom makes the best snacks." Izuku rapidly suggests, excited at the prospect of bringing someone who actually likes him home. "Sounds fun. Ooh, are we doing a thing?" Uraraka inquires as she walks up to them. "Just Dance and Mom's snacks after the sports festival." Just Dance? Isn't that the really old pre-Quirk game? "Yup. Wanna join?" Shinso offers. "Sure. What a great opportunity for us to bond as classmates," Ida exclaims, coming out of nowhere and startling the other three. "Of course, I hope these activities will take place after the festival as we all need sufficient time to prepare." "I swear he has the ears of a bat," Izuku mutters, causing Shinso to snort. Pouting, Uraraka lightly slaps his shoulder. "What, it's true?" Uraraka lets out a low disapproving groan from her throat before lightly slapping his shoulder again. "You know what, I might as well call you boss if you're gonna keep hitting me and stuff. Wait, that's actually a perfect nickname for you. You know, since you keep us in line and I feel like your underling. Midori-kun dash. In a good way. Please let me have this? You already have a nickname for me. I don't want to feel lame." "Fine. Thanks Boss John. How about you, Shinso? Mind if I nickname ya?" Sure." The purplet stutters out. "Knock yourself out." "Okay." Izuku drones while pressing his fingers against the sides of his head before abruptly snapping. "Catman. Are you serious?" "No, I'm Izuku. Don't be a little sheet." "Excuse you, I'm a medium to tall sheet, thank you very much." "That's the thing you focus on?" Uraraka ponders, somewhat befuddled. "Wait, I've got it." The Greenette exclaims. "Apollo. It's both contradictory and on the nose." "How dash? You're a crabby insomniac, but you still brighten up my life. Plus, you have a really nice voice that could kick the music industry's butt. You've never even heard me sing." "I know. It's just the vibe I'm picking up. Just call me Hitoshi." The brainwasher gruffly recommends while trying to fight off his blush. "Okay, Hito." The Greenette chirps, happy at the significance of having an approved nickname for his friend. "Midoriya, I'm pretty sure he said dash." It's fine." Shinso waves Ida off. Class finally starts and passes as quickly as the rest of the day. The final bell rings and Uraraka opens the door to find the hallway blocked by a crowd. What in the fresh hell? Izuku blurts out. What's going on? What business do you have with Class A? Ida inquires, stepping into his vice rep role. We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway? Kaminari questions. Izuku quickly connects the dots and lets out a sigh. He can't help but to wonder if this is what Reiji feels when he pulls some bullshit. If I knew that I'd have to deal with kind of sheet, I would have told Nedzu no. The greenette mutters tiredly. Shinso tilts towards him as if to ask what he meant, but he just waves it off. They're scouting out the enemy, dipshits. Bakugo barks out as he shoulders his way to the front. We're the ones who made it out of the villains. Attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. The surly blonde takes a moment to survey the crowd before it's king. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them. I came to see how great the mighty Class A is. What Izuku could only describe as the human personification of a swan says as he pushes through the crowd to get to the front. But all I see is a bunch of arrogant JRKS. And you're supposed to be the best? Please, Class B is far superior to you lot. Do they seriously call us that? Mighty? The greenette asks Shinso, leaning towards the purplet as he does so. No, I think it's just him. Izuku grunts before clearing his throat and addressing the three-dimensional shoujo love interest. Hey, buddy, it's not our fault his personality is that of a mutated Pomeranian mixed with a peacock. Don't lump us in with him. Ha? What did you just say? Peacocks are really aggressive. Izuku explains at Shinsu's questioning incredulous look while ignoring the exploding blonde. The purplet assents with a considering look. Wait a minute, Bakugo. Kirishima exclaims as the Bomberanian finally takes his leave. What are you gonna do about all this? It's your fault that everyone's hating on us. It doesn't matter. The blonde states as he walks away. Huh? It doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top. Izuku's eyes roll so hard, he swears he can see the inside of his eye sockets. That's so simple and manly. Simp. Shinso whispers in Izuku's ear, causing the greenette to snicker. You said it. The top, huh? There is truth in that. Hang on, don't be tricked. He just made more pointless enemies. Kaminari exclaims, bewildered at the switch of his classmates' attitudes. Exactly. Mina chimes in. The rest of the week passes by quickly, to most people, and before they know it, Class 1A finds themselves heading to the modern-day Coliseum. Oh my god, look at all that food. Izuku breathes while nearly salivating as the group passes by the various food stalls that had been set up for the occasion. I still can't believe you're not competing with us, Midori-kun. Huh? Midoriya, you're not competing? Yaoyorozu asks as they arrive at the Class A waiting room. Nope. I'm still technically grounded. That, and Nedzu-sensei and I agreed that it'd SCK for everyone. So I'm going to be hanging out in the commentator's booth. Izuku explains before checking the time on his phone. Which reminds me, I should be heading over there right about now. Good luck. Just as the Bomberanian begins to open his mouth, the greenette circles back. Except you Bakugo. Okay, bye. Hey! Present Mike exclaims from the commentator's booth. Pay attention, audience. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? I'm here with my two co-hosts, my coworker, Eraserhead, and one of the most interesting students I have had the pleasure of having in my classroom. Midoriya Izuku from Class A. What's up? Welcome everyone to the sports festival. Izuku smoothly greets from his spot in between his two teachers. Don't you feel even a little jealous that you aren't going to participate with your classmates? Present Mike questions conversationally. Heck no. I'd rather not be stuck in that hell. Hell? The voice hero dazedly repeats. Hell. Izuku confirms resolutely. Well, in that case, why don't you tell us about yourself? Sure. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I like sweets, caffeine, and blowing my lab up dash. You do know that that's not what I meant, right? Present Mike retorts after having chuckled right alongside the crowd. Problem child. Eraser finally speaks up in a light reproach, and if there was a slight hint of fondness in his voice, well, it's not like anyone would have the guts to bring it up. Sorry. Izuku airily amends. Let me do it over. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku from Class A and my quirk is called Lightning Acceleration. Basically, I can run crazy fast along with some other stuff. Sounds wicked cool. That's how you were able to mitigate the potential damage from the USJ, right? How fast can you go? Well, last time I checked, it was around Mach 1. Seriously? Yeah. That's insane. The murmurs in the crowd clearly agree. Meh, I've been trying to get faster. Eraserhead, you've got one intense student. Present Mike sweat drops. That's not even the half of it. Hey, it's time for the classes to come out. Let's get this party started, shall we? Izuku announces, getting everyone else's attention back on track. Yeah. Present Mike screeches like the overgrown cocktail he is. First, we have the miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A. The blonde cockatoo announces to the roar of the crowd. Hey, shout out to my boy Hito and the boss. You'll know who they are when they absolutely kill it. Hitoshi blushes at this while Uraraka snorts and Ida grins at the two. Next up, they haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero Course, Class 1B. There's some pretty cool looking peeps down there. Can't wait to see what they've got. Then, we have General Studies C, D, and E, who have all managed to get into one of the top schools in the country, which is a massive accomplishment in and of itself. Izuku rushes to do damage control before covering his mic. Dude, don't you have a homeroom with one of those classes? They're seriously some hardworking listeners. Present Mike hastily remedies before moving on. Support Course, Classes F, G, and H are here too. Look at those gear. Izuku just about purrs. You okay there, listener? Man, they look good. The greenette murmurs to himself before noticing his teacher's concerned gaze. Don't look at me like that. I'm a man of science, what else would you expect? Moving on, we even have Business Course, Classes I, J, and K. You know, I actually heard that they're more terrifying than the hero courses because they're absolutely ruthless and cutthroat. Izuku states absent-mindedly. That is true. All three shiver at the thought of how easily one business course student could completely destroy them if they so pleased. Anyways, all of UA's first years are here now. Take it away, Midnight Sensei. That's right, this year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero, Midnight. Don't worry, parents, the R stands for responsible. Izuku's quip pretty much falls on deaf ears as the majority of the stadium is busy being absolutely thirsty. Quiet everyone. It is time for the player pledge. Midnight announces. Representing the students is Bakugo Katsuki from Class 1A. Wait, seriously? Izuku questions after having covered his mic. He did finish first in the entrance exam. Yeah, in the hero course. Mike half-heartedly nods his acquiesce. You really don't like Bakugo, do you, problem child? Nope. And to say why would take up too much time. A hush falls over the crowd as Bakugo begins to speak. I pledge, the tension thickens. That I'll be number one. Izuku can't help but to chuckle as the study body erupts and the crowd boos. This guy. The greenette exclaims before full-on laughing. At least become a nice bouncy step for me to step on. Izuku can't help but cackle as the student body's shouts grow with some getting fired up. Well, that was something. Midnight murmurs before straightening up and putting on her show voice. Now, let's get started. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. Now, here is the fateful first game. Present Mike announces as Izuku gives him an amused look. A large screen pops up from behind Midnight on the stage, displaying a spinning wheel. The spinning stops, revealing the event to be an obstacle course race. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Midnight explains in a strong voice. Now, take your places everyone. Izuku narrows his eyes at the design of the hallway. His brain makes the connections quickly as always and he can't help but to wince at the participants' misfortune. Start. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Mike exclaims before addressing his associates, are you two ready to do the commentary? You bet. Izuku confirms with a thumbs up. It's not like I have a choice. Eraser drawls. Let's get started right away. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? This part right now. Eraser responds as unrest could begin to be heard from the entrance. The screens show the students struggling through the narrow passageway. Wow, that looks uncomfortable. Yup. Izuku confirms as he lightly laughs at the scene taking place. His previous concern is replaced with the elation that it's not him. Suddenly, Frost could be seen drifting around the space before Ice springs out of the gateway and Todoroki is seen running out, eventually followed by the others from Class A. And here, folks, we have some frigid action right out the gate as Todoroki uses his quirk to take the lead, but as you can see, he is closely followed by his classmates and peers. Izuku notes. Hee, they kinda look like penguins, and, look at my boy Toshi, being carried like the king he is. What a legend. Hitoshi's face blooms into a bright scarlet as he flips off the camera to Izuku's delight. If that isn't some wholesome friendship action, I don't know what is. The participants make their way down the path and are abruptly intercepted by clunky-looking robots. One of the students, Izuku thinks his name is Mineta, is knocked into the stratosphere before the others stop and gaze at their new obstacles. Massive, blocky, F-off robots tower menacingly over the students, like a small army of Goliaths over a bunch of Davids. Robots? Izuku remarks incredulously. Yeah. This is the first barrier, Robo Inferno. The school's insured, right? The teen questions while covering his mic. The loud older man nods while mouthing, "Don't worry." Realizing that that's the best he could get, Izuku accepts his teacher's assurances and focuses on the activities below. Todoroki seems to be going full frozen on the obstacles, using shards of pure ice and below freezing temperatures to immobilize his opponents. Izuku reports gleefully to the delight of present Mike. "I guess he really let it go, huh? A dash? Aha." Present Mike affirms with a large grin before focusing on his announcement as eraser size. Seriously, though, what a move. Todoroki attacked and defended in one hit. How elegant. And he's the first one through. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations. Thankfully, we have insurance, 'cause things are looking to get a bit messy. Izuku remarks as more robots emerge from the dust left in Todoroki's wake. Seriously, though, robots? They look cool. Meh. Midoriya, if you had to deal with the robots below, how would you beat them? Aizawa questions abruptly, genuinely curious as to what his somewhat chaotic student would do in that situation. "I would run through them, vibrate them enough for them to fall apart, create speed mirages to confuse them, or just dismantle them." Why? Wow, as expected of Nedzu's recommended student. Wait, did you say you could run through them? Yeah. I can vibrate my cells to match the same frequency of air. Izuku casually explains. Casper wishes he were me. I kinda wish I were you. Oh, don't. You're plenty cool as you are. You're officially my favorite student. Sweet. And you're my second favorite teacher. Second favorite? Can we just focus on the course? Eraser interrupts. Hi. It looks like Kirishima from Class 1A was underneath the fallen robot. Eijiro Kirishima. Quirk, hardening. His body can harden itself to the density of a rock. Excellent for both defense and offense. Izuku analyzes cheerily. Oh, hey, Tetsu from Class B was also underneath. His quirk is named Steel, which is pretty self-explanatory. Also great for defense and offense. That should be fun. Class A's Bakugu also seems to be taking the alternate route of going overhead. Clever. Seems like Shiro and Tokoyami have the same bright idea of using their versatile quirks of tape and dark shadow to move ahead. Class A is really going for it. That's because they have learned to move without hesitation. Aizawa responds. Quick shout out to the president of Class A, Yaoyorozu, who has just nerfed the rest of the massive blockade with an honest-to-God cannon and cleared the path for her peers like an absolute hero. I knew I voted for the right person. Hey, the first barrier's a piece of cake. The voice hero declares as he introduces the next part of the obstacle race. Then what about the second? If you fall, you're out. If you don't want to fall, then crawl. Fall, you're out? More like fall, you're dead. Izuku mutters as he scrutinizes the depth of the chasms through the screen. It's The Fall. Isn't that an old song or movie? You can't prove anything. Mike defends before resuming his commentary. And it looks like Azui is the first to leap into action. Followed by, oh my god. Who is that? She's in the support course, I know that for sure, I'll ask her later, most likely when I propose. Izuku murmurs huskily as they watch a pink-haired girl with dreads use machinery to clear the first part of the new challenge. Just look at that gear. Why yeah. It seems a lot of different people are working hard for their chance, huh, Eraser? Mike stutters as he side-eyes the distracted greenette. Cool down, problem child. Eraser gently orders, causing the younger to snap back to the present and clear his throat. Speaking of cooling down, Todoroki seems to have first place in a vice grip. Although Bakugu is steadily catching up. Present Mike readily inputs. And now, we've quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it's a minefield. It's set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. What, no special name? No engaging title? Mike shrugs as if to say, what can I say, and continues. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they're not that powerful, but they're loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. Doesn't that depend on the person? Aizawa suggests. Oh, it looks like Bakugu has caught up and is now fighting with Todoroki for the lead. It looks like pure mayhem down there. I love it. Of course you would. Eraser mutters before they hear a massive boom that produces a lovely mushroom cloud. What the dash? Toshi? Izuku exclaims as the cloud of smoke drifts away to reveal his best friend sailing through the air on a scrap of metal from a robot. It seems that Shinso Hitoshi had created that massive blast and is in hot pursuit to snatch first place, the mad lad. God, I love him. Icarus, eat your heart out. Izuku remarks, garnering a funny look from Eraser. The two former leads have stopped trying to slow each other down and are now chasing Shinso, their common enemy. Shinso swiftly blocks those behind him. Would you believe it? He cleared the minefield in an instant. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. You bet he is. Ah, this must be what the little listeners call simping. From dusk till dawn. Izuku confirms solemnly. Eraser, your class is seriously amazing. What are you teaching them? I didn't do anything. They got each other fired up on their own. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion? Right now, the first person back in the stadium is Dash. The absolute legend, Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku exclaims as the purplet shoots out of the entryway into the stadium. The crowd loses their absolute sheet while Hitoshi wears a massive grin. Todoroki and Bakugo quickly join him, both wearing scowls. We'll make a list of the results later, but for now, good work. Present Mike says as the rest of the participants start trickling in. You okay there, little listener? Present Mike questions, noticing his student's somewhat off-put look. How do you people stand it? Stand what? Time being like this. Izuku gestures vaguely with a grimace before Present Mick's nickname catches up to him. And, little? The cockatoo holds up his hands in surrender at the teen's incredulity. Eraserhead coughs to get the duo's attention and motions for them to move on. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Mike states cheerfully. Now take a look at the results. The giant screen reveals Hitoshi in first place with Todoroki in second, Bakugo in third, Yaoyorozu in fourth, and so on. The top 42 made it through to the next round. It's unfortunate, but don't worry even if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. Midnight declares. The real competition begins next. The press cavalry'll be all over it. Give it your all. The display switches to the activity wheel once more and begins to spin again. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? And now here it is. The spinning finally stops and the screen displays the words, Cavalry Battle. Let me explain. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the one thing that's different is based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value dash. The participants, mainly Class A, connect the dots for the point system amongst themselves, much to Midnight's ire. You guys don't hold back even. Though I'm talking, huh? She snaps. But, yes, you're right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10 points. And the point value assigned to first place is .10 million. Izuku SCKS in a sharp breath in sympathy for the purplet as his fellow participants begin to eye him with the same intensity that Izuku would eye a stack of short ribs. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Dang, that SCKS. You said it, listener. Mike readily agrees and Izuku can't help but to send him a thankful smile for dropping the little. Now then, I will explain the rules of the cavalry battle. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the riders will wear a headband with that number on their foreheads. Teams will try to grab each other's headbands until time runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. So the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your headband gets stolen, or if your team falls, you're not out. She lets the participants think about her words before continuing. During the game, it'll be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks. But it is still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. You'll be removed immediately. The screen's display changes once more to show a timer for 15 minutes. Now, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start. Now, listener, what do you think our dear number 1 will do? Well, Hito's pretty smart, so he'll most likely try and make himself inconspicuous. Either that or turn his pursuers against each other. Either way, he'll definitely group up with people who have excellent mobility. As Izuku speaks, he can spot Uraraka making her way over to Shinso and softly grins. His grin widens when he spots a certain pink-haired inventor strong-arming her way onto their team. It seems like everyone's just grouping up with their friends or classmates. Because they know each other's strengths and weaknesses and are used to working together. Eraser comments. Fair enough. Oh? You were awake this whole time, Eraser-sensei? HN. Now then, it's about time to get started. Midnight announces once the time runs out. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. Let's hear some war cries. Izuku exclaims as the crowd goes absolutely buckwild. It's time for UA's bloody battle. Present Mike joins in. Light the signal fire. Counting down to the brutal battle royale. Midnight warns. 3, 2, 1. Start. Teams immediately rush towards Shinsu's team, who shoot into the sky thanks to the jetpack on Shinsu's back and Uraraka lightening their clothes. Is that move legal? Yup. Technically, they're not out of bounds. They float overhead for a bit before they land soundly a few feet away. Now then, even though barely 2 minutes have passed since we've started, it's already turned into a free-for-all. Mike comments. Fights for headbands are breaking out all over. After all, ignoring the 10 million points and going for second to fourth places isn't a bad strategy either. Izuku adds in. Shinsu's team takes to the sky once more and is immediately chased by an alone Bakugo who had used explosions to make him airborne. The trio dodge at the last minute and Uraraka kicks the explosive blonde in the stomach as they make their escape. This guy. He's gotten separated from his horses. Is that okay? It's a technicality, so it's okay. Midnight confirms as Zero uses his tape to yank Bakugo back to them. It wouldn't have been if he'd touched the ground, though. As expected, everyone's after the first place team, and Class A is in hot pursuit. Everyone's really skilled. Hang in there, Hito, boss. Show 'em what ya got. Now, let's take a look at each team's points so far, Mike says as he pushes some buttons on the console. It's been 7 minutes. Here are the current rankings up on the screen. Confusion sprouts amongst the crowd as they gawk at the updated stats which show Shinsu's team as reigning supreme with only 2 or 3 other Class A teams ranking closely behind. The rest of the teams in lead are mainly made up of Class B. Oh, wow, other than Hito, it seems that Class A isn't doing so well, huh? Izuku observes as he reads the screen. It seems that the other Class A teams have been being picked off from the sidelines while they chase after first place. What a great strategy. Less than half the time is left now. Mike announces as Todoroki's team gains on Shinsu's. The cavalry battle is about to enter the second half. In this unexpected rise of Class B, who will wear the 10 million points in the end? Todoroki's team suddenly stops in their tracks, blank-faced as Shinso smirks. With less than a minute left, Shinso still has first place in a vice grip despite Todoroki's efforts. Will these be the top 4 teams to move on to the next round? Below, Bakugo attempts to ambush Monoma once more. His attack is stopped by some type of wall made of solid air which he eventually breaks through after 2 or 3 strikes. He manages to snatch 2 headbands from the other surly blonde before he is pulled back by his team. Team Bakugo seizes 2 headbands to move to third place. The rankings keep changing in the final stages. It's the passion of youth. Class B's strategy was certainly reasonable and good. Unfortunately, they didn't take the difference in tenacity into consideration. Eraser remarks. Bakugo is merciless. If he's gonna do it, he's gonna be thorough. Like a wolverine, or an African honey badger. Izuku inputs airily. You know, that's actually pretty accurate. Now there's only seconds left. Todoroki's team blankly turns towards Bakugo's and begins attacking them. Start the countdown. Bakugo sends off an explosion, causing Todoroki subconsciously to ignite his left side as a shield as the crowd eagerly counts down. Time's up! Izuku exclaims, distracting Bakugo enough to cause him to fall face first on the ground and Todoroki to blinkingly extinguish his flames. That's the end of the second round, the cavalry battle. So, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, Team Shinso. In second place, Team Todoroki. In third place, Team Bakugo. And in fourth place, Team Tetsu. These 4 teams will advance to the final round. Now, we'll take an hour's break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. Mike announces as Izuku's phone buzzes. A wild grin breaks across the brunette's face as he reads the notification. Finally. He says in a low voice before texting a quick thanks to his mom and dashing out of his seat, leaving a deafening boom in his wake which startles the crowds both in and outside of the stadium. Ah, don't worry about that was just Midoriya heading for lunch. Be careful of the green, lightning-generating blur around the food stands. Eraser warns. The force could knock anyone off their feet if they're not careful enough. Say, Eraser, wanna get some lunch as well? In a few minutes, after the problem child's done. You guys were so friggin' cool. Izuku compliments an amused Shinso and Uraraka as he gathers the last of his lunch and sets them down on their table. Thanks Midori-kun. Wow, kid, that sure is a lot of food. A hero comments as he stops by their table. I need the calories. Oh? Existing takes a lot of energy. Apparently, that was an odd answer since the hero nervously shuffles away. Geez, Mito. Mina pouts as she passes them. Hey, you chose to take it that way. Izuku retorts while pointing at her with a dango stick. Anyways, you guys wouldn't happen to know where that pink-haired inventor on your team went, would you? No, Shinso responds sourly. Oh well, I'll just find her after everything's done. The greenette shrugs. Are you really going to propose to her? Uraraka questions as Ida joins them. Nah, that'd be weird. Izuku says as he stuffs yet another dango stick in his mouth. But I do want to get to know her better. Imagine the things we could create. I'd rather not. Ida protests. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you two would destroy the world after just 3 minutes together. Actually, I'm already doing that with Nedzu. Izuku states nonchalantly while poking around his food before looking back up to see his friends' horrified faces. Joking. God, your faces. Not funny. The trio deadpan. A couple more booms shake the stadium as the lunch break draws to a close. In a flash, the source appears in his previously empty chair in the commentator's booth with food boats of steaming meat stacked on one another. Didn't you just finish eating? Present Mike dumbly questions. I got hungry again. Izuku replies with a shrug. Quick question, Mike says as he waits for everyone to finish coming in, how much do you eat exactly? I think I need to eat about 10,000 calories a day? Maybe more. You're joking. Mike flatly opposes. Sure, it's not impossible for someone's quirk to require certain dietary necessities, but this was ridiculous. You try and operate at an accelerated speed 16 hours a day. Fair enough. God, I could go for some waffles right about now. With some whipped cream, oh, and ice cream too. Top it all off with hot fudge. You're terrifying. Mike sweat drops. Thanks. Izuku chirps before noticing that the stadium has filled and that the students are all back on the field. Anyways, now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for everyone who didn't make it to the finals. Mike exclaims, getting back into his role seamlessly. This is just a sports festival. Yeah, and I can just run fast. Izuku mutters in an annoyed voice. So we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. Mike finishes. Hey, why don't you go down there too, listener? No, thanks. Why not? Give you a chance to stretch your legs some more. For the same reason he hasn't participated up until now, it would be boring. Eraserhead interjects. So? That's why we brought real cheerleaders from America Dash. Izuku's eyes widen at the man's words and the speedster zips down onto the field next to the cheering guests before the voice hero could finish his sentence. So, you're really from America? Izuku greets excitedly from a few feet away, garnering their attention. The girls nod, somewhat excited that someone was speaking to them in English. How are you liking Japan so far? It's really nice here. Super clean. So beautiful. Your English is perfect. Oh? What's this? Mike observes as the teen continues to talk with the girls while they cheer. Our green-haired speedster seems pretty chummy with our American guests. That's because he had been living in the States for 2 years before the principal found him. Eraserhead explains as Izuku tells the girls pretty much the same thing. He's just excited to speak to someone from there. What did you like most about living there? Well, I definitely enjoyed being able to freely run, that's for sure. You can't run here? Without my quirk, sure. But for me to really run, I'd have to get a license, since we can't use our quirks in public. Well, that SCKS. One with a pixie cut pouts. It is what it is. He shrugs nonchalantly. Well, if you ever do find yourself back in the States, you should stop by Houston. Ooh. Afterwards, you should totally visit LA. Wow, he's really popular. Present Mike observes as the girls clamor to give the speedster their suggestions. Let's just start the recreational games already. Hitoshi rolls his eyes at the scene taking place next to him. An odd feeling settles in his gut as he watches the cheerleaders basically fall over one another to talk to the greenette. Somehow, Izuku catches his attention again and he can feel the odd feeling melt away as the greenette beams and waves wildly at him, which he returns with a small grin and a wave of his own. Satisfied with his exploit, the greenette disappears in a flash of yellow and green and Shinso turns to face the front. When that's over, Izuku says as he takes his place in the announcer's booth, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will battle it out mano a mano, tournament style. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Midnight announces, taking charge. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now, from the first place team dash. The drawing is done relatively quickly. Izuku sees that Mei would be facing off against Ida and his eyes happen to land on the inventor as she approaches the blue-haired Robocop, causing a wild, maniacal grin to form on his face, which utterly freaks out his companions enough for them to inch away from him. All right? Mike shouts, recovering from his previous discomfort as the display on the screen reads recreation. Let's leave the tournament aside for a momentary interlude. Let's have fun with the recreation. Izuku chirps before finishing off his last stick of meat. First is the scavenger hunt. The participating students eagerly run around with cards, asking to borrow things from the audience. As the games continue, Izuku finds himself zipping out to buy more things like crepes for him and Mike and coffee for him and eraser, with honeyed tea for Mike. Of course, he comments when he feels the need to, but mainly plays on his phone or eats, which, quite frankly, astounds his teachers the more they watch. Ah! Here comes Cementos, Master of the Earth, to build the gladiatorial ring. Izuku announces as the sentient cement block arrives to complete his assigned task. Okay. It's pretty much done. The hero confirms upon finishing while giving them a thumbs up. Thank you, Cementos. Mike answers before once again addressing the masses. Hey guys, are you ready? The roar of the crowd shakes the stadium. A lot's happened, but it's now come to this. A serious battle. Mike continues. Match number 1, we haven't seen much of him, but he looks really reliable. It's Class B's Away's Yosetsu versus the secret lovechild of Hades and Apollo, the Dark Knight of Class A. Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku finishes, ignoring the faces of the men next to him as his best friend steps onto the stage. The rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, I give up. Eraser contributes. Bring on the injuries. Okay, now, that's just asking for a lawsuit. Izuku remarks with a furrowed brow. Not to worry, we've got our very own recovery girl on standby. That's not the point. Izuku retorts flatly. Besides, don't you feel like that would overwork her? And it's not like she can re-alive anyone, right? Well, of course, anything life-threatening is a no-go. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. Mike answers, making Izuku squint in disagreement. I'll stop things if they go too far. Cementos says as he sits on a cement throne in the sidelines. That man deserves flowers like the king he is. Izuku states from under his breath, earning a silent nod from Eraser. Ready? Midnight questions and Izuku can't help but to wonder if her feet are getting tired thanks to her current pose. The two boys look at her and resolutely nod. Start. Hitoshi takes off at a speed that clearly startles his opponent before executing a perfect choppadacostus which hits his opponent's groin area and sends him floundering a few feet away. Hitoshi straightens up and brings his arms to a defensive position while lightly bouncing on his toes. That was probably the most badass thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Izuku says breathlessly with stars and tears in his eyes before remembering just where he is, and with who. The look on the men's faces can only be described as amused with a hint of cautioning. I'm sorry, it's just, wow. The flexibility and precision that takes. Problem child, are you crying? I'm just so proud. I mean, I thought I already knew how incredible he is. Eraser's eyebrow raises as Izuku rants, and then he goes and does this. As Izuku talks, Hitoshi's opponent gets back up and charges, aiming to punch, but quickly gets the wind knocked out of him when Hitoshi dodges and aims a knee at his solar plexus before knocking him out with a roundhouse to the head. And just like that, Hito proves that he doesn't need to use his quirk to kick your butt, like the absolute legend he is. You can easily tell that his training is rather extensive and that he has taken it seriously. Eraser comments with a hint of pride in his voice. There's no doubt that in a couple more years, and with the right guidance, he'll truly be a force to be reckoned with. True, true. Now, onto our next match. Present Mike announces. He's good, but what's with that plainness he just can't get rid of? From Class A, it's Zero Hanta. Versus Izuku says as he fights back his snickers at the hero's description of his classmate. One of the most op classmates I've ever had, but you good my guy? Also from Class A, Todoroki Shudo. And now, for the second match of the finals, Midnight declares. Ready. Start. Zero is the first to move, trapping Todoroki with his tape and trying to fling him out of bounds to no avail as, in a blink of an eye, Todoroki himself creates a trap in the form of a F-off wave of ice that freezes about half of the stadium. Holy sheet! Izuku exclaims while chuckling in surprise. Don't you think that was a bit much? Mike stutters as he eyes the massive structure. Zero is immobilized. Midnight shakily announces, half-frozen herself. Todoroki advances to the second round. Don't worry about it. The crowd chants, scattered at first before growing into a booming unity. Zero really did start off pretty strong. Izuku states. If it were anyone else, I'm sure the outcome would be different. While saying this, Izuku can't help but to notice Todoroki's forlorn expression as he melts his ice. A quick break is called while the stage dries from Todoroki's ice, which Izuku uses to visit his friends and get more snacks before zipping back to his post. Sorry for the long wait. Mike says once the impromptu break finishes. Now that the stage is finally dry, let's get to the next match. The assassin from Class B. Mike exclaims, earning a look from Izuku. Pretty things have thorns, you know. It's Shiozaki Ibara. Versus Izuku says, trying to keep the amusement at the hero's words out of his voice. The human taser. From Class A, Kaminari Denki. Now, we'll have a super flashy battle this time too, Mike says as Izuku lightly shakes his head in disagreement. For the amount of time he's been in his classmate's vicinity, he could already tell that the blonde would just hit on his opponent before losing quickly and spectacularly. The vine-haired girl calls towards the announcer's booth. Please excuse the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? Yeah, what do you mean by assassin? Izuku repeats with a Cheshire grin. I have only come to find victory, not to take my opponent's life. I am sorry. Mike stutters as Izuku's smile widens. I thank you for your understanding. Anyway, start. As Izuku predicted, the electric user discharges his highest voltage right away, only for the attack to get blocked by a wall of vines that had detached from Shiozaki's hair before more vines wrap around him and hold him several feet in the air. It was decided in an instant. I'll say it once more. An instant. Mike yells a bit too enthusiastically. Shiozaki advances to the second round. Now for the next match. Another speedster? Mike says as Ida steps out. It's like he's the epitome of the middle of the pack. From Class A, it's Ida Tenya. Versus whoa, those look good. Izuku continues, getting starry-eyed at the gear before noticing a microphone and speakers among them. Wait, is she going to do what I think she is? Anyways, it's Hatsune from the support course. It looks like Ida's also equipped with support items. Mike observes as the brunette clips a piece of gear that looks like mini airplane wings with cylinders attached. That's generally against the rules for those in the hero course. Midnight tells him. Those who must use equipment needed to petition beforehand. I forgot about that. Ida exclaims in his usual manner. Aoyama also wore a belt, so I thought it was fine. He submitted a petition. I humbly apologize. Ida bows at a perfect 90-degree angle. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she is from the support course, she said she wanted an even match since she made it this far. She said she wanted to fight fairly. So, she gave me this equipment. I did not think I could ignore her fighting spirit. Oh youth! Midnight exclaims before squirming in delight. I'll allow it. So it's fine? Well, Eraser answers, if they both agree on it, then it's within regulations. I guess? Well, since permission's been granted, let's start the fourth match. Isn't that acceleration wonderful, Ida? Hatsume's voice echoes around the stadium as her opponent begins to run towards her. Oh, Izuku says, his voice thick with pure delight while his hero companions share looks of concern and confusion. Hell yes. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's only to be expected. Those leg parts are helping the wearer's movements along. Ida continues to charge towards her, when suddenly, a pole blocks his path. And Hatsume reveals as another pole buries itself into the ground and the two launch her into the air, out of the other teen's reach. Can evade easily with my hydraulic attachments. Wonderful. Izuku exclaims through his growing cackles. It's official, you've been spending too much time around Nedzu. Mike says nervously while Eraser nods. No such thing. Since I've got sensors in every direction, I can even deal with attacks from behind. In his endeavors, the teen trips over one of the poles and almost careens out of bounds before the contraption on his back changes his course. Ida changed course adeptly. It's thanks to the auto-balancer that I made. The leg parts detect the wearer's brainwave to predict their movements, so there's no need to worry about time lag. That's ingenious. Izuku sighs with his hand on his chin while still grinning madly. I wonder what metal it's made of. Personally, I'd go with titanium alloy. We seriously have to keep those two away from each other. Mike mutters to Eraser as Hatsume continues her presentation. Once again, Ida trips and is saved by a Hatsume invention. The auto-balancer is equipped with a 32-axis gyro sensor. It will be sure to keep the wearer from falling unless the wearer wants to. She takes to the sky yet again, this time without the aid of poles, but instead relying on boots that definitely pique Izuku's interest. What do you think of this lightness? Is that electromagnetic induction? You bet, Announcer Kuin. On both feet to allow for instant evasive action. Ida, bless him, still tries to rush her only to be stopped by a net shot out of a steampunk-looking gun with a cone-shaped muzzle. Are those nets made of combination metal alloy and nylon? When I'm done here, I'm going to track you down, Announcer Kuin. Hatsum responds while pointing at their booth with a large grin. I'm counting on it, future partner. The door's unlocked. No. Mike and Eraser shout, their voices full of dread while Hatsum gives him a thumbs up before continuing her presentation. The capture nets are in cartridges, and you can fire up to 5 before reloading. Who developed all of these items? It was me, Hatsum May. Everyone from the support companies, the choice is clear: Hatsum May, Hatsum May, Hatsum May. And now, I will talk about the next support item. The next 10 minutes pass with Izuku paying rapt attention and making small observations and comments while Hatsum continues to use Ida as a living advertisement before calmly stepping out of bounds. Hatsum is out of bounds. Midnight announces blankly. Ida advances to the second round. You tricked me. Sorry. Hatsum responds, not sounding sorry at all. I used you. Now, I have a prospective partner to see about. Let's keep on going with the 5th match. Mike says as Eraser rushes to block the door. Even though he's wearing a belt, he won't transform. From Class A, it's Aoyama Yuga. Versus one of the coolest looking people I've ever met. Also from Class A, Ashido Mina. Hey, listener, what do you think will happen? Thanks to Aoyama's naval laser, he will try and keep this a distance fight. It all comes down to how well Ashido can maneuver herself and her acid. Just as Izuku said, Aoyama tries to keep his opponent at bay to no avail as she uses her acid to skate around the stage as if it were an ice rink and dodges enough to get close enough to throw some acid on his belt. While he's distracted with his pants, Ashido rushes even closer and delivers a rather weak uppercut that still manages to knock him out. Aoyama has fainted. Ashido advances to the second round. No time to lose, let's keep these matches moving. Mike says as Eraser struggles against the now pounding door. Offense and defense in one body. From Class B, it's Hananuki Juzo. Versus a teenage goddess of creation. Madam President of Class A, Yayorozu Momo. Problem child. Eraser addresses, having locked the door and taken his seat. Yayorozu will have to move quickly, both physically and quirk-wise, as well as remain mindful of her surroundings. Instinct would definitely help as well. In real life, you don't have much time to think. Right away, Yayorozu summons a shield and sidesteps her opponent's attack before charging and knocking the wind out of him. Of course, he tries to get back up, only to get grappled out of bounds. Hananuki is out of bounds. Yayorozu advances to the second round. That's our Madam Prez. Of course, Hananuki definitely put some work in, but when it comes down to it, speed and physical prowess take precedence. Next up. Wow, this match is pretty redundant, huh? Izuku comments blankly. Manly and passionate steel. From Class B, it's Tetsu versus manly and passionate hardening. From Class A, Kirishima Ijiro. You wanted to annoy them, huh, problem child? Eraser questions, to which Izuku answers with a sheet-eating grin. Well, listener, what do you think about this match? Considering the personalities and quirks? Yeah, this match is going to be long and redundant, like golf. Suddenly, the door slams open, revealing a triumphant Hatsum holding a cutting torch. Oh no! The two men exclaim with dread. Hey, their future partner. Izuku greets, returning her grin. Oh god, no! The match between the two hardheads ends in a predictable draw as they knock each other out, and it is decided that after they recover, they would determine the winner by arm wrestling. While we wait for them to recover, we'll start the next match. Mike says as the boys get carted off to Recovery Girl while Izuku and May talk about how their quirks could be improved upon. He was kind of famous in middle school. This isn't the face of a regular person. Way to inflate his ego. Izuku mutters. From Class A, it's Bakugu Katsuki. Versus literally the only person who can get me to behave and who's not my mom. Also from Class A, the woman, the myth, the legend. Uraraka Achiko. Hey, Announcer Kuin, what's with that guy's face? Remember when I said that he's basically the human version of a honey badger? Well, that's what you look like when you're the human equivalent of a honey badger. Izuku responds, earning a snicker from Eraser. 8th match, start. Uraraka immediately uses her quirk on herself and rockets forwards only to get blasted back. Deactivating her quirk, she smoothly lands into a tumble a few feet away before quickly getting back up and rushing back towards her opponent only to be blasted away again. This continues for the next few minutes, much to the crowd's disapproval. Hey, hey, hey! What's with all the boos? Are you people seriously looking down on her that much? Izuku snaps, angry on one of his closest friends' behalf. Problem child dash. Overlooking his brutality, at least Bakugo respects her enough to not hold back much. And if doing that is such a turn off for you, then maybe you people shouldn't be pros and should just focus on your show business and advertising careers. He's right. For all his ruthlessness, Bakugo is taking his opponent seriously, which is supposed to be expected of a hero anyways. Eraser contributes, their words cowing the crowd. It's during this that Uraraka touches the tips of her fingers together, deactivating her quirk, and unleashing a previously unseen attack of a F-off amount of rubble that had been created as a result of Bakugo's counterattacks. Holding his wrist, the Pomeranian honey badger hybrid holds his arm skyward and lets loose a middle finger of an explosion that Izuku just knows F'd up his arm. In his distraction, Uraraka finally reaches his personal space, only to pass out while giving a beautifully executed left hook. And that is why I call her boss. Izuku exclaims with pride thick in his voice. She did handle herself well. Eraser acknowledges. In any case, Bakugo advances to the next round. Mike comments half-heartedly. The first round is all done. Let's move on to the next round quickly after a short break. Want some more tea, Mike? Yes, please. Coffee? Coffee? Izuku questions while pointing to Eraser, then Mei, who quickly give their confirmations. Alright, I'll be right back. We are going to make the best babies. Mei says as she watches him leave, ignoring the choked spluttering of the two heroes. Here you go, boss. Izuku says as he hands Uraraka a peach soda. You seriously kicked butt? Thanks, Midori-kun. She chirped before taking a sip from the cool beverage. I almost got him too. Fing Bakugo, man. He tsks, hoping to raise her spirits more. I just need to work harder. Either way, I knew that I fear you for a reason. Izuku exclaims, giving her a thumbs up. And Hito. Izuku chirps, turning to Hitoshi with a megawatt smile and an iced coffee. Your fight officially lives rent-free in my head. Thanks, Izu. The brainwasher sighs, accepting the offered drink with a soft smile. Can you teach me some of those moves sometime? I want to say no, since I'm pretty sure you don't need the extra advantages. What about punching? I can teach you how to throw a proper punch. Hitoshi relents. Many thanks, Your Grace. Izuku replies with a slight bow, to Hitoshi's amusement. Shut up. He groans good-naturedly while Izuku snickers before taking off towards his next errand. You look like a slushy man. Izuku says as he offers Todoroki a blue raspberry-flavored slush drink, to the sentient peppermint's surprise. I know we don't know each other and all that, but I've always thought that you're a certified badass and I'm sorry that whatever's bothering you is a beach. Thanks, Todoroki softly responds while dazedly taking the offered treat before the speedster gives him a bright smile and dashes off. The draw from the 7th match of the first round, Kirishima and Tetsu. The winner of their arm wrestling match to decide who advances to the second round is. Winner, Kirishima. Midnight announces to the roar of the crowd. He advances to the second round. The one who won his ticket was Kirishima. Midnight squirms in delight as the two teens share a commendatory handshake. Now we've got everyone who's advancing to the second round. So, let's get started. Who? Izuku hollers in a bid to amp up the crowd's excitement. Here we go, here we go. The man who won a huge victory in the first round and literally left the audience frozen from Class A, it's Shoto Todoroki. On the other hand, this absolute legend has been tearing shit up since the beginning without really even using his quirk. Also from Class A, Shinso Hitoshi. You're friends with Midoriya. Todoroki states more than asks. Yup. Is he always like that? He asks, referring to the fact that the teen had given him a treat and tried to encourage him despite them never having spoken before. Pretty much, yeah. Shinso confirms with a shrug. And start. The ice misses Shinso by a few inches as the teen quickly dodges out of the way. He lands into a roll before bouncing back up and dashing towards his opponent. We're no strangers to love dash, Shinso's baritone voice fills the air to Izuku's delight and dismay. Is he? Izuku rhetorically asks, somewhat excited and horrified at the same time. No. You know the rules, and so do I dash, Shinso continues to sing while dodging Todoroki's icy attacks. Oh my god, he is. Mike whispers reverently. Oh god. Eraser mutters, burying his head in his hands. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of dash. The brainwasher uses one of the icicles as a springboard to soar over yet another attack, which lands him close enough to the male Elsa to punch him in his gut. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. The brainwasher sings with a wink before aiming a spinning back kick that winds the sentient peppermint. You know, the more I think about it, this is kinda scary. Izuku comments as his best friend wrecks his opponent's sheet. Like, imagine you're a villain and a hero comes and kicks your butt while singing pre-Quirk songs. I'd re-evaluate my life choices right there. Mike remarks while the heroes in the crowd earnestly agree. Imagine if he had a baby that replicated voices perfectly. May, that's absolutely terrifying. When are we gonna start working on it? The duo's matching grin sends shivers down Eraser and Mick's spines. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. The singing meme lord takes up a boxing stance before resuming. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. He elegantly flips away to Todoroki's mounting frustration. Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye. Enough. The half-and-half teenager hisses, subconsciously letting his flames loose and giving Hitoshi the necessary and to order him to step out of bounds. Todoroki is out of bounds. Shinso advances. I can't believe that this is how I find out I'm right. Izuku breathes as the crowd goes apes hit. I had a feeling that he would have an amazing singing voice. I just didn't consider the cost of finding out. Shudo. Whoa, what the hell? Izuku exclaims as the human embodiment of a blistering migraine rages from the stands. How dare you disgrace me with this pitiful display? This is not what I created you for. Security, present. Mike numbly requests. Little help there? Multiple heroes rush onto the scene. At one point, one of them pokes their head into the announcer's booth to borrow May's capture gun. What was that? Eraser growls once the endeavor has been taken care of while Izuku clicks open his phone and dials Nedzu's number. What the hell was that? Sensei. I know. I'm opening an investigation as we speak. The omnipresent Stoat confirms to the teen's elation. The verdant speedster hangs up with a soft grin before zipping off to find the humanized Canadian flag, of course, not before letting his intentions be known by his companions. Anyways, Mike says, gaining the attendees' attention, why don't we continue after a short break? Hey man, you okay? Izuku asks casually upon finding his target, who had been staring at his hand while leaning on a wall. It's rather funny, isn't it? That I lost while using that BSTRD's fire for the second time today. Todoroki divulges, not really knowing why. What do you mean by using his fire? I mean, it's your power, isn't it? What? It's your quirk, not his. You're a completely separate entity from him. Todoroki looks off to the side, his gaze a million miles away as he considers the greenette's words. You okay there, bud? Yes. Todoroki answers dazedly. I think I need a moment alone, if you don't mind. No sweat man. Hit me up if you ever want another slushie. Thank you, Midoriya. A thumbs up and bright grin is given in response before the other teen leaves to go bother his friend. Toshi, I love you, you're one of my best friends in the whole world, Izuku proclaims, once again stopping by Class A's section in the stands. But that just about made my soul ascend. Yeah? Hitoshi responds in an amused tone. It was both beautiful and heartbreaking. Please, never do that to me again. Yeah. The brainwasher says with a smirk and an eye roll. Whatever. Oh, Izuku blurts, noticing the time, gotta go. He makes a couple more stops by the food stands before reappearing in the announcer's booth. Oh, thanks Announcer Kuin. May says as Izuku hands her another cup of coffee. Problem child. Eraser acknowledges as he receives his. So, we're all good now? Everyone settled? Mike asks as the verdant speedster sets another tea in front of the voice hero before seating himself and gives him a quick nod. All right? Let's go. Izuku cheers in an effort to pump the crowd up. His first fight was definitely memorable, it's Ida Tenya versus Shiozaki Ibara. What are you thinking, listener? Well, it all comes down to time, how fast either of them move. After all, Ida is a speedster while Shiozaki has been shown to have an impressive control over her vines and their control time. The fight is short as Ida simply races behind her before her vines could reach him and pushes her out of bounds. Ida wins. Midnight declares to the cheering mass. Next up, we have the Acid Queen, Ashido Mina. Phrasing. Eraser mutters before taking a sip of his coffee. That doesn't sound PA. Izuku comments under his breath before clearing his throat and continuing the announcement. Versus Madam President, Yayorozu. Midnight calls for the fight to commence and Ashido immediately shoots off, sliding on her acid as if she were Frozone. Ashido's strength is maneuverability, so Yayorozu's gonna really have to keep on her toes. Despite Ishido's best efforts, the Prez remains undeterred and gives the other girl a good whack out of bounds with her bow staff. Ishido is out of bounds. Yayorozu wins. Midnight calls to the cheering crowd. Yayorozu-san is amazing. Uraraka comments from her seat as the teenager in question helps her fallen opponent up. That's the class rep for you. Jairu adds with a proud grin. Let's keep the party going. We have the rock, no relation dash, Kirishima Ijiro. Izuku presents while Mike goes for a quick bathroom break. Versus the exploding badger, Bakugo Katsuki. May finishes for him, pausing from whatever she was currently tinkering with. You know, that would be a great band name. It would, wouldn't it? Izuku muses with a slight grin. This fight is basically what it's like to see an unstoppable force go against an immovable object. It all boils down to technique and stamina. The majority of the match consists of Bakugo trying to break past Kirishima's defense and getting his sheet rocked by the teenage Korg with hair. It seems that Bakugo is on the defensive. Present Mike observes as he reseats himself. He's having a tough time keeping up with Kirishima's fierce attacks. There is a slight pause as they catch their breaths before Bakugo proceeds to finally live up to his nickname, releasing explosions like a pyromaniac in a fireworks factory. Bakugo counters again. And what's this? It seems to be working. With one final explosion, Kirishima goes down for the count, ensuring Bakugo's victory. Kirishima is immobilized. Bakugo wins. With that vicious carpet bombing, Bakugo advances to the third round. And that completes the final four. Izuku declares. The Titans of the Titans. Let's keep the party going. Mike shouts as the stage is brushed up. It's Shinso Hitoshi versus Ida Tenya. Both of them have worked so hard to get here. The green-haired teen exclaims with stars in his eyes. They're so close to reaching their goal. Meanwhile, down on the platform. So, buddy, Uraraka, huh? Midnight signals them to start and the engine user charges towards him, only for the purple-haired teen to dodge at the last second. You know, if you don't ask her out soon, someone else might. Hitosai comments as he dodges yet another attack, this time with a well-placed kick to the other teen's rear end. Maybe Tsu would have better luck. The face that Ida makes will go on to warm Izuku on cold, rainy nights. He honestly hopes that someone captured that image and posted it online just so that he can make it his screensaver. What dash? His shock makes the incoming roundhouse hard to dodge and Hitoshi wastes no time ordering the humanoid transformer to step out of bounds. And just like that, Shinso moves on to the finals like an absolute legend. He worked hard, and wisely utilized his quirk. He's earned this. Eraser states as calmly as he can while Mike and Izuku can tell that he's absolutely screaming out of sheer pride inside. Moving on, we've got Yayorozu versus Bakugo Katsuki. Comments and projections flutter around the stands. The consensus being that the fight will be short, and most likely brutal. After all, Bakugo is, well, Bakugo, and despite Izuku and Eraser's reprimands, the majority of the spectators are misogynistic embarrassments. The fight is short, just as everyone predicts, it's just the winner that's a shock. In mere seconds, Yayorozu had constructed a gun with narcotic-filled darts, knocking the Pomeranian out for the count. Izuku's cackles and praises drowns out the deafening clamor of the crowd. Yao-san, that was absolutely incredible. Izuku calls as she exits the stage. You made my entire month, oh my god. You're too kind, Midoriya. And please, call me Yamamo. Yes ma'am. There is another quick break to allow the contestants to gather their bearings before their last fight. The stadium hums with anticipation as the two unlikely finalists prepare to face off. All right, Mike cries like the majestic bird he is. Here we are, the finals. In one corner, the Memelord Supreme who had introduced us to a new kind of fear, Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku starts off. Versus, someone who would make baby making so much easier, Yayorozu Momo. Phrasing, phrasing. Izuku squawks with an embarrassed blush before heatedly addressing the crowd. And for you pervs, yeah, I see you, she's 15, you freaks. No hard feelings? She asks, forming her bow staff. No hard feelings. Hitoshi confirms. Yayorozu stands proudly on the first place podium with Hitoshi in second and an irate Bakugo in third. Ida, who had also earned third place, had left moments earlier in light of a family emergency. Said emergency being that his brother got hospitalized after getting severely injured in the field. For all the crap Izuku's given the other boy, he really honestly hopes that everything works out for their family. Now we will award the medals. Midnight announces. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by. An iconic laugh sounds through the air as the Ameribu Supreme makes his appearance, to the crowd's delight. All Might. I am here. To give out the awards. Bruh. Izuku mutters while nursing yet another coffee. How can he be loud all the time? Bakugo just about vibrates with rage when the hero places the bronze medal around his neck and all but growled during the following hug. Hitoshi preened with pride as he received his silver and muttered something that clearly flustered All Might during their hug, and Momo, well, she handled her bestowing with the grace of a seasoned Oscar winner to the point where All Might wasn't sure if he could hug her since doing so would be the same as being discourteous with Meryl Streep. Well, they were the winners this time, All Might says, signaling the end of the distribution of the awards. But listen here. Anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw, competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So, I have just one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it with me. Ready, go. Thanks for your hard work. Plus Ultra. The crowd roars at the same time. What? It should have been Plus Ultra, there, All Might. Well, I thought everyone worked hard. With that, the festival ends. Good work. Aizawa congratulates as Class 1A reconvenes in the classroom to be properly dismissed. So there will be no school tomorrow or the day after. I'm sure the pro heroes who watch the sports festival will want to recruit you, but we'll consolidate everything and announce it when you get back. So rest well, and look forward to that. Yes, sir. That evening, Ida signs in at the hospital's front desk and, probably for the first time in his life, books it through the hallway to his waiting mother. Mother. Tenya. She responds, rushing to hold on to her youngest and somewhat panicking son. How is Tensei doing? He rushes out before approaching the door. Tensei. Tenya, keep your voice down and put on a mask. The distressed teen bursts through the door and promptly stops in his tracks. There lay his brother, his first hero, covered in bandages from head to toe. The older sibling, who was usually so full of life and energy, was the most quiet the teen had ever seen him. It was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen. More so than Aizawa-sensei or the villains they'd already faced. The anesthetic wore off earlier and he regained consciousness. He is still in a haze. If he came into surgery 2 minutes later, it would have been too late. The doctor explains, sympathy dripping from his voice. Tenya, the mother, the fallen hero, croaks out, startling his little brother out of his slight stupor. Tensei. The 15-year-old cries as he rushes to the bedside. Tenya. I'm sorry. Your big brother lost. Brought to tears, Tenya, nor their mother, hear the door open once more until a familiar voice interrupts them. Excuse the interruption, but I believe we could be of some assistance. Harrison-sensei? Ida exclaims, shocked at his teacher's appearance. He then notices a familiar being perched on the man's shoulder. Nedzu-san? Good evening, Ida-kun and family. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Harrison Reiji. And, as you know, this is my associate employer, Principal Nedzu. Please, allow us to introduce you to science. Thunderstruck high voltage, so we're gonna hold off on the Just Dance party, right? 'Cause even though Ray's gonna try and help Ida's brother, it's gonna take a while and Ida's gonna need some time to deal with everything. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, absolutely. Look at you, I'm so proud. Thunderstruck high voltage, smiling face with smiling eyes. Thunderstruck high voltage, anyways, I was thinking if maybe we could just meet up at a cafe or something instead. Or even make something to show Ida that we're thinking of him. Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, what are you thinking of making? Thunderstruck high voltage, I don't know. Any suggestions? We don't want to make anything that might make him think that we're pitying him. Oh wait. Izuku turns away from his phone to peer over the back of the couch at his mother, who was currently puttering around the kitchen. Hey, Mom? Do you know what would be a good gift to someone who has a family member in the hospital? She pauses in her work to look back at him. Your friend Ida-kun, right? Yeah. Izuku responds, prompting her to leave the kitchen behind and sit adjacent to him on the arm of the chair next to the couch. Well, what does he like? Beef stew, organization, studying. The teen lists off with a small frown, earning a narrowed-eyed look from the older woman. No, really. Izuku vacantly blinks at her and she blinks back. Okay, well, what about a box of oranges? Or a fun hospital gown for his brother? Or groceries could work too. She suggests before retreating to her previous post. That could work. The teen replies as he turns his attention to his phone. Thanks, Mom. Thunderstruck high voltage, so my mom has some pretty solid ideas. I think we could try getting him some groceries. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, that's a great idea, Midori-kun. Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, maybe even throw in some cards? Thunderstruck high voltage, yes. When do you guys want to go? Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, today's good for me. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, me too. Meet up at Midori-kun's place? Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, yup. Thunderstruck high voltage, I'll let my mom know. Mom? Hito and Boss John are gonna stop by so we could get some stuff for Ida. Can you pick up a chocolate cake from the bakery and some ice cream on your way back? Yes ma'am. Already bored of waiting, Izuku turns on the gaming system to play a few rounds of Pong. By the time his friends knock on the door 15 minutes later, the graphics could only be seen as blurs on the screen. Hello. You must be Hito and the boss. I'm Izuku's mom. The matriarch greets with a welcoming smile. Please, come in. The apartment was more comfortable than small with prize certificates and photos lining the walls, some of which with a curly-haired man in them who was clearly Izuku's dad. Other than that, there were also pictures that showed a notable decline of hero stuff in Izuku's life, starting from Izuku posing in a hero onesie to a blurry shot of him flashing a peace sign to the camera on his way out the door with the indiscernible present Mike keychain hanging from his back pocket. You have a really nice home, Mrs. Midoriya. Oh, thank you dear. And you can call me Inko, Mrs. Midoriya is too stuffy. The green-haired matriarch waves off before calling to her son. Izuku, your friends are here. It takes a fraction of a second for the boy to close the game, zip in from the living room, and stop right in front of the two teens with a blinding grin. Hey guys. Want some water or something? His question is answered with a couple of bewildered head shakes. Well, let's go then. Before they knew it, he was ushering them towards the door. Bye mom. The greenette calls as they go. Bye Mrs. Midori, Inko. It was nice to meet you. Likewise. The older woman warmly responds. Be safe, now. Feel free to join us later for dinner and dessert. That sounds great. What kind of dessert? Hitoshi questions with the countenance of a cat that was being lured in with treats, managing to stop in his tracks before Izuku could fully get him out the door. Chocolate cake and ice cream. Can my dads come? The more the merrier. Thanks, Mrs. M. Ooh, Mrs. M, I like that. Come on, we're burnin' daylight. The second he reaches street level, his foot begins to tap impatiently as he waits for his friends to catch up. Normally, he wouldn't mind a relaxed pace that much, but it wasn't every day that he was going to buy groceries for a friend. Are you aware that your mom's a celestial being? Hitoshi comments as he joins Izuku on the street level. Yeah, Midori-kun, how did someone like you come from an angel like her? First off, ouch. The speedster retorts as they begin to head towards the grocery store. Secondly, don't let the apron and sweets fool you. There's a reason why I try not to PSS her off. And it's not because you respect basic authority? Hell no. The verdant speedster argues earnestly. Literally most of the adults in my life before were pretty DMN hard to respect. Apparently, when you're quirkless, you're less than nothing. You're not worth the effort to file a complaint against your bullies, you're not worth a fair grade in class, you're not worth the door to the school's roof being unlocked, you're not even worth the effort to give a ticket for a DMN movie. Your existence is a blight, if you're a kid. The only adults who didn't treat me like I was some subhuman oddity were my dad, my mom, and the adults who would share the science hub space with me. So respect for basic authority. They want my respect, they're gonna have to earn it. Good thing Ida wasn't here to hear that. Oh, yeah, he would have blown a gasket. Eventually, they get all of the groceries they were looking for, as well as some additional treats that they later eat on the train, and make their way to the Ida residence. Residence. What the hell? Rich people. Izuku mutters under his breath as Uraraka rings the doorbell and a demure-looking woman wearing the trademark Ida blue hair in a bob and stylish glasses shyly opens the door. Hi. Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. My name is Midoriya Izuku, this is Shinso Hitoshi and Uraraka Achiko, we're friends of Ida-kun. We just wanted to check up on you guys and give you this. The green-haired teen greets awkwardly, hefting the bags in his hands. Something shifts in her eyes and a small, very small, smile graces her face before she opens the door wider. Oh, how sweet. Please, come in. As they wander in, the difference between their worlds is glaring. Where the trio come from cozy apartments, Ida lived in an actual palace. Izuku was following as closely as he could, and he still felt kind of lost. Tenya, dear, your friends are here to see you. The woman calls. I'll take that, Midoriya-kun. Oh, okay. The woman disappears with the bags, only to be quickly replaced by her apparent son. Honestly, the boy looked pretty terrible. Izuku had to beat back the twisted, tiny little feeling in the back of his mind that was content at seeing the engine user in such a state with a stick as he fully takes in the blue-haired teen's disheveledness. His hair was a mess, his shirt was untucked, he had bags for days under his red eyes, and there was a slight trace of mucus on his upper lip. "Hey!" Izuku greets lamely. "Sorry if we're cutting into your alone time." "Ah, it is all right. It is nice to see friendly faces." There's a slightly uncomfortable silence as the teens stare at each other, waiting for the other to speak. "Listen, I suck at these kinds of things, so I'm just gonna be blunt." The green speedster blurts, breaking the pause. "What happened SCKS? The world can and will be a beach sometimes, targeting good people for sheets and giggles." His mind skips to a broad grin and infectious laugh. To sparkling, mirth-filled gray eyes and the most unruly, curly hair to exist. To a deep, rumbling voice filled with patience.joy.love. "I don't know how to make things better," the green-haired teen continues, "but I can be there with whatever you need. Ray's gonna get your brother back in tip-top shape, he's one of the best. And in the meantime, you are more than welcome to talk about, or ask of, anything you want. After all, we are friends and everything." "Thank you, Midoriya-kun." Ida sighs with a grateful smile. "Really? Yeah. The green teen waves off. "We speedsters gotta look out for each other and all that." "Indeed. Well, I'm not a speedster, but I feel the same way." Uraraka earnestly pipes in. "Me too. Thank you. All of you." Ida says, making his gratitude known. "I'm sorry that your weekends ended up having to be spent visiting me during my wallowing." "It's not wallowing. You almost lost your brother. That's heavy shit." Izuku easily replies with a good-natured eye roll. "And honestly, I can't think of a better way of spending my weekend than making sure that you're okay. Midori-kun. Anyone speaks a word of this to anyone outside of this room, I will make sure that it's the last thing they do." "Fair enough. Duly noted." Hitoshi drawls before giving him a teasing smirk. "But may I just say you were giving off some major Mrs. M vibes before. Yeah. It was like you were her son, or something." Ochako cheers, causing the green-haired boy to gaze tiredly at his fellow speedster. "Your friends, Ida-kun," he says, gesturing to the two with an air of absolute doneness. "Please, call me Tenya. Izuku." The handshake is short, firm, and purely amicable. Way more so than their first greeting. "I'm so happy you two have finally become friends. Weren't we friends before?" "Not really. You were more like co-friends, you know?" "Well, in commemoration of us finally becoming friends," Izuku pauses to stick his tongue out at Uraraka, "wanna come back with us for dinner and chocolate cake? My mom didn't really say anything beyond it being just dinner and dessert, but I'm guessing it's to celebrate the fact that we didn't SCK at the sports festival. It's okay if you don't want to, I could just save you and your mom a slice." "Didn't SCK. Beach, I was second place." "Yes, Toshi." Izuku drones with faux exasperation. "You're the prettiest of us all, Toshi. You should rule the world, Toshi. Happy now?" "Ah, and so the a-hole returns. If it's all right with you, I'd like to stay here and think some more." "No worries. Like I said, I'll just save you and your mom a couple slices and give them to you at school." "Thank you, Izuku-kun." "Well," the green teen says while stretching a little, "I guess it's about time we get out of your hair. Feel free to come by or text us anytime you want." "Will do. Bye Ida-kun. See you later, Ida. Don't do anything Aizu would do." You too, Toshi, love." "Oh, what the hell?" The brainwasher groans exasperatedly, confused once more by his friend's speech pattern before ultimately giving up. "You know what? Never mind. Attaboy." As promised, the teens stop by the bakery before picking up a pint of ice cream from the ice cream shop on their way back to the Midoriya residence. "Hey Mom, we're back," Izuku announces while kicking off his shoes before zipping to the kitchen to put the treats away. "Welcome back." Inko responds while stirring the chili and checking the rice as the teen joins his friends on the couch and restarts his game from earlier. "How did it go?" "Oh great. Yeah, his mom called us sweet, we got to go in his house." Hitoshi snorts derisively at the wording, "and Ida, or should I say Tenya, and I are full on friends now." "That's wonderful to hear, dear. Do you think we could save them a couple slices of cake? I promised I'd save some and bring it to school." "Absolutely. Ooh, maybe I could bake them some brownies too." "Mom, I'm pretty sure that if they wanted brownies, they'd call their private baker or something. We promised cake, let's just stick with that." "How are you her son?" "Well, Cheiko, when a man loves a woman very much dash." "Izuku." Inko tuts, stopping her son in his tracks. "Yes ma'am. I'm sorry if I'm being too forward, but could you teach me how to do that?" Ochako asks with stars in her eyes. "Of course, sweetie." And just like that, this environment has become unbelievably hostile. I can't live here anymore. Izuku cries melodramatically as the doorbell rings. I'm gonna call Pops, see if he can give me a lift to the lab. Don't be so dramatic. Inko lightly admonishes through fond laughter as she goes to answer the door. On the other side stands a grinning Yamada with an impassive Aizawa. Oh, hello there. You must be Hitoshi-kun's parents. Please, come on in. Thank you for having us. Oh, Midoriya Inko. But please, call me Inko. She introduces herself as the newcomers take off their shoes. Dinner will be ready in a minute. Would you like some tea or coffee in the meantime? No, thank you. Hey Dad, hey Pop. Aizawa-sensei? Mike-sensei? Ochako all but screeches in shock upon seeing her teachers. What's up? Izuku drawls while keeping his eyes glued to the TV screen. How's it going, human alt plus delete and current microphone? Midori-kun. What? They have no power here. Problem children. Aizawa greets, fighting back an amused grin at the green teen's nickname for him. I'm so sorry about him. Inko says from next to him. I could only do so much. Don't worry, it's fine. Hisashi waves off, also amused. So this is the listener when he was little, huh? Oh yes. Not much hero stuff. Aizawa observes, gazing at a picture of a 5-year-old Izuku who only wore a vague hero t-shirt as an acknowledgement that heroes existed. Yes, well, by that time his father had gotten to him. 1 minute he's running around in his hero onesie, and the next he's blowing up my kitchen in pursuit of science. Are you sure you wouldn't like some tea or water? I suppose that a glass of water would be nice. As she goes to turn towards the kitchen, Izuku gets both men a glass of cool water and returns to his game before his absence could be registered. Oh wow. I'm sorry, I had forgotten how much he uses his speed here. Really? I don't think I'd ever get used to it. Well, at first, it was a bit startling and took some adjusting, but after a while, it just blended in with everything else. Inko divulges. Maybe it's because he's been running since he could walk. He was always such a fast child. Fast walker, fast talker. His teachers used to say how much of a fast learner he was, still is, really, even discounting the speed. That is, until he turned 5 and was diagnosed quirkless. She scoffs, diagnosed. Like it was some kind of disease. And that's when he got more into science. Aizawa deduces, scowling at the injustice and finally understanding just why the problem child is the way he is. Science is impartial. Sure, quirks count as science in some way, but that means that they also have scientific drawbacks. His father used to make a game of pointing them out with him. Careful Mom, they're gonna think Dad was a villain or something. Oh no. Hisashi couldn't stand villains just as much as heroes. The only thing he really cared about, besides Izuku and me, was science. He even used to say that it was his third greatest love. I used to ask about his parents and he would just blink at me. Dad was the best. An introspective silence blankets over them for a few minutes before it is abruptly broken by a newly arriving Reiji. Hello. Harrison-sensei? Hey. Hitoshi calmly greets, earning a look from the bewildered girl while Izuku pauses his game and zips over to the man to give him a quick hug. Sup, Pops? Izuku says while the man ruffles his hair. Any of your bones break yet, old man? Gremlin. Okay, who's ready to eat? As if it were a trigger phrase, Izuku reflexively sets the table and finishes the task at his seat while looking impatiently at the others. Oh no, it seems that the gravity in the room has randomly increased and I just can't walk faster. Reiji teases while pretending to walk in slow motion. I will carry you. Yeah. The duo remain unaware of the pleased and relieved looks shot their way for the remainder of the meal as the night fills with light teasing and laughter. Thunderstruck high voltage, who made it home? Sound off. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, look at you channeling your inner Mrs. M. Y. got in 15 minutes ago. Thunderstruck high voltage, I'm gonna ignore that first part and just say, glad to hear it. Thunderstruck high voltage, what about you, Hito? Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, cuddling with my cats at home as we speak. Thunderstruck high voltage, nice. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, first off. Cammy, I wish that were me. Secondly, are we really gonna gloss over the fact that both of you have teachers for parents? Thunderstruck high voltage, 1, big same. 2, Reiji and I were literally a package deal for Nedzu. And I only recently started calling him Pop. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, huh? What about you, Hitoshi-kun? Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, /_, degree, underscore. Thunderstruck high voltage, rolling on the floor laughing, 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 I'm Fumpkim criming. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, wow. Maybe Mito-kun's rubbing off on you. Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, he wishes. Thunderstruck high voltage, I wish. Cacho racing car, the day that there's anything close to two Izukus running around, will be that the world begins to end. Thunderstruck high voltage, whoa. You know what, I can't even be mad, cause that was a pretty sweet burn, Tenya. Cacho racing car, thank you. Now, I believe it would be best for all of us to retire to bed quickly, so that we can wake up bright and early tomorrow. Honeypot face with rolling eyes smirking face, sure thing. See you tomorrow. Gravity's PMP person tipping hand Milky Way, good night everyone. Oh. Thunderstruck high voltage, night chapter text. Sup bros and foes, let's get this bread. A sunglass wearing Izuku crows as he strides in uncharacteristically late with a to-go coffee cup. Midori-kun, Uraraka sighs as the green teen comes closer. What? Izuku pouts playfully before turning to a certain engine user. Hey, Tenya. What's crack-a-lackin', my dude? I am well, my dude. The other speedster replies with mirth dancing in his dark blue eyes. How's your big bro? He seems to be feeling better. Nedzu and Reggie-sensei said that they are close to coming up with a treatment for him. Bitchin'. Oh, I have your cake here, by the way. Thank you Izuku-kun. Ah, isn't this nice? All of us, being friends, Uraraka cheers before gathering the boys into a group hug. Meanwhile, the other members of the class reflect on their mornings after the sports festival. It's different when they broadcast the matches on TV after all, huh? Ashido says with an excited grin. So many people talked to me on my way here. Yeah, me too. Kirishima adds, equally excited. People were staring at me, too. It was kind of embarrassing. Isn't that normal for you, Hagakure? Ojiro sighs awkwardly to Izuku's delight. Burn. I had some elementary schoolers suddenly tell me, don't worry about it. Shiro groans defeatedly. Izuku barely smothers his snickers before Ochako elbows him and an also amused Hitoshi right in their guts. Don't worry about it. Tsu croaks, hiding a sheet-eating grin. This time, Izuku doesn't even bother to hold himself back and downright wheezes alongside Hitoshi, much to Uraraka's disapproval. After just one day, we've suddenly been moved into the spotlight, huh? Denki muses. Yue really is amazing, huh? Momo sighs. Morning. Aizawa greets while opening the door. Even Izuku is impressed at the speed at which everyone goes to their seats. Good morning. The class returns, sitting rimrod straight and looking ahead. Listen up, we're having a special hero informatics class today. The veteran hero announces once he makes his way to the podium. Here it is. The teens think, expecting the worst. Code names. Aizawa's words break through the tension, leaving the group of teenagers somewhat confused. You will be coming up with hero names. We're gonna do something exciting. They cheer, jumping in their seats. A red-eyed glare puts them back in their seats quicker than it takes Izuku to scarf down a slice of New York cheesecake before the eraser hero continues. This is related to the pro hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. The drafts begin in earnest in the second and third years, after students have gained experience and can become immediate assets to the pros. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your future potential. These offers are often cancelled if that interest dies down by graduation. So we'll have to prove ourselves once we get picked, huh? Hagakure ventures to ask. That's right. Aizawa confirms. And here are the totals for those with offers. The underground hero clicks the remote towards the screen which soon displays student names and the number of offers that they receive. Sitting comfortably at first place is Yamamoto with 5,264 offers, followed by Hitoshi with 4,200, nice, Bakugu with 3,240, Ida with 1,200, Izuku with 300, and so on. Wait, what the hell? I didn't even compete. And yet you managed to make a lasting impression. Aizawa remarks, using his capture scarf to hide the tiny smirk that had worked its way onto his face. How could you not, with your entertaining commentary, easygoing demeanor, and impressive quirk? Oh, Yamamoto, you angel without wings. You deserve every single offer you've received and more. Thank you, Midoriya. How kind of you to say. Simp. Hitoshi snarks while leaning forward in his seat. For her? All day, every day. Izuku easily replies while an ecstatic Uraraka jostles Ida upon noticing their names won the board. Besides, the two of you more than deserve those offers. I'm going to say this right now. Sato calls out. Midoriya, there's no way in hell I'm interning with you. Oh. The green speedster cries, dramatically clutching his chest. Right in the chest. Keeping these results in mind, Aizawa continues, bringing them back on course, whether or not anyone asked for you, you will all be participating in internships with pros. Wait, what? At USJ, you already got to experience combat with real villains, but it will still be meaningful training for you to see pros at work firsthand. So that explains the hero names. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun. Well, those hero names are still temporary, but if you're not serious about it, you'll have hell to pay later. A familiar voice interrupts as the door opens and Kayama-sensei struts in. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, and they end up becoming professional hero names. Midnight. Well, that's how it is. Aizawa concludes. So Midnight will be making sure your names are okay. I can't do stuff like that. When you give yourself a name, you get a more concrete image of what you want to be in the future, and you can get closer to it. With that, she leaves them to it. Some stay in their seats and stare thoughtfully at the mini whiteboard that they had been given, while some others drift towards their friends to brainstorm. Have any ideas yet, Midori? HM? Oh, yeah, already wrote mines down. You? Hell yeah. How about you too? Ida looks off to the side in thought while Hitoshi shrugs. Hey, man, I'm sure it'll come to you. I'll even help. Thanks. No prob, Bob. Izuku waves off. It'll have to be simple and something that can throw people off, still close enough to make people feel dumb in retrospect. Uraraka suggests as Izuku places his hand to his chin in thought. How about SYRN? Like siren but edgy? I hate the fact that I actually like it. Some more time passes until everyone eventually returns to their desks, which Midnight takes as her cue to start up the second part of the activity. Okay, let's start presenting names, starting with those who are ready. She announces to the teen's surprise. Here I go, Aoyama announces, seizing the opportunity to be the center of attention. Shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Which means, you can't stop my sparkles. Don't you think that it's a little wordy? Their teacher comments dubiously, how about astre, which is the French word for star? Short and regal. You're right. Thank you, mademoiselle. Then, I'll go next. Ashido cheers before all but skipping up to the podium. Hero name, Alien Queen. Can she really call herself that? Legally? It should be fine, I think. Midnight assures. It'd be an interesting callback. Yay! Ribbit. Then may I go next? Go ahead, Azui-chan. I've had this in mind ever since I was in elementary school. The green-haired Kermitkin says as she walks up and presents her board. Rainy season hero, Froppy. Oh, now that's hella cute. Izuku comments, voicing everyone else's thoughts. That's so cute. It seems friendly. I like it. Thanks, Froppy. You've brought things back to normal. Kirishima presents next, going with the moniker, sturdy hero, Red Riot. Red Riot? You're paying homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, right? Yes. It's pretty old-fashioned, but the hero image I'm going for is Crimson himself. If you're bearing a name you admire, it'll come with that much more pressure. I'm prepared for that. Jiro takes earphone jack, Shoji chooses tentacle, Siro takes cellophane, Ojiro gives himself tailman, which Izuku finds kinda disappointing. Sweet's hero, Sugarman. Sato declares at the front, making Izuku sweat drop. Kaminari calls charge bolt. Next goes Hagakure, who dubs herself Invisible Girl. Wait, isn't that copyrighted? Hitoshi questions warily. You know what, let's wait and see. Midnight replies as the girl reclaims her seat. Come on, let's keep right on going. Yamamo presents her name as Uranami, Shoto chooses his own name, Tokoyami takes Tsukuyami, Hitoshi goes with Izuku's suggestion to Midnight's approval, Koji displays Anima. Eventually, the relatively chill vibes are disrupted by none other than Bakugu. King Explosion Murder. The blonde snarls as he looms over the podium with his board. You probably shouldn't use something like that. Midnight advises with a worried frown. Why not? You should be Explosion Boy. Shut up, shitty hair. Eventually, the blonde retakes his seat with a scowl as his friends continue to tease him. Okay, my turn, Uraraka breathes as she walks up to the podium before displaying her board. This is what I thought of, Navidi. Oh, nice. Izuku exclaims as Hitoshi and Ida cheer, making the girl blush. Yes, very stylish. Midnight compliments as Uraraka goes back to her desk. Choosing hero names is going more smoothly than I thought it would. All that's left is Bakugo, who needs to rethink his, and Ida. And Midoriya, right? Izuku makes a noise as if Midnight's comment jogged his memory before reaching the podium in a few strides and displaying, the unstoppable hero, Inertia. Ooh, flashy. Midnight comments as Ida takes Izuku's place at the podium. The enduring hero, Mercury. Ida announces, earning a very enthusiastic thumbs up from his verdant counterpart alongside his teachers. All right, Bakugu. Are you ready yet? Lord Explosion Murder. No, that's still no good. Satisfied with the results of the naming, Aizawa emerges from his cocoon and takes his place at the podium while Kayama stretches her arms next to him. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we'll go back to talking about the internships. They will last for a week. As for where you'll have them, those who had offers from pros will be given your own lists, so you can choose from those yourself. Those who didn't have offers will choose from among 40 agencies around the country that will be accepting our interns. They all work in different places and have different specialties. For example, 13 would be focused on rescues from accidents and disasters more than fighting villains. The seasoned heroine adds. Think carefully before you choose. Yes, sir. Turn in your choices before the weekend. Aizawa instructs as he and his colleague take their leave. Dismissed. Hey, Todoroki, wanna eat lunch with us? Izuku asks after conferring with his friends for a few short seconds. The red and white teen pauses to think for a moment before minutely shrugging and going to join them. So, who are you going to go with? I don't know yet. It's hard to decide. I'm going to go with Gunhead. So, in other words, you're going to be even more terrifying than you already are. Cool. What about you three? Ms. Joke. I haven't chosen yet. That's cool. Izuku says, giving the new addition a thumbs up with an encouraging grin. I have decided to go with Manuel. Really? Isn't he kinda slow? He is a seasoned hero who has been known to be friendly and reliable. It would be an honor to intern under him. Okay, whatever you say, man. Izuku relents with his hands up in surrender. I think I'm gonna go with Hawks. I'm surprised he would send you something, seeing as you can't fly and all. Todoroki comments as they reach the lunch line, surprising the other teens. Of course, Izuku is the first to recover with a bright, yet cheeky grin. Hey, neither can Roadrunners. Shut up. Hitoshi groans with his head thrown back before grabbing a bowl of ramen. Meep meep. Izuku quips before noticing Momo just up ahead. Hey, Madam Prez, where are you going to go? Oh, well, I haven't exactly chosen yet, the black-haired heroine in training responds while easing into her chair with a grace that even a swan would be jealous of. May I? She slides the papers closer for him to quickly scan before pointing to a name on one of the sheets. What about Majestic? He is pretty versatile and usually has one or two tricks up his sleeve. Plus, he could teach you new fighting styles that you could add to your arsenal. That is true. Very well then, I shall intern with Majestic-san. Thank you for the advice. Midoriya. Please, call me Mito. Saves time. Of course. The rest of the day passes by with little fanfare and Izuku soon finds himself getting ready to head home alongside his smallish group of friends. Suddenly, an idea pops into the green teen's head when his eyes land on Todoroki's carefully impassive face. You know what? Izuku voices after a couple seconds as the others finish putting on their shoes. Do any of you want to go to a cat cafe? Ida, Uraraka, Hitoshi, and Shoto all share a look before shrugging and giving their assent to the greenette's delight. Sweet. Meanwhile, as the kids head out, Aizawa looks over the internship forms that had been turned in at his desk. Internships, huh? Yeah. A few have already decided. He could already feel the throbbing headache forming from the ensuing result of his son's internship, alongside the problem child's. At least the others made sensible decisions, except, that is, for one. Hosa? Ah, she. Everyone knows what happened in Hosu City, Tokyo. It was all over the news, how the hero killer had struck again, this time targeting the older Ida brother. The culprit had already killed 17 heroes in the past and injured 23 heroes beyond recovery, and was identified as Stain. And it was clear that Ida had a bone to pick with him. And he wouldn't let a thing like his internship selection being denied get in his way. God, he needed more coffee. The sound of screams mix with the scent of blood and smoke in the air, making Izuku somewhat nauseous. Still, he pushes on and speeds through the chaos with impressive efficiency, pulling people out of the way and fighting the monstrosities alongside his haggard seniors. Just as he finishes ushering a civilian to safety, a car explodes behind him. Cammy, how did this happen? Well, it started like any other day before the sheet would hit the fan, even more so when the only eventful thing that was anticipated was the start of the first year's internships, with pre-Quirk era music filling the Midoriya apartment walls, the kitchen bustling with activity, and Izuku zipping around as he gets ready for the day. As usual, the music eventually softens into a background noise instead of something that makes the walls hum, the table gets cleared, and the household's matriarch joins her son at the door, this time holding onto him as he adjusts his shoes and pressing light kisses onto his smiling, freckled cheeks. Ma, I gotta go. The teen chuckles. Just a minute. She giggles while planting a few more kisses and attempting to straighten out his hair one last time before letting him be. Okay, I'm satisfied. Now, you be good, you hear? You have to promise me that you'll be good and stay safe. Gee, ma, have a little faith in me. The teen teases, then, more seriously, I promise that I'll be both safe and good. I'll make you proud. You already do. Ever since I came back from the hospital with you in my arms. His eyes mist at this and he looks away to compose himself with a quiet, ah geez, before turning back and kissing the top of her head. I'll see you later. With one last wave, he and his pops as they begin to make their way to the train station where the class is supposed to meet. Hey, pops. Izuku ventures as they walk, earning a soft hum to let him know that the older man was listening. I know I don't really need to ask you this, but could you look after her while I'm gone? I know you have this whole thing about not wanting to overstep boundaries, but aside from you, she's the only family I have. I get it. And I will. Just focus on not doing some dumb shit. Yeah. The green teen replies with a light-hearted eye roll. Thanks. The rest of the way to the station is filled with amicable chatter between the duo, to the amusement of various passerbys. Finally, they arrive at the station just as their argument about dwindles winds down. Of course, they are the first ones there besides Toshi and Aizawa, both of whom look like death. Hey, Aizawa-sensei. Beautiful day for unleashing us gremlins out into the world, huh? The man just barely fights back a snort before clearing his throat to recover. Problem child. He monotonically greets and turns to his fellow teacher. Reiji-san. As the adults begin to talk, Izuku decides to bother his friend. The purple-haired teen in question looks less than barely awake and the air around him smells strongly of the darkest roast of coffee and despair enough to make Izuku bite back a bewildered laugh. Hey, Toshi. He crows, startling the other teen awake as he slings an arm over his shoulders. What's crack-a-lackin'? Coffee and suffering, my dude. The purple-haired teen answers as Izuku guides him through a not-so-complicated handshake. Coffee and suffering. Oh, mood. Eventually, the rest of the class trickles in and the teachers manage to get them under control enough to go over the necessities like roll call and whatnot. You all have your costumes, right? The teenagers enthusiastically shout out their confirmations. Remember, you aren't allowed to wear them in public. And don't drop them or anything. Yes, sir. The group's sentient bubblegum cheers. Speak clearly. Aizawa instructs, silently wishing that he had sprung for a bigger cup of coffee. It's yes, sir, Ashido. The majority of the group silently snicker as the sentient glob of bubblegum bows her head, cowed. Yes, sir. Make sure you mind your manners with the heroes at your internships. Reiji stresses with his hands on his hips. Now, get. Yes, sir. Amused, Izuku sends Reiji a lazy salute before scampering off in the direction of his platform. It doesn't take long for him to notice his presumably unlikely companion walking just a few ways ahead. Hey, Tokoyami, the speedster greets as he jogs to catch up to the bird-headed student. It looks like we're interning at the same place. So it would seem. The teen acknowledges. It is heartening to have a companion as we venture into the unknown. Hell yeah. Izuku cheers. So what do you want to accomplish for the internship? To learn how to fly on the wings of darkness with my fellow avian. The green-haired speedster's already bright smile widens into a megawatt grin that has his shadow-loving companion looking away while muttering about its brightness. Neato. And you? Oh, I just want to work with someone that won't have me slow down too much. Izuku casually responds while rubbing the back of his neck. Honestly, a part of him felt a little bad about his reasoning. Where the majority of his classmates chose their work studies based on what they would like to improve in themselves, he just really didn't like the thought of being anchored down to some maverick who moved slower than a snail and would lecture him about his quirk and its implications as if he didn't spend years dedicated to learning about it himself. A quick train ride later finds the boys walk down the sidewalk towards Hawk's HQ while in a heated debate, unaware of the mass of red and yellow eavesdropping above them. Listen, I'm just saying dash. Cease your heresy. The raven-headed teen cries while throwing up a hand. Taking that as a sign to crash their little party, Kigo Takami, aka Hawks, glides down and energetically greets them with outstretched arms. Interns. Hey bossman. Midday greetings. Somehow, the boys' responses make his smile widen as he slings an arm over each of their shoulders and starts ushering them towards their destination. I knew that I'd like you too. Come on, I'll walk you the rest of the way. The rest of the way ends up lasting only 5 minutes and before the boys know it, they're on a tour of the facilities after being checked in by the secretary. So, why don't we do a couple icebreakers while we walk? The blonde hero suggests as he leads them through the hallway. Sure, I'm game. Very well. Okay, let's start off with 2 truths and a lie. I'll go first. Hawks insists. I graduated from U.A, I'm a Capricorn, and I am colorblind. Would you be red-green colorblind or blue-yellow colorblind? Neither, sorry. Of course you of all people would be a Capricorn. Izuku voices. The hallway is immediately filled with the sound of the pro-hero's uproarious laughter. Oh my god, he says as his snickers subside, you're ridiculous. I try. Izuku shrugs with a crooked grin. We're going to have so much fun. Hawks breathes with a wide grin before turning to their dark companion. Tsukuyumi, why don't you go next? Very well. I was hatched from an egg of darkness, I absorbed my twin, and my and Dark Shadow's favorite color is actually purple. Wouldn't it be wild if Dark Shadow were the twin? Wait, is it that? The winged hero questions with wide eyes. No. At least I believe it isn't. The dark-haired teen answers with a slight frown on his face. Also, the lie was that I hatched from an egg. Ah? Yeah, that makes sense. Inertia, you're up. Okay, so, I'm allergic to starfruit, I have enough caffeine in my body to put a hummingbird into cardiac arrest, and I know 13 different languages. The two birds stop to think for a bit before the teen's fellow hero in training takes a crack at it. I do not think that there is a single piece of food on this earth that you would not be able to eat. While that is a fair assessment of my character, I will have you know that I am, in fact, allergic to starfruit. It's not a lethal one, but it does make my mouth itch. There's no way you have that much caffeine in your body. Hawks voices with squinted eyes. You were exaggerating. Nope. The green teen denies cheerfully, making the two birds sweat drop. The answer is, drum roll, the 13 languages. Seriously? Yup. I actually know I thought it'd be funny. While the pro-hero does snicker a little, he also shares a concerned look with his fellow avian. How are you alive? I'm too annoying for heaven and hell is terrified of me. Hawks thinks he is a little scared as well. Okay, next game. 20 questions. The blonde awkwardly announces, hoping to move the discussion along. You can ask whatever question you want to, as long as it's not too inappropriate and I will answer it with complete honesty. You each get 10. What are our schedules for this fortnight? Tokoyami questions. Oh, that's easy. We're going to patrol, work a couple cases, and train until we pass out. Sweet. Izuku brightly comments. Do you know what cases? Or are they going to be random? I think it's going to be a mix of both. Who's your favorite hero to team up with? The hero considers. Well, it's rare, but when we do, Mirko and I always have a blast. The two interns continue asking their questions for a bit as they carry on with the tour before suiting up for their first patrol and meeting their sponsor by the front desk. Looking good, interns. Feeling good, bossman. Inertia answers with his trademark grin. With a quick debrief and check over, the trio head out into the bustling city. The sound of car horns and yelling children greet them the second they pass through the building's doors. Since it is their first patrol, it is agreed that they will walk through their rounds for the most part, unless something happens. Quick quiz, Hawk suddenly voices as they approach a playground after an impromptu autograph session. What is one of the major facets of being a hero? Not just stopping villains, but saving people. Inertia answers resolutely. Defeating the darkness within. Tsukuyumi contributes just as self-assuredly. Good answers. Hawks allows. And you're technically right. Prioritizing the safety of the citizens and knowing when to hold back is important. But, for the sake of this lesson, I was looking for interacting with the populace and putting them at ease. Huh? Their little forum is then infiltrated by a small, unimpressed-looking child poking Inertia's knee. Oh, hey, bud, Inertia greets as he takes a knee. What can I do for ya? Who are you supposed to be? The child boldly asks. I'm Inertia, the fastest kid alive. Yeah, right? The green teen leans back a little as amusement overtakes his features before he huffs out a laugh and shoots off like a bullet, returning in the blink of an eye with a bright red modeling balloon and quickly, yet carefully, twisting it into the shape of a giraffe in front of the kid's very wide eyes. Believe me now? He quips, handing the trinket to the now starry-eyed child with his trademark grin. Whoa! The young boy exclaims as more children come out of the woodwork and approach them. Entranced by the display. That's so cool. I want one. Me too. Alright, settle down. I'll make one for all of you, okay? Inertia interjects before zipping to the balloon vendor and back again. Can I have a dog? I want a pink horse. Can you do a unicorn? Hey, can you beat Hawk-san in a race? Yet another child asks as the green speedster finishes off the last animal and passes it out. His bright grin turns impish as he swivels his head towards the winged hero. I don't know, can I? Oh, you're so on. The blonde replies, returning his grin in full force before pointing towards one of the nearby high-rises. First one to the top of that building and back down wins. You got it, boss. Inertia assents as parents and other civilians start to join the crowd before turning to the girl who had brought up the notion in the first place. Care to start us off? Delighted, the little girl totters to the front as the two take their marks. Ready, set, go. The streaks blast off, leaving unsteadying gusts of wind behind them. Green and red streaks dash across the street, through the sidewalk, and up the side of the building before a seemingly lone red streak returns. Ha, I win. The veteran hero crows, relishing in the cheers brought on by his apparent victory, unaware of the green teen standing behind him with 2 ice cream cones in his hand. Sorry, boss man, I wasn't sure which flavor you'd like, so I got you chocolate vanilla swirl. Upon further inspection, it is clear that the cheers he had heard before were the kids enjoying cones of their own. The man gazes at his intern, stunned, for a couple minutes before breaking out into uproarious laughter and accepting the offered treat. You really are something else, kid, you know that? Meanwhile, a few ways away, another kid tugs on the hem of Tsukuyomi's cloak just as the Shadow Knight finishes off his cone. What kind of bird are you? I am a harbinger of darkness. I want to be a harbinger of darkness too. A little boy scoffs. Please, Himari, you couldn't be a harbinger of darkness if you tried. The bright-haired girl's adorably round cheeks puffs out as she crosses her arms and glares at the boy. The 3 heroes and the surrounding adults who had happened to overhear can easily tell that she's trying to be intimidating, but they have to admit that the boy's case has a bit of standing. There is plenty of darkness for everyone to partake in. Yeah, no need to get riled up. Hawks cuts in with an easygoing grin. Eventually, the heroes leave, after signing autographs and hanging out a bit. Do you two have siblings? The blonde asks as they continue on their way. Nah. I don't think the apartment would have survived. I am the only one of youth in my family. Either way, you two handled yourselves pretty well back there. I'm impressed. The 2 boys give him their own patent smiles at the praise and go on to finish the rest of their patrol with 2 very different types of pep in their steps. A few days later, the costumed UA interns stand at attention in front of Hawk's desks after breakfast and their morning workouts, both of them anticipating yet another day full of training and learning even more about hero work as a whole. However, it seems that the universe has once again lovingly lifted its middle finger towards them as their expectations are expertly shot down, like a high-scoring game in Duck Hunter. Alright, chickadees. Our previously scheduled plans have been changed because we were needed in Hosu, like, yesterday. Tenya's in Hosu, maybe, just maybe, he can link up and nip whatever bullshit that Izuku knows he's on in the bud. When they get there, however, Sheet's a hotter mess than Morbius. Nomus here, Nomus there, Nomus every FING where. Everything is on fire and the screams make Inertia's ears ring. Sheet. The teen hisses, to the silent agreement of his companions. You know, in all honesty, Izuku doesn't know why he's so surprised that Sheet's gone melons up so quickly. So far, that seems par for the course since the beginning of the school year. Hell, it's been par for the course since he's been, hey, Hawk-san, Inertia calls over the sound of explosions and screaming as they make their way through the chaos-filled streets. What's your quirk use policy for this? A fire hydrant is flattened by a fallen Nomu off to the side. Do whatever it takes to keep the civilians safe and mitigate damage. The veteran readily answers. I, Pro-Hero Hawks, am giving you, Inertia and Tsukuyomi, permission to use your quirks. With that, the interns shift into overdrive, taking down Nomu and spiriting panicked civilians away from danger in earnest. Inertia had just finished ushering a woman and her baby to the nearest safe zone when he hears Manuel calling for Mercury. Mercury, who had been acting weird at the station, who hadn't responded to the group chat for the class that had been set up beforehand, who had, in fact, completely ghosted him and everyone else in their little group. Who was in the same city as his brother's attacker. Izuku hisses before turning to his boss, who was close by. Hey, Hawk-san, permission to stop someone from making one of the biggest mistakes of their lives? The man sends him a silent questioning look in turn, prompting him to elaborate a little more. It's literally a matter of life and death. Okay then, kid. Go for it. I'll come over once things are cleared up here. Understood. The verdant speedster replies before letting his feet carry him away. In seconds, he arrives at an alleyway just in time to spot his friend on the ground with a crusty-looking figure standing over him, readying himself to deal the final blow with a nasty-looking katana. Off to the side, he spots an out-of-commission native uselessly watching the scene play out. Before Stain has a second to lift his head to regard the newcomer, Inertia's feet are moving once more. Nope. He chirps as he zips the paralyzed blue-haired teen and native away. How he's able to with their size, he doesn't know. But he does and brings them to the alley's entrance. Just as they stop, the infamous serial killer begins advancing on them again, earning a quick kick to the gut. Inertia-Ida begins as the other teen places himself between the man and his prey. Not now. He snaps, his body tightly coiled and bracing for action. Another fake? The masked man observes as he draws closer. He stops and tilts his head as if to think. Or are you a true hero? The F-? Registering the fact that they don't have the time to decipher whatever the hell is going on in the man's mind, Inertia shakes off his bewilderment and incredulity and focuses on stopping the villain in front of them. A hole about to be knocked out, say what? Wah-. Before the man could complete his question, a forest green fist cracks into his jaw at the speed of light, knocking him out. Inertia, what are you doing here? Ida calls as the greenette begins to disarm the discount smelly Pete ninja wannabe. Gee, the world's on fire and one of my closest friends is bleeding out in an alley after being stabbed by a serial killer, Izuku drawls, finishing up his task and going to restrain the still unconscious man. I wonder what I could possibly be doing here. It's a real head-scratcher. Hell, we might need to get the FING Scooby-Doo gang in on this. This was supposed to be my victory. My chance to make him pay for what he had done to my brother. Izuku's eyebrows hike to his hairline as he slowly turns towards his friend, his compadre, his good-time boy. Seriously? He all but chokes out with wide eyes in near disbelief. You mean your brother who's on the road to recovery? Your brother who will most likely goon your butt for pulling this stunt? That brother? And what victory? Beach, everything is on fire. Cowed, Ida looks down with a faint sense of shame as Hawks, Tsukuyomi and a couple other heroes finally arrive, including an angered Endeavor and apathetic Shoto. Is that the hero killer? One of the heroes questions while another calls for an ambulance. Inertia looks back at the villain's still prone form. Yeah. He coolly confirms, causing their jaws to drop. Holy shit, kid. So, is everything good? Inertia questions as he wearily eyes Endeavor. Yeah, no, mission accomplished, I guess. Hawks assures. The Nomas have been dealt with and the citizens are all safe. Now it's just clean up for the most part. Oh, are we gonna? Inertia's sentence trails off as he gestures to the still on fire street behind them. No. There's crews for that. Besides, you need to give your statement after the medics check you over. Izuku winces. ASH. Giving his statement takes longer than he would like. Between the chaos of the hospital, the assigned officer's refusal to be a professional and take him at his word, and the rebuke that the chief attempted, which Hawks quickly shut down, Izuku is 0.03 seconds away from binging as much food as he can and crashing on the nearest flat surface when he is finally left alone. But he opts to check up on Ida in his hospital room anyways. Turns out that being stabbed by a scary-looking katana is what medical professionals would call a big yikes. So the youngest Ida needed to have surgery and be kept overnight for observation. Which obviously hit him hard, but not hard enough as Izuku swears that he can still see anger in the blue-haired teen's eyes. Annoyed at having to make yet another heartfelt speech to this guy, Izuku heaves a big sigh and approaches the bed. Ida, I'm not going to preach at you or pretend like I have the right to give you empty platitudes. You're angry and you have every right to be. But Cammy, Ida, it almost killed you. We would have turned on the news to find that you died a horrible and shitty death and, depending on the station, would have had to hear your name be dragged through the mud. He says, his voice just barely above a whisper but ringing out like a thunderclap in the sterilized room. And what about your brother and parents? To have to hear that they'll have to make use of the family plot way sooner than they had expected. I get the anger, Tenya, I really do. But I was too selfish to sit back and let you drown in it. Izuku. The green-haired teen sheepishly shrugs in the pressure of his friend's wide-eyed gaze. What can I say, man? You're one of my best friends and I don't want to lose anyone else. The other speedster goes to reach towards him, but is quickly interrupted by the arrival of Hawks, Tokoyami, an upset-looking Manuel, and a scowling Aizawa. It is as if all of the air in the room has been SCKED out and replaced with radon. Hey kid. Hawks gently utters as he walks up to his intern. You okay to go? Yeah. He confirms before turning back toward. I've got to go. See you later, man. He doesn't address the others in the room outside of a brief nod before letting himself get ushered away. Goodbye, Izuku. When he looks back, a vague sadness had replaced the anger in Ida's eyes and Izuku finds that he cannot keep his gaze for long. The next day, Tokoyami and Izuku walk through the halls of Hawks HQ in relatively high spirits. After all, Hosu didn't burn to the ground, Stain was caught, no one died, and, best of all, Ida wasn't expelled. He's just on academic probation. And grounded. But it could be worse. He could be dead. Only you would have the foresight to cover your bases before leaping headfirst into the abyss. the Raven teen says as they make their way to the cafeteria for lunch. I don't have an argument for that right now, but once I do, well Tokoyami's brow raises as the Cooking by the Book Lil Jon mashup blares from Izuku's pocket. Shut up. Hey, ma. Izuku Midoriya. I'm in danger. The teen in question chuckles to his classmate with an empty grin, making the other teen snort. I'll make sure to play, my immortal. At your funeral. He teases as he takes his leave. What do you have any idea? Oh, just wait until you get home. Wait, ma, before you go ahead and bury me next to dad, 2 things. Izuku interjects with his hand held out in front of him. 1, I received permission to act from Hawk-san. And I didn't actually fight the guy. I just took the people he was trying to kill away from him and punched him really hard. By the way, man am I glad Hito taught me how to punch. The hum that sounds from the older woman makes the hairs on his neck stand on end. Mom? Listen, Mom, if I didn't Izuku takes a deep breath, his voice slightly wavering. Tenya would have died. He was going to die if I didn't interfere. The other end is almost too quiet for his liking as his mother considers his words. His nervousness must show on his face as a passing hero winces in sympathy. Just get home safely when the internship finishes, okay? And come straight home. No stopping by the store for snacks or by some fast food place. Got it. Yes, ma'am. He readily assents while saluting the empty air. Straight away. The rest of the week easily breezes by with nothing of note and their dismissal barely takes 15 minutes. In fact, Izuku is pretty sure that if he could, Hawks would have just thrown them out of a window to make them get out faster. You accidentally eat all of the guy's chicken tenders once and suddenly you're a war criminal. Either way, Izuku soon finds himself waving goodbye to his shadow-loving friends at the train station before going on his way. As he walks, he pulls his phone out from his pocket. Flash drive, floppy disk, motherboard, laptop, computer. Flash drive, floppy disk, the chicken man let us out, heading your way now. 1000. Flash drive, floppy disk, are you sure you don't want me to pick anything up? 1001. Motherboard, laptop, computer, nope. Right home, mister. 1002. Flash drive, floppy disk, yes ma'am. 1003. The screen clicks off and Izuku spends the rest of his walk drowning himself in his music as he resolutely ignores the passing stares. He makes it home in record time and just opens the door when a green blur crashes into him. Mom, bones, crushing, lungs, white light. Oh, hush. The teen wisely does as he says and allows the shorter woman to cling to him and cry her eyes out. I really am so proud of you. She eventually whispers once the tears had run out. And I know your father would be too. You really think so? Absolutely. Thanks, Mom. The teen sighs. The two enjoy each other's embrace for a bit longer before the younger speaks again. Pops is gonna kill me, isn't he? Probably. Behind them, the front door opens and a figure shrouded in darkness steps in. Izuku Midoriya. The all-too-calm voice of his beloved teacher-turned-father figure murmurs behind him. Mom? Izuku whispers with a cold sweat running down his cheek as his hold on her subconsciously tightens. Yes, sweetie? I want daisies at my funeral. The next school morning, a certain green-haired speedster approaches his beloved classroom. He can hear laughter and light-hearted chatter from behind the door and it warms his heart. He breathes an appreciative breath in and goes to greet the day. How's it going, my fellow comrades? He greets with a wide grin as he slides the door open. 2 shadow-draped beings' heads snap towards him at breakneck speed with darkened auras and glowing eyes from their place near his desk. Izuku Midoriya. With the smile still plastered on his face, Izuku slowly slides the door shut, only for Uraraka to slam it back open and Hitoshi to grab him by the collar of his shirt with a snarled, "Oh no you don't. And DMN if he didn't find that kinda hot. Whatever it is, I didn't do it." Izuku stutters out in a thick Italian accent as he struggles against the taller boy's hold and fights a blush while the other occupants of the room watch on in a mix of amusement and concern. You've got the wrong guy. My name is Raymond Alfresca. I just transferred here. I think I'm lost. Midoriya, dude, that was crazy. I can't believe you took down the actual hero killer all by yourself. Kaminari greets boisterously, sealing the green teen's fate. This is how you get haunted. Izuku grimly promises in his normal voice, pausing in his attempts to point a knuckle at the electricity user. Uraraka, Shinso, Tenya interrupts, coming to his fellow speedster's rescue. Please, do not lash out at Izuku. The only reason why he was even in that alley was because of my foolishness. Ida. If it weren't for Izuku rushing in, hey. I didn't rush in, I would certainly be dead right now. The blue-haired Robocop continues before dramatically looking down at his closed fist. So, in order to keep anyone else from turning out like me, I will once again walk on the path to becoming a hero. Tenya-kun, well, at least you know what you did wrong. Just don't do it again, okay? Ochako replies with puffed-out cheeks, drawing a solemn nod from the other teen as Hitoshi finally lets Izuku go. Now, it is time to commence class. Tenya proclaims, turning to the others. Everyone, take your seats. A bit louder, buddy, I don't think they can hear you in New Zealand just yet. Izuku snarks as he slinks towards his seat while the others sweat drop. Heh, nice. Jiro lauds under her breath as she takes hers. The rest of the morning classes pass by fairly quickly, leaving just hero basic training to go before lunch. Hitoshi and Ochako's fury towards Izuku had fully subsided, leaving behind the worry and relief, which is the only reason why he didn't accuse them of favoring Tenya, that had buried itself deep underneath. Hey, Midoriya, isn't this a picture of you walking out of a konbini? Zero questions as they wait for the next class to start. Wait, seriously? The green teen replies, peeking over the other teen's shoulder alongside his friends. Oh, hey, I look pretty good. What on earth are you wearing? Tenya exclaims, scandalized upon seeing his fellow speedster's casual outfit. Dude, you look like one of those dads that tell corny but jokes and do flavorless barbecues on your off time. Izuku easily retorts. At least everything looks cohesive. Ochako quickly counters with a snicker. You look like you dressed yourself in the dark. My shoes match. Besides, the goal is to look incomprehensible. And, judging by your reactions, mission accomplished. Izuku says as he pulls out his phone. What are you doing? Hitoshi warily questions, speaking up for the first time since the conversation had started. In his opinion, Izuku looked kinda cute in his clown butt outfit, but there was no way he was going to actually say that out loud. I wanna try something. He replies, going to the App Store and looking for the infamous blue icon. No. Ochako nearly screeches as she rips it from his hand and chucks it across the room. Ochako! Tenya gasps reproachfully, like a disappointed parent, before going to retrieve the device. That was homophobic. Izuku jokingly sulks, thanking Tenya when the other speedster hands him his phone and silently thanking the gods above for his phone case. Hitoshi goes to make a remark with a quirked eyebrow, but is interrupted by the sound of the chime signaling for the PRD to begin. Seconds later, their three teachers come ambling in, two of which shoot Izuku scathing looks as they station themselves in front of the podium, and, with no preamble, begin the class. Today we will be having your hero basic training outside. Go change and meet us at Ground Gamma. And with that, the three men saunter, or in All Might's case, march, out, leaving the class to excitedly speculate about the day's lesson as they bustle to do as they are told. As always, Izuku is the first one there. Midoriya, Aizawa addresses before everyone else arrives, we have a special training for you. This is a treadmill built by Hatsum and Reiji that is supposed to record your speeds. We would like to test it to see if it can be used for the other classes. While everyone is participating in the prepared exercise, I want you to run at your top speed for as long as you can. Which will hopefully be for the rest of the PRD. Barely restraining himself from vibrating in his excitement, the green teen slides his goggles over his eyes with a wicked grin and goes off to the device with a thunderclap as Aizawa and All Might go to tend to the rest of the class. Within seconds, his feet become blurs surrounded by lightning, soon followed by his arms and torso. How fast? Aizawa prompts once the first group had started the lesson, which was a rescue race to see how much they had learned during their hero agency internships. 1,239 kilometers. How long do you think he could maintain this speed? All Might faintly questions into the comm as he watches the teenager go from his tablet. Maybe if he could just make Nedzu see his point of view? Oh, Reiji answers absent-mindedly while watching the stats on his, he can last for days like that. There's a reason I call him Speed Demon. Aizawa hums in understanding. Honestly, he had presumed that the nickname was due to the fact that the problem child was fast as hell and that he was, well, a problem child. But he supposes that this also makes sense. Should have asked Hatsum to attach a capacitor. Reiji mutters into the earpiece. Confused silence meets his comment. He could, theoretically, power several city grids. The scientist offers as an explanation, earning unseen nods. A couple deafening booms interrupt them and shake the air, reaching even the platform where the rest of the class were with their two teachers. How fast do you think he could go? Aizawa wonders softly, the sound of his own voice barely registering in his ears. Once all of the training is done, and he has graduated, how fast do you think he would be then? I have no idea, it could be immeasurable, infinite. Or, this is the fastest he can get. Reggie answers with a slight shrug. Yeah, no, that sounded wrong the second I heard it come out of my mouth. Be reasonable, Harrison-san. There is no possible way that speed like that could be infinite. All Might speculates as he watches the current group of students race. Izuku is one of the most unreasonable kids I've ever met. Reiji easily retorts. My calculations regarding his abilities have been checked thoroughly and are the most reasonable thing about his situation. The Hero Commission would love to get their hands on that kind of power. Aizawa dryly observes, absent-mindedly visualizing the president salivating while watching the green kid. They've already tried and failed. Several times. At first it was kinda funny, then it just became sad. With that, the seasoned heroes turn the rest of their attention on surveying the other members of the class while the scientist continues to bounce between monitoring his son and watching the other students of 1A. His mind wanders to the future as he watches the green speedster's stats and a chill races up his spine as he considers the implications. The class hour ends with the class going over the results of the race before the kids head back for Modern Hero Art History, which Izuku thinks is a kinda wordy title for a class. Today, we will be doing something a little different. Midnight announces once the air had settled upon her entrance. Media. Each of you will be interacting with it in different ways throughout your careers as professional heroes. Normally, I would hold off on introducing this curriculum to first years, but, due to certain circumstances, I would rather make sure that you all are as ready as you can be for the world of public relations. Can anyone tell me the 3 major forms of media presence? Of course, because she's a living deity, Yaomomo's hand shoots up in a matter of seconds. Yes, Yayorozu. Television, radio, and social media, sensei. Good, Yayorozu. Midnight warmly commends. Now, each medium has its own advantages and drawbacks. With television broadcasts, you will get much-needed exposure. But, the host or interviewer can be unpredictable at times and sometimes things will be edited a certain way that may not paint you in the best light. Radio, or even podcasts are more casual, and if you know the host well enough, you could even make regular appearances. On the downside, some stations may not even give you the chance to actually speak, same as television. She waits for the information to sink for a bit before continuing. Finally, there is social media. Now social media is interesting because the only factors that dictate your experience are ones that you place yourself. If you decide to manage your own social media accounts, then you will get to determine how you are perceived by the public. At the same time, if you decide to hire a publicist, then your online activity will be curated and managed by them. Either way, there is a risk of saying, or not saying, the wrong thing. From the corner of his eye, Izuku can spot Ochako giving him a severe look and slowly shaking her head, as if she could read the green-haired teen's mind. Over the next few days, we will be going more in depth about each medium, yes even social media, even if you all do have accounts. With that, the bell rings and they are dismissed for lunch. Maybelline. Izuku calls once he spots a familiar head of pink locks in the hallway on their way to the cafeteria. Zoo. How's it hanging? Slightly to the left. Dear God. Power Loader murmurs as he cautiously walks past them as they talk. By the way, I started working on that baby we talked about. You mean the dash? Yup. Oh hell yeah. With that, the small group finally arrives at their destination and quickly gravitate towards the food line. Hey, remember that lesson Midnight Sensei gave us dash, Izuku says as they wait. You mean the one we had today? Todoroki helpfully replies. That's the beach. Zuku, no. Zuku, yes. He chirps. I don't want a mouthpiece or to be someone else's. And I don't want my image to be used for some random bullshit agenda either. I know, someone will misinterpret me anyways. But at least there'll be evidence of who I really am floating around for everyone to see. If they happen to not like what they see, well, tough melons on them. Huh? Tenya says as they reach the front of the line and grab their trays. That is, weirdly profound. F you. Izuku retorts with no heat as he grabs 2 bowls of katsudon and a container of tempura. I say profound sheet all of the time. Zoo, you literally went on a tangent about how the ocean is just cold soup that ended at 5 a.m. Hitoshi notes as the green-haired teen grabs several packets of milk bread and a bottle of peach tea. And? Was I wrong? Izuku? 5 o'clock in the morning is not an appropriate time to still be up. In my defense, Izuku says with a bright grin as they find their table, brain go brrr. And that right there is why I'm still hesitant to let you go through with this. Oh, since you're going to start using Twitter and whatnot, why don't we start a Hero Tube channel to show off our babies? May, are you sure that you don't have a telepathy quirk? Because you are in my head too DMN often. I call editing. Hitoshi quickly inputs, earning looks from Achiko and Tenya. What? We all know that any lucid thought that manages to pop up in their raccoon butt minds almost always goes to inventions or some other sciencey sheet. If they're going to do this, it might as well be somewhat coherent. Ah, Hito. Don't give me that look, you little sheet, just stop texting me about Moose at 7 a.m. Is this before or after you've slept? Tenya tiredly questions as he stares the other speedster down like a disappointed parent. I think you know the answer to that. Izuku smoothly replies. Anyways, when are we going to just dance the night away? I'm pretty sure my mom's, like, this close from kidnapping you all, tying you to our couch, and stuffing you with as many baked goods as humanly possible. That seems like an exaggeration. Todoroki comments before slurping up some of his soba. Hitoshi whines, rocking his hand side to side in a SOSO gesture. In her defense, this is the first time I've had friends in, like, 11 years. And even then, I only had the one that kinda went to shit. Izuku explains. Huh? Seriously, though, just dance? The green-haired teen prompts giddily. And what is just dance again? Todoroki innocently questions, making the green speedster's eyes widen. Oh, come on, now we have to do it. The two upper-class dwellers of the group share a look and the human AC heater shrugs his assent before going back to his noodles. Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt, considering that the past week or so has been rather stressful. Tenya apprehensively allows. Who? Izuku cheers before pointing expectantly at the remaining table occupants. Boss? Hito? Mayday? It would be a crime for me to not see where you live. Yeah, okay, I could always use more of Mrs. M's cookies. Yeah, plus I need to get those tips from her on how to wrangle you. I'll take it. Izuku shrugs. I can't wait to kick all of your buttes. Well, you have had about 10 years of solo practice. Hitoshi smoothly heckles, earning a high five from Achiko. Ha, burn. She murmurs, earning a confused look from their resident firequark haver. This is abuse. Everyone, yes even Todoroki, shows amusement at his protest and Izuku can't help but to feel an overwhelming sense of profound fondness as he looks at their smiling faces. He'll just get his revenge during Rasputin later. It's electric at Lean Green. Attached, a still of a video that clearly takes place in the Midoriya living room. The coffee table has been moved to the side and is covered with platters of baked goods and cups. Izuku adjusts the phone in the foreground in an eye-burningly neon yellow pair of pants. With paint splatter socks and a lime green, totally rad, t-shirt. Behind him, to his left, stands a bored-looking Hitoshi in a pair of black jeans with gray cat socks and a dark gray t-shirt. Next to Hitoshi stands a determined-looking Achiko wearing a pair of shorts with black leggings underneath, white socks, and a large white t-shirt. To Izuku's right stands an impassive Todoroki wearing a pants and turtleneck combo that definitely costs more than the Midoriya's rent and black socks. Behind the four sits a content Inko Midoriya, a grinning Reggie, a transfixed Tenya, and Mei. Inko and Tenya are holding cups of tea while Mei tinkers with a cookie halfway in her mouth and Reiji records them on his phone. When the video starts, Izuku shuffles backward into place while throwing peace signs at the camera and the opening notes of Boney M's Rasputin begins to play. The four teens proceed to follow along with the choreography on the screen with varying degrees of success and enthusiasm, but the gap between the four widens when the bridge before the final verse arrives and Izuku proceeds to do the floor squat alongside the dancer on the screen with the same amount of effort that he dedicated to the other moves, which is none, before smoothly springing back up and nailing following moves including the gold move, earning the highest score of the four, not four. The other's lack of trying. The video ends with Hitoshi catching his breath, Shoto lying on the floor, and Achiko letting out a loud DMN it, while Izuku does a little snap dance in victory. #JustDance2 #AlmostFellOnMeButter. 1.6k likes 110 retweets 36 comments. Dragon Cave 24 at Hordewave. Wait, aren't those UA kids? From the hero course? Rapt attention at Aptimid. I thought that U.A's hero course was supposed to be better than this. Getting sick of this at Reckless Turban. Holy shit, they're just kids, dude. Marry me midnight at Hallowed Tumble. Plus, newsflash, a-hole, heroes are people too. Not a cannibal at the actual Hawks. Wait, that actually looks pretty fun. Shoot me a text next time. I'll even bring chicken. It's electric at Lean Green. Only if you drop the grudge of 20xx. Not a cannibal at the actual Hawks. Deal. Where's my check Dominoes? At Scoobert. Wait, sheet, Hawks? Astonished face, astonished face, astonished face, astonished face, astonished face, astonished face. Coffee holds me together at Lost Dopamine. The kids are great, sure, whatever, but Mrs. Midoriya though. Step on me MT lady at the SIM Sans. Mommy? Sorry flushed face mommy? Sorry flushed face? A New York rat at Jack's box. Mrs. Midoriya, if you are reading this, I'm free on Thursday night. If you want to hang out, please respond to this and let me know if you want to hang out with me on Thursday night when I am free. I escaped. At scientific risk. So, the green one seriously dresses like that? And no one's going to say anything? Okay, then. Prophesize this. At Apollo Spall. It's avant-garde face with rolling eyes. You obviously wouldn't get it. Face with rolling eyes, face with rolling eyes, face with rolling eyes. Honestly, Izuku doesn't know why he didn't hop onto Twitter and HeroTube sooner. Oh wait, he does. It's so much fun. Sure, Achiko gives him looks from time to time and there's people simping for his mom, not that she doesn't deserve it, but he gets to connect with so many people and he got Hawks to forgive him, so he counts it as a win. The last of the students makes it just as the final chime rings and the teens quickly settle into their seats just before Midnight struts into the room to begin class. Alright, class, today we will be moving on to the next part of the media module that we are working on, radio. Who can tell us a bit about some of the history of the radio? As always, Yamamoe is the first to raise her perfectly manicured hand. Part of Izuku wonders if her nails are naturally like that or if she does a house call for her nails on a weekly basis. Yes, Yayorozu? The radio was originally invented in 1894 by a young Italian inventor named Guglielmo Marconi who wanted to build long-distance wireless transmission systems using the previously discovered Hertzian waves, which no one else seemed interested in doing at the time. After a while of field testing and trial and error, he was able to receive the British patent for his system and in 1897, Marconi established a radio station on the Isle of Wight. Later on, in 1906, a Canadian-American inventor named Reginald Fessenden made the first radio broadcast after working on a high-speed alternator for years, and the Dutch company Nederlandse Radio Industrie and its owner-engineer, Hanso Adzerda, made its first regular entertainment radio broadcast over station PCGG from its workshop in The Hague in 1919. Thank you, Yayorozu. Now, obviously, things are different, and while radio shows are not necessarily as popular as they used to be, they still pull in a good amount of listeners and fans, which would help your publicity greatly once you go pro. But there is a difference between knowing about its history and applications, and actually engaging in the environment. Which is why I'm bringing in a special guest. Just as she finishes speaking, Present Mike struts in through the door with a wide grin, to the teens' delight. Yo yo yo, can I get a yeah? Yeah. The majority of the class cheer. Love the energy, listeners. The voice hero crows. Well, I could go on and on about how fun but taxing doing a radio show could be, but sometimes, you just gotta jump in and find some stuff out for yourself, you dig? That's why I've decided to make it a more immersive experience instead of just talking at ya. That's right. Each of you will have the opportunity to appear on Put Your Hands Up. This offer will of course be extended to both hero classes. Midnight interjects with a pleased smile and her pressed-together hands resting against her cheek. What if we don't feel completely comfortable speaking or participating in the broadcast? Shoji questions on behalf of the more quiet members of 1A. No worries. You don't need to be in the thick of it to learn. You are more than welcome to hang out by the booth and watch a recording or two. It's electric at Lean Green. Hey, if you don't already, tune in to Put Your Hands Up. Tonight. It's gonna be extra special. Hashtag Yeomamakinofuniverse, hashtag Madamapres, hashtag Gana Show It's Done, hashtag It's Technically Training. 116k likes, 30 retweets, 56 comments. Audio excerpt from Put Your Hands Up. What's up, listeners? As you may have heard, we have a very special episode for you tonight. We are going to be doing a mini-series with some students from U.A. Give it up for Momo Yayorozu. Yeah. Hello. I am very honored to be here. Yayorozu is the class president of 1A, and a well-liked one too. Well, I wouldn't say that. There's a hashtag called Yamamoe Queen of the Universe trending. Oh my. Class mom, at Yayorozu Momo. Thank you for having me at Present Mike. It was a great honor and I had a lot of fun. Hashtag also thank you everyone for your support. 9.5k likes, 20 comments. Spotify fears me at Roxaphic. I would die for you. Hashtag Yeomamakinofuniverse. 2k likes. HeroTube. Video, the screen is black but the audio can still be heard. I'm just saying, building robots been done to death already. The unmistakable voice of Izuku Midoriya says as papers shuffle in the background. Maybe you can synthesize a new compound instead? I mean, it's not like we haven't before. Nope. The voice of Mei Hatsum replies while something whirs in the background. It has to be a robot. Boo. The picture turns on revealing Izuku's face. He is wearing an unbuttoned, very brightly colored Hawaiian shirt over a Kermit the Frog t-shirt and gently bites the inside of the bottom of his lip as he adjusts the camera. Behind him, Mei, dressed in a grease-covered tank top, lazily spins around in a white swivel chair. Once she notices that the camera's on, she pushes herself towards him, almost rolling into the table, only to be saved at the last second by a chuckling Izuku. It is clear that the two are in some kind of state-of-the-art lab. "Hey, it's ya boy, Izuku Midoriya." The teen greets as the duo slightly drift off frame. "And I'm handsome May." May exclaims as she pushes them back into focus. "That's HATSUMEMEI. Again dash. May." Izuku interrupts through a soft chuckle. "We have so many babies to show you," May announces with a semi-manic grin. Which is part of why we started up this here Hero Tube channel. Which, by the way, is being edited by the very talented Hito-kun. A line of white text appears at the bottom of the screen with an image of a sleeping black cat next to it. There was no way in hell that I was going to trap myself in there with them. That being said, someone needs to bring order to this hell channel. We are going to be testing out this baby. As she talks, she holds up a small, black body camera. It appears to be attached to the front of a body HRNSS made of a Kevlar material, much like a safety belt. It is made out of an experimental metal that is supposed to be more durable than Cammy herself while shooting 70 trillion frames per second. Why so many frames, you ask? Well, 'cause we'll be using it on me. Izuku exclaims, pointing a thumb to himself with a large grin. Obviously, Izuku sees the world in a drastically different way when he's running, so we're going to strap this super advanced camera to him and try to see just what the hell is going on when he scampers off. It'll be like one of those pet cams. The speedster brightly interjects as his pink-haired partner begins to put the HRNSS on him. The second that the final clasp slides into place and May nods her head, he's off. Izuku Cam PT1. 139.6k views. Double Trouble Inc. 139 comments. Pantsed Squirrel. Wow, that's kinda trippy. Aha. Okay, but the drip though. Red Triangle pointed down 11 replies. Respect Pouch. How do you not get lost? Red Triangle pointed down 6 replies. Meep meep. Well, my hero suit actually has something in the visor to help. Outside of that, I just let my instincts take over. Audio excerpt from Put Your Hands Up. So, Monoma, what's it like in Class 1B? Well, obviously, as a member of the superior class we normally work twice as hard as those 1A miscreants without needing as much glory as they can't seem to live without. The studio is dead silent as a few members of the staff exchange uncomfortable glances. Aha. Izuku no at Gravity broke. Anyways, can't wait for Kendu's episode. Hashtag put your hands up. Hashtag save our girl number 1B Prez writes. 12.3k likes 20 retweets 65 comments. The two geniuses sit over a game of chess with still warm cups of tea in their hands. The younger of the two inches his hand towards the board after a bout of careful deliberation and moves his pawn up a space away from Nedzu's. Satisfied with the fact that it wasn't taken immediately after by a bishop or a rook or whatever, he sits back and takes a sip of his tea. Hey sensei, I've been meaning to ask, do you have a social media? Of course I do, Midoriya-kun. In fact, I have even retweeted a couple of your posts. Wait, really? Of course, they are very entertaining. The Chimera titters before taking his move. Check. Aw man. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. You were very close that time. Go again? Of course. Audio excerpt from Put Your Hands Up. We have a super extra special treat tonight. One of my favorite listeners is in the studio tonight. Give a thunderous welcome to Izuku Midoriya. Hey, Mike. Hi, everyone. How's it going? I'm super stoked to be here. I'm awesome. Honestly, I have been wanting to do this for a while. Really? Of course. Ever since the sports festival. Oh, that was fun. Tell me about it. And now you're here. In a very interesting outfit, I might add. I like it. Thanks. I know that not everyone is fond of the way that I dress, or talk, or act, but, you know, I honestly never really cared before and life is so short. Like, I don't know how many people know this, exactly, but when I got my speed, it wasn't all hunky-dory. I seriously, legitimately, almost died and was in a coma for 9 months. And, you know, it's just, you never know what can happen. I was lucky, but who knows whose life might have gotten screwed over that night. And with that in mind, it makes it really hard to start to care about people's perception of me. I am who I am, I like what I like, I believe what I believe, and if people don't like it, well, then, what can you do? I'm not gonna try and change your mind. How bold. Much like those pants. The producer calls from the other side of the booth. Heyo. Izuku hollers with a snort. It's electric at Lean Green. Thanks for having me on at present, Mike. I had a blast. Although I could have gone without the knowledge of how many people simp for my mom. Hashtag ikandagidit hashtag my mamisthebest hashtag but summiaphile airwild. 169k likes, 17k comments. Trending. Hashtag YaoMomoQueenOfTheUniverse. Hashtag put your hands up. Hashtag Incomidaria. Hashtag lean green. Hashtag UA students. Two exponentially tired men gaze through the window in the teacher's lounge of UA while nursing twin cups of coffee. The most tired of the two, Reiji, barely holds a stack of folders with papers full of equations and blueprints falling out underneath his arm. It's finally done. You look like hell. Pot, kettle. You think that it will actually work on the problem child? We have a good 80% chance. Reiji responds before taking another dead-eyed sip. Good enough, I suppose. Izawa returns, following the other man's actions and relishing the taste of caffeine on his tongue. At least the other sweating like pigs is a sure thing. An unsettling smile spreads across the hero's face before he polishes off the rest of his drink, places his cup on his desk, and saunters towards his classroom. Oh, he was definitely looking forward to this. Well, it's almost time for summer vacation, but of course, it wouldn't make sense for you to rest for the whole month. Izawa drones from the classroom's podium. Don't tell me. Kaminari whispers in anticipation as the others lean forward in anticipation. During summer vacation, we'll have a training camp in the woods. The hero announces, eliciting a cheer from the excitable teens. Their giddiness is palpable. Even Izuku finds himself getting amped up, nearly vibrating at the thought of all the esmores he was going to eat. However, Izawa cuts in with a flare of his quirk. Those who do not pass the final exam before that will be in summer school hell. There is a beat of silence as Kaminari and Kirishima process the older man's words. Everyone, let's do our best. This is DMN stupid. Bakugo mutters as the class continues to clamor. The week continues to slog on with days ending in Izuku being worked hard at the lab and beginning with his friends at his front door. If it weren't for the fact that he loves the training and actually enjoys his friend's presence, he probably would have collapsed days ago. Okay, that's it for class. Izawa drones as he tidies some papers on the podium. There's only 1 week left until the final exams. You all are studying properly, right? I'm sure you already know, but it won't just be a written exam. There's also a practical component. Make sure you train your minds and bodies at the same time. That's all. Once the perpetually tired man closes the door, the room descends into chaos. I haven't studied at all. Kaminari and Mina, the two lowest scorers in class, exclaim. With the sports festival and the internship, I didn't study at all. The lightning user continues as the personification of pink lemonade laughs humorlessly in the background. It's true that we had one event after another, but SCKS to be you, Hitoshi drawls, reclining in his seat. Zuku just zips over or texts, or calls at random times with quizzes. While I do not approve of sending these pop quizzes at such early times in the morning, even I can appreciate the assistance. It helps distract me while I wait for the results of my criminology final to come in. The freckled teen throws in with a close-eyed smile while a good amount of his classmates quietly seethe. Besides, I might as well put some knowledge of what I've absorbed in class to some use since I won't be tested on it. Must be nice. Sato mutters petulantly. If it's any consolation, Nedzu-sensei will probably have me complete some impossibly difficult puzzle or something instead of a normal test again. Ah, right. It's been nice knowing you, Midoriya, Shiro sighs melodramatically. Can I have your Twitter account? Before Izuku could reply, the absolute goddess that is their class president enters the discussion. Kaminari-kun, Ashido-kun, I may be able to be of assistance with the class lectures. Yao Momo. I'm not one of those two, but can I join, too? Jairu asks. I'm having some trouble with quadratic functions. Sorry, me too. Shiro joins in with clasped hands. How are you with classical Japanese? I'd like to join, too. A bashful Ojiro interjects. There's a bunch of stuff I don't get. Please. The trio cry, like followers to their deity. Everyone. Momo gasps, moved by their faith in her. Yes, of course. We can hold a study session at my residence this weekend. You truly are a goddess amongst mortals. Seriously? Mina exclaims. I can't wait to see your house. Oh, in that case, I must tell Mother and have her open up the hall. And just like that, the excitement flowing through them extinguishes. Hall. Unaware of their quiet shock, Momo carries on. What kind of tea are you all partial to? Tea? In my family, we always drink Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have any preference, let me know. Of course, you can trust me to help you study too. Dazed smiles spread across the small group's cheeks. It's like she casually slapped me with the huge difference in how we were born. But her bounciness is so cute that I don't care. What was that again? Harry's? That's fine. Harrods, right? So, Hitoshi drawls, turning to Izuku as Kirishima begins to heckle Bakugo. You gonna invite us to do a session at your place like a normal person, or are we going to keep getting 3 a.m. texts until the exams start? Real bold of you to assume that I can't, or won't, do both. Fantastic. Will your mom be making her caramel stuffed chocolate chip cookies too, or does your generosity only extend to trying to cram information down our throats? Tenya flatly questions. Bold of you to assume that I could ever stop my mom from baking for you guys. I don't know what you heathens did, or how you did it, but my mom actually really likes you. Screw you, we're delightful. Ohako retorts while sticking her tongue out at him. Yeah, a delightful couple of trash pandas. Except you, Toshi, you are a superstar and I'll make sure that my mom makes those coffee cookies you like so much. Yeah. Wow. You threw my phone. Izuku points reproachfully at the gravity abuser before turning to his fellow speedster. And you dethroned me in Funkytown. That cannot be forgiven. What if I got you 2 boxes of coffee Oreos? I forgive you. On the other side of the room, Aoyama comments on his fellow classmates. Everyone's panicking now, even though it won't do any good to cram this late in the game. Shouldn't you try cramming a little? Mizo questions. What are you talking about? What is it? Lunch can't come quickly enough, though Izuku decides to turn his attention to solving the mystery of the practical portion of the exam. Maybe it's because Nedzu's been really piling on the puzzles, but if he doesn't figure this out, he's going to combust. Thankfully, he has resources. So, Pops, Izuku ventures, drawing out the so, as he matches Reggie's stride as they walk from the teacher's lounge. You wouldn't happen to know what the mystery practical exam is, would you? Of course I do, I helped create it. Sweet. Aha. Interesting. You're not gonna get even a hint out of me. And just like that, his world is crashing down. Ah, what? Come on. If not as your son, then what about as a fellow lover of science? An unimpressed eyebrow answers him. You are a cruel and unforgiving father. Aha. Reggie replies as he ruffles the teen's hair before continuing down the hallway, leaving a pouting Izuku in his wake. Exasperated, the speedster decides to go to the next best person for help with a huff. My pops is being an ogre. You think you can make a robot to follow him around and shame him? Sure. The pink-haired engineer easily agrees. What's it about? The practical for the final exam. Izuku sighs melodramatically. It's not that I wanted him to tell me outright. I didn't, really. But, a hint would have been nice. You see those cuffs over there? Yeah. Then it clicks and a bright grin spreads across his face. I'm in love with you. Shut up and hand me that wrench. Yes, ma'am. Izuku cheekily replies, doing as he's asked. Anything for you, ma'am. On the morning of the first day of the exams, Izuku Midoriya practically skips through the halls of UA with a large, white baker's box. Bonjour, Mes Amos, on behalf of the goddess known as Ms. Inko Midoriya, I bring ye a healthy bounty of muffins. With an excited gasp, the teens descend on the treats like locusts upon a thriving field. Satisfied with his ministrations, Izuku heads towards the door. Wait, Midoriya, where are you going? A hollow smile spreads across the green teen's freckled cheeks. Into the bowels of hell, Kirishima, into the bowels of hell. Then, with a more genuine, eye-closed smile. Good luck on your tests. The resident Pomeranian opens his mouth to protest, only to be cut off by Izuku poking his head back in. Except you, Bakugo. For 3 days the students of UA pore over their written exams, with varying degrees of concentration, confidence, and misery. Pencils down, everybody. Aizawa dully commands on the last day of the written exams. The last person in each row, collect the answer sheets and bring them here. Thanks, Yaomomo. I didn't leave anything blank, at least. How'd it go? Izuku questions as he pops into the room. I think I might kiss you. Hitoshi answers with only half sincerity. Hey, you gotta take me out to dinner first. With the way you eat? How about movies and a trip to the aquarium? Unable to deal with the sudden influx of fondness that crashes into his ribs, Izuku simply blows a raspberry at the slightly taller teen and dashes away with maniacal laugh. On the day of the practical, 19 of the students of 1A gather in the center plaza of the practical exam area. Already there are the teachers and the resident green teen. Como estas, brochachos? The green speedster easily greets from his spot in front of Aizawa and Reggie. Before anyone could respond, Aizawa cuts in. Now, we will begin the practical exam. He says. Of course, it is possible to fail this exam. If you want to go to the training camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes. There are a lot of teachers, Kaminari murmurs. I expect that you all have gathered information ahead of time and have some idea of what you will be doing. We're fighting dash. You. Hitoshi quietly interrupts. Eh? That would be correct. Aizawa confirms with his signature grin, sending shivers down the kids' spines. We want to focus on person-to-person combat and hero work and stress teaching that is closer to actual fighting. Principal Nedzu brightly elaborates. So, we'll have you form teams of 2 to fight against 1 teacher. As the more outspoken members of the class express their shock, Izuku breaks into a cackle that could rival the principal's. In addition, the pairs and who each pair will be up against have already been decided. These were determined based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships, so here they are. First, Todoroki and Yuga are one team, and they're fighting me. And Midoriya and Uraraka are a team, and their opponent will be 13-. Midoriya, you will be outfitted with a device that will alert us should you go faster than 500 km. The device in question is a thin-looking bracelet made of metal with 2 blinking lights. DMN. That's gotta SCK. Let us continue announcing the teams and the teachers they'll be up against. Kirishima, Sato, your opponent will be Cementos. Kaminari, Ashido, you will be against Nedzu. Shinso, Yayorozu, you will be against Midnight. Azui, Tokoyami, you will be fighting Ectoplasm. Ida, Ojiro, you will be fighting Power Loader. Jiro, Koda, you will be fighting Present Mike. Hagakure, Shoji, you will be fighting Snipe. And finally, Siro, Bakugo, you will be fighting. I will do it. All Might announces dramatically. Oh sheet. Siro chuckles, distantly wondering if his will is up to date. The time limit for the exam is 30 minutes. Nedzu announces. Your objective is either to put these HNDCFFS on the teacher, or to have one of you escape from the stage. Capture the teacher or escape, Kaminari murmurs thoughtfully. It's kind of like the combat training. Is it really okay to run away? Yup. But it'll be different from the combat training. Present Mike adds. You'll be up against someone way better than you. Harsh, dude. Better than us? I can't really imagine it, though. Ooh. Izuku hollers before giving the purple-haired girl a high five as the voice hero squawks in disbelief at the audacity. This time, your exam will be very similar to a real battle. Please think of us as villains. Assuming you come across the enemy, if you can think you can win a fight against them, then that's fine. However, in cases where there's too big a difference in your abilities, it would be smarter to run away and get help. That's right, your decision-making skills are also being tested. All Might notes. But with these rules, you're probably thinking the only choice is to run, right? That's why I had the support course help me make these puppies. Reggie says, brandishing thick wristband made of metal. These are ultra-compressed weights, designed to put on about half of our body weight. It's old-fashioned, but it makes it hard to move and eats up stamina. All right, let's get this party started. The resident scientist announces with an almost too wide grin. Each team will take the practical exam in order on the prepared stage. Sato, Kirishima, you're up. Yes, sir. The rest of you who are waiting their turn can watch the exams or think of strategies as a team. So, boss, what are we going with? Izuku questions as the other teams drift off. Let's see if all those puzzles have done you any good. Achiko answers, earning a sharp grin. There's no way that we're not going to kick this exam's butt. Hell yeah. While Todoroki distantly wonders if he can get away with killing his partner during their fight, Izuku and Achiko stand outside of their testing venue with the speedster stretching for a bit before straightening up with his hands on his hips. Achiko is wearing her new, objectively more badass, costume, a sleeveless high-neck night sky print bodysuit with pink accents and retrofuturistic bands at her P6 pressure points made out of a breathable yet durable material that didn't look so skin-tight, a more slim light pink utility belt, fingerless gloves with built-in knuckle dusters and miniature grapple hooks that matched the suit, white jet boots with knee protectors and hidden compartments, and a futuristic helmet to top everything off. So, we're aiming for Plan A, right? Right. The brunette confirms while glaring at the door as she amps herself up. And even if it ends up not working, we've got backups. You ready? Izuku questions while fitting his goggles over his eyes as the doors open. Born ready. Let's boogie. He holds out a fist which she casually bumps before climbing onto his back. He then adjusts her for the sake of her comfort and streaks in. They keep to the outer sides of the venue with Achiko tapping various debris before being dropped off at a vantage point by Izuku, who then jumps into action, picking up the debris-turned ammo with the wind that forms as he circles around the space and shooting towards his target, using the built-up momentum to ushering the ammo along with him and sliding underneath and behind the hero, leaving them to deal with the incoming barrage. As expected, they activate their black hole, only for Achiko to jump out from behind one of the incoming debris, which then causes the hero to quickly turn their quirk off as the girl rushes them. Startled by the onslaught, they step back, only to trip over Izuku, who had circled back and waited on all fours behind them. Taking advantage of their position, Hachiko slaps the cuffs around 13's wrists while Izuku helps hold them down, and the two teens fist bump once more over the hero's motionless body as the speakers announce their success. Congratulations, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka-kun. Azui greets as the duo walk into the room after their performance review with 13. How did you know that your plan would work, Karo? She, Tokoyami, and Tenya were the only ones of the finished teams who had decided to hang around and watch the other fights. Todoroki needed some time to decompress, he passed, but, God, at what cost? Aoyama wanted to go look at himself in the mirror some more, and Ojiro had to go meditate. Thanks. Same to you. As for your question, she's violent, I'm fast, with a combo like that, how could it not work? Izuku breezily answers as they stop in front of the monitor. Fair. Well, I didn't expect any less. Thanks, Tenkuen. Tenkuen? Izuku giddily thinks while fighting back an impish grin. Congrats on the win, by the way. The speedster says instead, careful to not incur Hachiko's wrath so close after a beatdown. Thanks, Izuku-kun. I wonder which team will take the practical exam next. Hachiko wonders, changing the subject. I believe Ishido and Kaminari are up. They're up against Principal Nedzu, right? Yup. The teens wince in sympathy before turning to the monitor. The designated testing site is a city, much like Ground Beta. Team Ishido and Kaminari, practical exam. Ready, go! They watch as the duo run aimlessly through the streets of the abandoned city while their esteemed, terrifying, principal sits in a crane with a wrecking ball attached and hits certain points to cause a chain reaction. The teens eventually seem to hear the ruckus the mammals' ministrations have caused and furiously book it when their surroundings begin to crash around them. ODMN. Izuku chuckles as he watches one of his mentors systematically box his classmates in a maze like a couple of lab RA. Oh, that's clever. That's fun. He's so far away from them. Hachiko observes aloud. It's probably his forecasts. Tenya notes. Forecasts? Yes. What's more, he probably reached those through sophisticated calculations. As he speaks, Nedzu proceeds to aim the wrecking ball at a building again, causing yet another chain reaction of destruction that blocks off their path to the gate. Humans did a bunch of experiments on Nedzu in the past, Recovery Girl discloses as they watch the Chimera go ham and cackle, so in times like this, he can't help but let out his true self. Good for him. Izuku cheerfully remarks. I see that your inner darkness has reared its head once more. Team Ishido and Kaminari retires due to running out of time. DMN, and he even left a route for them too. Huh? Where? Raising an eyebrow, Izuku points to an imperceptible spot on the screen. There. The look that she gives him reminds him of his mother's when he drinks more than one cup of coffee. He doesn't like that. They really couldn't do a thing. Tenya comments as the failed duo bemoan their situation on the screen. They must be very frustrated. Well, them's the breaks. Izuku shrugs. It's not that he's apathetic, per se. He's just accustomed to shit just not working out the way you'd hoped. It's good for them to learn now before it kicks them in the groin later on in their careers. Were you, like, a lab rat, or something, in a past life? Azui questions as the others give him various looks ranging from concerned to perplexed while the visuals on the screen change to the next match. Is that what this is, Karo? The answering grin is a bit too wide and a bit too sharp for their liking, and they file it under things about the speedster that they'd rather not deal with. You really have been spending too much time with Nedzu-san. Hachiko mutters disapprovingly while Recovery Girl eyes him warily. Before Izuku could come up with a reply, the announcer's voice blares through the screen. Team Koda and Jiro, practical exam. Ready, go! The practical exam matches up students with the teachers they'd have the hardest time with on purpose, right? Tsuyu raises as they watch the teens run through the forest toward the exit gate where their leather-clad teacher stands. Looks like it. It's easy to understand Jiro and Koda's matchup, then. That's gotta SCK, for them. And with that, teens watch as the human version of a white bellbird lets loose a shriek that ripples through the trees, causing birds to scatter and the current team to cover their ears. Ah, crap. I hope they win. What a kind thing to wish, Izuku-kun. Sure. Let's go with that. Hachiko and Tenya slowly turn their heads towards him and a calculated look. You and Hito-chan made a bet, didn't you? Izuku purses his lips and looks away. You know that I can't say no to coffee, much less free coffee for an entire month. Unable to come up with a sufficient rebuke, Hachiko simply shakes her head in exasperated fondness and turns her attention back to the screen. As they watch, the hero continues to attack with his quirk from his post in front of the gate. Absently, Izuku wonders if he could get the footage from this without too much trouble and dub over present mix calls before posting it on his Twitter. It would do numbers, he just knows it. Something happens between the two teens on the screen that has Koda ultimately dropping to the ground and present Mike freaking out a few seconds later. Oh? What's going on over there? Izuku narrows his eyes at the screen and spots what is causing the older man distress. Ah, entomophobia, he notes with a slight wince at the older man's plight. He himself wasn't a fan of bugs, so he could only imagine the horror of being covered in them for someone who had much stronger feelings. Aha. That's hard even for a pro. Harsh. How pathetic, to be taken down by some bugs. Recovery girl. Achiko balks while Izuku snickers next to her. Team Koda and Jiro have passed. Hagakure and Shoji's match goes relatively quickly thanks to the teens' teamwork and Hagakure's use of her quirk. Thankfully, the redesign of her costume had been completed in time, sparing everyone involved of a more humiliating outcome. And then? Team Shinso and Yaoyorozu, practical exam. Ready, go! A new energy fills the room with the announcement. Oh sheet! Go, Hito, go Hito, go! Izuku cheers. Ah, you want me to get you a little cheerleading uniform? Achiko coos. Maybe a couple of pom-poms? I know that you're trying to make me feel embarrassed, Izuku retorts with two knuckles pointed towards the brunette, but you underestimate how confident I am in my ability to rock a mini skirt. Oh ho? Maybe I should dress you up and film it. I wonder how red Toshikuin will get. You're evil. A newly arrived Ashido states in slight amazement before Izuku could question what she meant by that. Make the outfit bright pink. Meanwhile, down in the testing site, Hitoshi and Momo, in a new quarter-sleeved suit that sported a zipper in her chest-torso area, gave her knuckle dusters in her gloves and had a fully stocked utility belt, walk through the ruins already wearing their masks. Momo has a loaded tranq gun out and Hitoshi is idly twirling his tanbua. Hey, on a scale of Bakugo to a hungry Izuku, how much of a beach do you think this'll be? The purple-haired teen questions in a bored voice. Oh, definitely an endeavor. Hitoshi scks in air through his teeth and blows it out with puffed cheeks and an abrupt headshake. Cammy, I hope I won that bet. Suddenly, the air thickens with a sweet scent and the femme fatale struts towards them while fiddling with her whip. Ah, crap. Stick to the plan. I'll distract her. You deal the final blow. Got it. He confirms before melting out of sight. As the teens get into position, the older heroine stalks through the mist while testing her whip and keeping alert. Then, a shot rings out like lightning and, about 15 centimeters away from where the woman currently stands. Her masked eyes widen for a second before a sadistic grin overtakes her face. The next minute or so is full of Yamamo fighting and dodging to the best of her abilities as Hitoshi tries every trick he knows to trip the older woman up. Key word being, tried. Midnight has known Hitoshi for about 3 to 5 years now, has watched, and even took part in, his training. She taught him different ways to garner a response and that move he just did. And while she may not have known Yaoyorozu for long, she did recognize the girl's fighting style and pattern. Maybe she could try and see if she could convince Aizawa to take the heiress under his wing after this. My plan. It's not working. Momo murmurs in frustration as Hitoshi pulls her out of the way of a particularly nasty strike. We need to draw back and recoup. Hitoshi suggests as he barely dodges a kick that he knows would have knocked him into next month. The raven-haired teen wordlessly assents and the two hightail it to safety. So, what's the plan now? I don't have another plan. She murmurs, her voice too low for Hitoshi to properly hear. Huh? I said, I don't have another plan. I didn't think that she would be that well versed with your tactics. Sorry. It's not your fault. Momo resolutely assures, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Before the either of them could say anything else, a whip crack sounds a few inches away from them, causing them to book it. Seems like we're gonna have to improvise. What? No. Absolutely not. There has to be some type of plan that we can come up with. Listen, Prez, you think I plan for my parents to take me in or Izuku or literally anything else that's happened in the past few months? Hitoshi poses as he sidesteps a whip strike. Hell no. Sometimes that stuff just happens. But plan or no plan, you're Yaoyorozu Fing Momo. You're the only one that can truly wrangle our hell class and you won the sports festival and I can guarantee that you didn't cook up a plan for at least one of those things. If anyone can unfuck this pig, it's you. Momo heaves a weary sigh. Okay. She softly murmurs, then louder, okay. As if she had given an order via telepathy, Charles Xavier style, the two leap into action, going at the hero from separate sides. They keep their attacks as identical as possible, making sure that Midnight too preoccupied with Hitoshi that she doesn't notice Momo creating a smoke bomb until it's too late, prompting the older woman to shield her face and allowing Momo to slap the cuffs on her. Team Shinso and Yaoyorozu have passed. With that, Hitoshi lets himself fall onto his back while Momo sinks onto her knees next to him. Back in the observation room, Izuku giddily shakes Achiko by her shoulders. Holy sheet. Holy sheet. Aha. Calm down there, bud. You might vibrate through the floor. They're just so f***ing cool. The green teen exclaims with a wide smile, shaking his hands out and slightly vibrating in place. Well, save your energy for the next one. Izuku quickly stops in his tracks. Next up is Bakugo and Shiro, right? He verifies with a slight wince. A heavy type of quiet falls over the room and he blows out some air through puffed-out cheeks. All right people, place your bets. Izuku calls with a clap of his hands. There is a slight pause before a couple or so rush towards him. Team Hanta and Bakugo, practical exam. Ready, start. With their bets placed, the group silently watches as Bakugo brushes off his teammate in 1 second and All Might materialize to beat the crap out of them in another. I'm talking using one to beat the other and tossing them around like a couple of rag dolls. It's less like a pro sparring and more like a kid fing around with his toys and making exploding sounds when they crash into each other. Oh, spinal. Izuku murmurs, wincing at a particular blow. Sure, he doesn't care for Bakugo, but no one deserves to get tossed around like a baby shark like that. At one point, the boys are able to retreat long enough to recuperate a little and, apparently, come up with a plan. As when they do resurface, they use Bakugo's grenades to stun him long enough for Hanta to try and keep him grounded with his tape long enough for them to make it to the escape gate, supporting each other with their weight as the speaker announces their success. Well, I should be heading down. That oaf never knows when to hold back. Recovery Girl announces, tootaying under her breath at that last part. We did it. Izuku exclaims once the older woman had taken her leave. Woohoo! As he did not currently have any sparkling cider on hand, the green teen opens a bottle-popping app that he had downloaded earlier and lets it rip to the others' delight. Hours later, miles away in the heart of Narahata, while Izuku and his friends enjoy some cake in celebration of finishing their finals, a jewelry store's alarm blares as a larger-sized man with a distinctly green-hued skin walks out with a stereotypical bag of diamonds to a small blockade. Hands in the air, we have you surrounded. The lead officer announces with his gun already drawn. Seemingly nonplussed. The man keeps walking, prompting the officers to PP their guns. I will not repeat myself. Stop right there and put your hands in the air or we will be forced to open fire. A small smirk spreads across the criminal's turtle-like face and a green type of energy disperses from him as the uniformed men open fire. The bullets slow to a stop and drop like flies while the officers themselves stand frozen, leaving the man to hobble into the night. Everyone, a crestfallen Ashido sniffles while an equally despondent Kirishima, Sato, and Kaminari huddle together. I'm looking forward to hearing your stories about training camp. Whoa, hey, we don't know for sure yet. You know how Aizawa-sensei likes to toss in last-minute twists? Izuku tries to reassure. I keep telling him not to do that. Hitoshi sighs, entering the conversation and leaning on his green friend. It makes it too easy for people like you to tear his lies apart. As if summoned by the utterance of his name and said about it, the man in question slams the door open with a scowl. Once the bell rings, get in your seats. Morning. Aizawa greets once everyone had been quickly seated and he had taken his place at the podium. Unfortunately, there are those who did not pass the final exams. Accordingly, for the training camp in the woods, everyone's going. Izuku turns towards his now relieved classmates and gestures to the grinning man as if to say, see. A last-minute twist. We can go too? Kirishima exclaims, standing out of his seat. Really? Ashido joins in with tears in her eyes. Yes. Aizawa confirms. Some failed, but no one failed the written exam. In the practical, Kirishima, Kaminari, Ashido, and Sato failed. For this time's exam, we on the villain side made sure to leave a way for the students to win while watching to see how you all would take on the task at hand. If we hadn't, most of you would have gotten stuck before you started. So when you said you were really out to crush us, that was to make you feel cornered. The hero easily admits with no shame whatsoever. Incredulous, Izuku spares a look back at Hitoshi, who was exasperatedly rubbing his eyes before pinching the bridge of his nose and faintly shaking his head. In the first place, the training camp in the woods is one to increase strength. So those who failed need it the most. They have to get stronger. You all do. Another deranged-looking grin appears on the man's face. It was a rational falsehood. Thoroughly done, Hitoshi groans into his hands while Izuku grimaces at the admission. While he himself enjoyed a good fib from time to time, he could agree that this was beginning to be exhausting. Sensei. Their lord and savior, Yaomomo, calls with her hand raised as the other members of the class rage. As you lied to us twice, I cannot help but feel as if our faith in you will waver, which will prove detrimental to our relationship as teacher and student. I will consider that, Yayorozu. Aizawa acknowledges. But I wasn't lying about everything. Failure is failure. We have prepared a separate time for extra lessons for you all. Frankly, it'll be tougher than the extra lessons you'd get if you stayed at school. Izuku had never seen anyone look so pale and dead inside as Kirishima, Kaminari, Ashido, and Sato did in that moment. Nonplussed, Izuku snaps a photo of the sight while keeping his eyes on the teacher. The good thing about testing being done for the semester is that, no matter what school you go to, the teachers get so, unbelievably, lazy. Ectoplasm had them play a bunch of pre-Quirk math games that he found in an archive, Midnight had them do coloring books, they got to watch a pre-Quirk science show while making slime in science class, English class was spent looking at funny videos. Even Cementos got them to act out excerpts from their favorite readings for their modern literature class. If the hero ing thing doesn't work out for him, Aoyama would bring the world of soap dramas to its knees. Either that or become a wildly popular drag queen. The half-choke half-laugh sound that Hitoshi makes when he whispers this fact to him on their way to their last class of the day fills his stomach with bubbles and heats his cheeks for a reason that he'd rather not think too much on. Well, in any case, I'm glad we can all go together. Ojiro says while holding their training camp guidebook as they pack up to go home. A week of training camp, huh? We have to bring a lot for hanging out in the woods a bit. Izuku observes. Of course. What did you think it would be like? I just figured that it'd be like Survivor, or something. Seriously? Izuku shrugs. I'm a man of science. Everyone knows this. While you were getting liked by frogs and falling into streams, my dad and I were turning water into a gold-like metal and accidentally making our microwave explode because we wanted to test voltages. The group stares blankly at him upon the end of the anecdote. Midoriya, you're the weirdest person I know. Mina deadpans. Thanks. Man, I don't have a bathing suit or anything. Kaminari notes, bringing the conversation back to the subject at hand. I'll have to buy a bunch of stuff. Oh, then since we're off tomorrow, and we just finished our exams, why don't we all go shopping together? Hagakure eagerly suggests. Oh, good idea. The electricity user replies enthusiastically. Wouldn't that be the first time we all hung out together? Hey, Bakugo, you're coming too. Like I'd do something so irritating. Yeah, don't you know that he's grown allergic to actually bonding with people? Izuku snarks with an eye roll before turning to his friends, ignoring the indignant look that the blonde sent his way. Will you be coming, too, Todoroki? I go visit my mom on our days off. Coolio, tell her I said hi. The other teen watches him with a thoughtful look for a few seconds before eventually nodding. Sure. Pleased, Izuku turns back. Towards Hitoshi, Tenya, and Achiko with a wide grin. So, are you guys coming to eat me out of house and home today? F you, your mom loves me more than you. Hitoshi jokingly retorts as he packs up and starts heading out. My mother is a saint who routinely volunteers at soup kitchens. You aren't special. Whatever. We'll see if you still think that when I eventually move in and take half of your stuff. What the F kind of threat is that? Izuku chuckles as he lightheartedly pushes the other teen's shoulder. You know, Zuku-Achiko starts with a devious grin. Drop it. Tenya smoothly interjects, causing the girl to pout with a muttered, killjoy. That night, at the dinner table, Izuku had just finished stuffing his face with his third serving of curry when he notices his mother's watery stare. Mom? You okay? I know that you are probably tired of me saying this dash. What? No, Mom, whatever it is, I'll never get tired of hearing you talk. I'm just so happy. Mom. You are such a good boy, always have been. And I hated that it seemed like only your father and I could see that. But here you are, going out with friends and growing bonds with people your age. And I could not be happier for you. Geez, Mom. Izuku croaks with too much feeling and watery eyes of his own. Midoriyas have always been easy criers. The woman gives him a wobbly smile and sniffs before digging back in as if she wasn't responsible for her son having to now avoid getting tears in his rice. The next morning, or more like early afternoon, a garishly dressed Izuku stands at the door with a beaming Inko. Phone? Check. Portable charger? Double check. Wallet, keys, Metro card. Check, check, and check. Alright, then. Have fun, stay safe, and please text either your dad or me if anything comes up. Will do. Thanks, Mom. Love you. Love you too. With that, Izuku jogs out the door and makes his way downstairs to where Achiko, Hitoshi, and Tenya are waiting. The quartet amble along to the train station in high spirits, jokingly arguing about whether or not Queen Elizabeth could take Ronald Reagan in a fight as they walk, completely oblivious to the stares that they were being given from various passers-by. They eventually meet up with the rest of their classmates before the group continues to their destination. Here we are. With the most stores in the prefecture, the newest and coolest, most advanced Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Mina exclaims as they walk through the entrance. Oh, aren't those UA students? First years. I saw them on TV. That's Midoriya, right? Hi Midoriya. Man, I want that shirt. The other shoppers eventually leave them to their own devices after being acknowledged and the teens get right to it. Anyway, I need to buy a big carry-on bag. Jairu says, looking off into the distance. Oh my, then why don't we go around together? Momo readily replies with a radiant smile. I don't have any outdoorsy shoes. Oh, me too. Want to go together? The guide said to bring shoes that are already broken in. Ida interjects. Oh, but I see, perhaps we should choose based on utility? Everyone has different things they want to do, so how do y'all want to do this? Izuku raises once everyone had finished talking over each other. Why don't we decide on a time to meet back up? I agree. Then let's meet back here at 3 o'clock. With varied sounds of agreement, the group breaks off, leaving Hitoshi and Izuku alone together. You want to stop for coffee first? Can we grab a bite to eat while we're at it? I think I saw a place selling pastries on our way in. 10 minutes later finds the two teens sitting across from each other with their cups of strong-smelling coffee and a pile of baked goods between them. So then my mom grounded me and kept the toaster, which she still uses to this day. Aw man, that must have SCKED. Hitoshi says through a snort. Then, a bit hesitantly after a brief pause, you know, I have to admit, I'm kinda jealous of the relationship that you have with your mom. What? Yeah. That's kinda wild. Izuku muses, absent-mindedly scratching his cheek in thought. I mean, sure things are great and all, but we didn't always have that. It wasn't really bad, like neglect or abuse or anything, I just think that she felt really guilty after the diagnosis and didn't know how to really get past that. Seriously? Izuku nods and takes a sip of his drink. I think Dad's passing acted like an introspective shock or something. She saw that we weren't as close as we needed to be and wanted to fix that. Wow. I mean, the work definitely shows. My mom just dumped me in front of the orphanage after my dad died. I think it's because I look like him too much. That's horrible. I'm sorry that happened to you. Izuku says, his tone completely sincere. And, in some way, I kind of feel sorry for her, 'cause, you know, she gave you up and you're one of the awesomest people I know. It is like the room had suddenly become brighter than the sun. Not for the first time since he's been to the other teen's apartment, Hitoshi sees how Izuku is Mrs. Midoriya's son and a warm feeling fills his chest. If it means anything, Izuku continues, covering the other teen's hand with his own, and if you want, you are more than welcome to share my mom. You said it yourself, she sees you as a second son anyway. Hitoshi looks down at the warm, calloused hand covering his and tries to ignore the slight blush that creeps up his neck and face. Misinterpreting Hitoshi's attention on their joined hands for discomfort, Izuku quickly withdraws his hand with a face as red as his undershirt. Sorry. Hitoshi clears his throat and looks away as the color on his cheeks deepens. It's fine. And, thanks. A smirk overtakes his face. Who knew that there was a heart under all of that sarcasm? You know what? So, where do you want to go next? Before Izuku could answer, a deafening boom shakes the mall's foundation. The teens watch as some of the cafe's customers rush to see what was going on at the front of the cafe, when a cluster of debris suddenly falls right in front of the little cafe, earning startled screams from the onlookers. The teens instantly leap into action, ushering their fellow patrons towards the safest exit. How do you want to do this? Izuku asks once the last of the civilians in the shop have been led to safety. Well, I just sent a text to my dad's and they said that they are 15 minutes away. How do you feel about playing distraction while I try to get as many people out as possible? A wide grin spreads like wildfire across Izuku's face. I love being distracting. Without using his speed, Izuku quickly makes his way to the pile of rubble up front. Just as the villain responsible for the damage continues his rampage, a small piece of plaster hits the side of his head. Hey, Titus, are those bits of metal in your head real or did you glue them on, 'cause you thought they'd look cool? The bald, mole-like man aims an attack at the green teen, only to miss spectacularly as Izuku easily dodges and ducks behind another pile of debris before launching another piece of rubble. This continues for the next few minutes, with Izuku distracting the felon by popping in and out of the man's vicinity like a caffeinated prairie dog and Hitoshi using the opening to sneak people out of the building. They are joined in their efforts by their classmates at some point, and by the time that the police and heroes finally arrive, most of the civilians in the mall had been escorted out and the criminal was both slightly fatigued and sad at being harassed by the teens. Problem children. Aizawa sighs upon approaching his son and student. In our defense, we didn't use our quirks. And we didn't get involved in any actual fighting. Hitoshi throws in. The man's eyes narrow. Just saying. Izuku mutters with his hands raised in surrender. The man stares at the two for a few more seconds before sighing and letting his shoulders go lax. In any case, the villain has been dealt with and your actions have saved a lot of lives. Thank you for not using your quirks and showing some restraint. Anytime, sensei. Izuku replies, earning an eye roll from the perpetually tired man. The next day, Inko's car pulls up in front of one of the district's smaller malls and two familiar boys clamber out of the vehicle. Do you boys have everything you need? Phone, wallets. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mom. All right. I'll skedaddle now. Text me when you are ready. Have fun you too. Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Mrs. M. The two stay to watch her drive away for a few seconds. So, how long until shit goes sideways? I'd give it an hour. It seems like one of those days, you know? Yeah. Hitoshi assents, then sighs. I'll give it 2. Wanna grab some coffee? Izuku says, already moving to walk inside. I think this place has a cafe. Hitoshi joins him with a smirk. Of course. Who do you think you're talking to?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.